Chapter 130. In fact, Xiao Meng was still thinking too much. Zhang Xiaohua was just expressing his feelings. He didn't have any girls to play with since he was young. These 10 days were when his body was at its weakest. Suddenly, there was a girl around his age who took care of him and talked to him. He felt very good. Naturally, he would think about how it would feel after a long time. How could he know anything now? Of course, he didn't know what was the first awakening of love. Then, Zhang Xiaohua said, "It can be considered fate to accompany you in this wilderness. However, after parting today, I don't know when we will meet again." Looking at Shirtai's intention, you have to practice martial arts well. When your martial arts are great, when you go to Jianghu to do chivalrous deeds, you may be able to meet again. Xiao Meng thought and said, "Gid Xiaohua, I don't know which sect Shirtai is in. Can you tell me where you are?" Zhang Xiaohua was silent and said, "I didn't join any sect. I only practice some incomplete fist techniques. As for other things, I told you everything I can. This is related to the safety of some people. It's better if I don't say." Poor Zhang Xiaohua. Why didn't he know anything about a girl's thoughts? Can't you just say a few more words? However, it was his behavior that made Xiao Meng feel that he was different from others. Xiao Meng nodded and said, "I know that Xiaohua Gij is from Lu Town and lives in the Guizhuang house." That's enough. Then, Xiao Meng bit her lower lip. The hand that had been behind her back stretched out in front of her eyes. She said to Zhang Xiaohua with a trembling voice, "Xiaohua Gij, after parting today, I don't know when we will meet again. I found this in my own purse. I carry it with me. I don't remember its origin, but it looks a little familiar. It must be something that belongs to me. Now, I will give it to you as a souvenir." When Zhang Xiaohua looked carefully, he saw that the jade-like girl was holding a pair of pearl hair clips. He couldn't help but be shocked. He waved his hand and said, "How can I dare to accept such a precious thing?" Xiao Meng said angrily, "What's so precious about it? Was it because it was valuable? But even if it was worth a lot of money, if no one used it, how much money would it be worth if it was casually thrown away? But even if it was a worthless item, if someone cherished it, wouldn't it be more valuable than this item that no one wanted? If you don't want it, I'll just throw it into the river." After that, he was about to throw it away. Zhang Xiaohua saw this and hurriedly said, "Don't throw it away. I'll take it." He hurriedly caught it with his hand and muttered in his heart, "This is worth 4 or 5 taels of silver. Wouldn't it be a pity to throw it into the water for no reason?" How could Xiao Meng hear his thoughts? Seeing him take it, she also smiled sweetly. However, after that, Zhang Xiaohua rummaged through his body. Then, he awkwardly took out his toy sword and handed it to Xiao Meng. Xiao Meng didn't know why, but she reached out to take it. Unexpectedly, the toy was very heavy. She wasn't careful and almost slipped to the ground. Xiao Meng used her strength to hold it in her hand. Then, she heard Zhang Xiaohua say apologetically, "The ancient said that it was impolite to come and go. But after searching all over my body, I only have this one thing. How about I give it to you as a souvenir?" Xiao Meng looked at this abnormally heavy and black thing. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She said, "Such a precious thing, how do you want me to hold it?" The word heavy was pronounced very heavily. Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head and spread out his hands. He said, "But I only have this one thing." Xiao Meng saw that he really gave it to her. Her eyes turned and she said with a smile, "Then I'll accept it. However, this little thing is too heavy. It's not convenient for me to hold it. How about I leave it with you first?" After saying this, she laboriously handed it over. Zhang Xiaohua tilted his head and thought for a moment. Then, he took it and said, "Then it's a deal. From now on, this thing is yours. I'm just temporarily keeping it." Xiao Meng smiled and nodded. But when Zhang Xiaohua put the small sword into his arms, he still felt that it wasn't appropriate. He tilted his head and thought for a moment. Then, he patted his forehead and said, "Got it." Then, from the pair of pearl hair clips in his hand, he took out one and gave it to Xiaomeng. He said, "You give this pearl hair clip to me. It's mine. I'll give you another one. How about we each take half?" When Xiaomeng heard this, her face flushed red. It seemed that blood was about to drip down. She looked at the pearl hair clip in her small hand. She didn't know whether to take it or not. She just wanted to give her first playmate a souvenir. But this Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have misunderstood something. If this pair of pearl hair clips was taken by a man and a woman, what would it become? What did it mean? Was Zhang Xiaohua hinting at something? Should she take it or not? Should she explain it to him? She had a trace of affection for Zhang Xiaohua, but it shouldn't be to this extent. It seemed that whether to take it or not was a problem. However, immediately, Zhang Xiaohua's words fell into her ears. "This pair of pearl hair clips is worth 4 taels of silver. I'll keep half of it, which is only 2 taels of silver. My heart can be considered stable." Xiaomeng's face was still red. She fiercely glared at Zhang Xiaohua, stamped her feet, and snatched the pearl hair clip from Zhang Xiaohua's hand. She rebuked, "Stable your dead head." After that, she turned around and ran back to the cottage. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but be stunned on the spot. He murmured, "Wasn't it fine just now? I kindly gave you a pearl hair clip. How did it become like this?" Then, Zhang Xiaohua subconsciously looked at the sky and muttered, "It's not raining today. Why are you in such a hurry to go back? You don't need to take the clothes." Until the night's rest, Xiaomeng's face was as cold as ice. She didn't give him any smile. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know what he had done to offend her. When he woke up the next day, Zhang Xiaohua found a small cloth bag beside the Kong. He opened it and saw some scattered silver inside. He couldn't help but feel a little warm in his heart. At the same time, he also had a bad premonition. So, he took the cloth bag and hurried out. Sure enough, the house was empty. Shirtai and Xiaomeng had left long before dawn. Zhang Xiaohua held the warm cloth bag in his hand. He understood that Shirtai was really a good person. He had already given him some silver yesterday. Now that he was leaving, he was afraid that he wouldn't have enough. The next time he saw him, he must pay him back double. However, he didn't notice that the cloth bag with silver was Xiaomeng's handkerchief. This was normal. As long as it was something with silver, he would only look at silver. Zhang Xiaohua stood at the door of the cottage and was stunned for a moment. Then, he came back to his senses and went back to the house in disappointment. When the Shirtai left, she must have come to his house to say goodbye. However, she couldn't wake him up. He must be surprised. This was also good. He left quietly and didn't take away any clouds. He didn't want to hold hands and look at each other with tears. He was speechless. At this time, a person dozens of miles away was also thinking, why does Zhang Xiaohua sleep like a pig? He doesn't wake up no matter how I call him. There were usually 3 people in the cottage. Suddenly, there were 2 less people. The loneliness increased greatly. During this time, Xiaomeng didn't leave his side and often talked to him. Although Shirtai didn't appear in the cottage usually, Zhang Xiaohua could always see her sooner or later. So, he felt that there were people in the cottage usually. Today, he was left alone in the cottage. He felt bored every moment. Since Zhang Xiaohua learned how to read, he had been using books to pass the time. Now, where would there be books in this shabby cottage? So, he came to the open space in front of the cottage again. He wanted to get into a posture and practice the Big Dipper magical fist. However, after just a few moves and some twists and turns, he felt a sharp pain in his body. He had to stop with cold sweat on his face. What should he do? However, Zhang Xiaohua saw the small mountain not far from the cottage and had a new idea. He had been in the cottage for a long time, but he had never stepped out of the cottage. Now, it was the same. It was a good thing to go to the back. So, not long after, Zhang Xiaohua took a small stick that he found in the cottage and used it as a crutch. Holding it with his left hand, he walked to the back of the cottage step by step. However, just as he turned around the cottage, he found that there was a very high hill behind the cottage. With his current illness, it would be difficult to climb over. Zhang Xiaohua had no choice but to walk along the side of the hill. He just wanted to find a place where the slope was slightly lower. As expected, after walking for a while, there was a place where the slope was slightly lower. Zhang Xiaohua looked around and carefully climbed up with the help of the small stick. When he reached the top of the hill, he saw a different scene. This was a flat land full of trees. The bleak winter wind blew all the trees in his eyes, leaving only bare branches reaching to the sky. The ground was full of fallen leaves and weeds. The hill that he saw in the cottage was at the end of his vision. It was also the end of the forest. At a glance, he didn't know how far it was. Zhang Xiaohua walked along the high hill for a while and found a place where he could go down. Then, he slid down the high hill. The forest was full of fallen leaves. It was very comfortable to walk up. Zhang Xiaohua looked around and walked forward. There were some birds chirping in the forest. The chirping was very moving. Occasionally, there were the sounds of small animals jumping between the branches. Zhang Xiaohua heard it clearly. They should be squirrels. Even after walking for a while, he heard the hurried sounds of leaves and weeds in the forest. At first, Zhang Xiaohua thought that there were people walking like him, but the sounds were hurried and intermittent. After listening for a while, he suddenly realized that it was probably some rabbits looking for food for winter. Thinking of small animals, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Life in the cottage was very peaceful. They didn't even have to eat meat. It had been a long time since he smelled meat. He was craving it. If he could catch a rabbit or something like that to eat, how good would that be? But what about his own injuries? Zhang Xiaohua looked at the small walking stick in his hand and gave up this idea for the time being. Zhang Xiaohua continued forward for a while and looked up at the small mountain again. It was still not far away. Only then did he understand the true meaning of the phrase, "a mountain runs to its death." If he insisted on continuing forward, he would be exhausted to death today. So be it. He just came out for a walk. There was no reason for him to be exhausted. He casually picked up a few dry branches on the ground and turned back. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua thought of a problem. The Shirtai went out early and came back late every day. In this place where birds shit every day, what was there to be busy with? However, the Shirtai's lightness skill was very good. Naturally, she could move around a wide range. Maybe she was looking for something. Maybe she was looking for someone. Maybe she was thinking about the problem, or maybe she was going back the way she came, but not long after, Zhang Xiaohua returned to the front of the high slope. Looking at the high slope that he had to climb up with difficulty, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but shake his head. The Shirtai had its own way of doing things. Wasn't he worried for the ancient people? Zhang Xiaohua shook his head and began to climb up the ladder. Walking back to the cottage, Zhang Xiaohua was already covered in sweat. However, his body was also very comfortable. Life was about exercise. The ancient people didn't lie to him. The rest of the time was also boring. Zhang Xiaohua took the fishing rod left by Xiaomeng and wanted to go fishing. However, he couldn't find a suitable bait near the cottage. He had to learn from Xiaomeng and throw the fishing line into the river. Looking at the flowing river, he prayed that the fish would take the bait. Presumably, Zhang Xiaohua's heart was not sincere. God didn't hear his prayer. God didn't send him any fish, and he didn't catch anything. However, this boring time was spent by Zhang Xiaohua. After a few more days, Zhang Xiaohua felt much better. Then he tried to practice boxing again. Although there were many places where he still couldn't fully perform, his hands and feet became more flexible. He didn't look sick anymore. It was getting colder day by day. However, Zhang Xiaohua had a question that he couldn't figure out. He remembered that when winter came last year, he was still very afraid of the cold and wore a cotton-padded jacket early. However, he didn't know how it was this year. The cold wind was blowing. Although the snow hadn't fallen yet, it was already cold. He was still wearing the jacket that he wore when he came out of the Huanxi mountain villa. Why didn't he feel cold? It was really strange. Was this place already in the south? Was it not as cold as the Guizhuang house in winter? After immersing himself in the boxing for a few days, Zhang Xiaohua didn't find the answer to his problem. However, the problem of boxing was solved with time. Zhang Xiaohua could now perform the whole set of Fist of the North Star with difficulty. The Fist of the North Star was also magical. No matter how slow or fast Zhang Xiaohua's speed was, as long as he practiced it over and over again, the flow would definitely appear by the 9th time. Of course, the difference was still in the amount of the flow. In the past, when Zhang Xiaohua practiced boxing in the mountain villa, he could only produce 3 different flows of hot and cold in the morning and at night. Since he didn't have to farm in the cottage, he spent all his time practicing boxing. However, after repeated practice, he found that the flow didn't appear without limit. Zhang Xiaohua practiced boxing 81 times a day. After 9 flows appeared in his body, no matter how fast or slow Zhang Xiaohua practiced boxing, the flow would never appear again. Could it be that the flow could only appear 9 times a day? Actually, in addition to practicing boxing, Zhang Xiaohua also tried to practice the sword moves that Elder Yu taught him. This time, he was able to kill the black-robed old man in the night attack completely because of this sword move. Zhang Xiaohua deeply understood the importance of these 16 life-saving changes. How could he not practice properly? Unfortunately, this sword move couldn't be compared to boxing. It was basically flashing and moving in the air. After practicing for a while, Zhang Xiaohua immediately felt that his body couldn't take it anymore and stopped. However, it wasn't without results. When Zhang Xiaohua stopped, he immediately thought that if he had immediately performed other changes after stabbing the black-robed old man's throat, that palm that almost killed him wouldn't have hit him. Of course, this was just a thought. However, there were only changes in the sword move and no changes in the footwork. This sword move would always be a heroic suicide. Zhang Xiaohua's state of mind was probably far from reaching that level. Zhang Xiaohua's boxing was practiced day by day. He also slowly practiced his sword moves. His body was also getting better day by day. However, there was still no news of the person he was waiting for. No matter if it was on land, no one passed by. Even in the river, there were no boats. Sometimes, Zhang Xiaohua was a little puzzled. How did this Shirtai find this cottage? Zhang Xiaohua was a little hesitant. Should he wait or not? Perhaps he should have left with the Shirtai at that time. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was hesitating, the first snow of the new year finally fell. Actually, as for whether it was the new year or not, Zhang Xiaohua already couldn't remember. However, when he saw the snow, he naturally thought of the new year. He would just take it as an auspicious sign of the new year. Since the first time, Zhang Xiaohua had also gone to the woods behind the cottage several times. However, he returned empty-handed. Now that it was snowing heavily, it was a good opportunity to hunt. One morning, Zhang Xiaohua took his small crutch again and went straight to the high slope behind the cottage. Everyone had a habit, and Zhang Xiaohua was no exception. He still took the route that he had chosen for the first time. When Zhang Xiaohua walked into this snow-white world, not only did he feel that the world was full of ice and snow, but he also felt lucky that there were many animal footprints on the thick snow. He guessed that he wouldn't return empty-handed this time. However, when Zhang Xiaohua really walked into the woods, he realized how wrong he was. The thick snow was either flat as before, or there were countless shallow and small traces. Where could he find the footprints of rabbits and other animals? On this vast land, it seemed that only his footprints came from afar. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and identified the direction. He walked towards the distant hill. Perhaps there would be delicious prey there. Perhaps it was snowing. Along the way, Zhang Xiaohua rarely heard the chirping of birds. He guessed that they were all hiding in their nests and slacking off. According to Zhang Xiaohua's observation, there were no traces of animals on the snow. However, there was nothing strange. The snow was still falling. Perhaps it had been buried long ago. After walking for a while, the hill still seemed to be far away. However, this time Zhang Xiaohua was determined. Thinking of hunting there, he didn't give up early like the previous times, unless he could find rabbits in the woods. However, cunning rabbits always had 3 burrows. How could Zhang Xiaohua, who didn't have much hunting experience, find them? Therefore, the greedy Zhang Xiaohua could only trudge on the snow with difficulty. Please collect, thank you. Chapter 131. Zhang Xiaohua walked for a whole morning, but the snow seemed to show no signs of stopping. The more he walked, the more inconvenient it became. From time to time, there was a tendency for him to slip. Zhang Xiaohua could only carefully rely on the small walking stick. In the forest, the world was full of snow and branches. In addition to the falling snowflakes, there was only the squeaking sound of Zhang Xiaohua's feet stepping on the snow. In this environment, it was actually impossible to distinguish between north and south. Not to distinguish between north and south, but to Zhang Xiaohua, who had no sense of direction, there was not much difference. He only needed to look up at the small mountain. After not looking for a while, he suddenly looked up and found that he was much closer to the small mountain. However, Zhang Xiaohua's interest was not in the mountain, but the animals that could be eaten. After walking for a long time, he did not find the wild rabbits that were commonly seen on the mountain of Guizhuang House. Even the squirrels jumping on the trees were rare. How could he catch them to eat? Zhang Xiaohua was more and more surprised. However, if the squirrels hibernating in the tree hole knew Zhang Xiaohua's thoughts, perhaps they would collectively wake up from their hibernation and bite him together. We usually dance on the tree. It's fine if you admire us. Now that the snow has sealed the mountain, we are sleeping. You want to eat us? Do you want us to live? If scholarly Jin Feng knew, he would secretly give him a copy of Man and Nature, and then secretly feel ashamed. It was because of the teacher's laziness that he did not teach strictly. Zhang Xiaohua looked around just like this as he ceaselessly moved forward. As he walked, his eyelids suddenly twitched, and he immediately stopped moving. When he narrowed his eyes and looked ahead, he couldn't help but be overjoyed in his heart. Wasn't there a gray-colored and plump wild rabbit a few tens of steps away from him? Was that not the braised rabbit leg that he had been yearning for day and night? Since she had found her prey, Zhang Xiaohua began to carefully move forward. She moved lightly, afraid that she would disturb the dazed rabbit's state of mind. Unfortunately, even though Zhang Xiaohua had the experience of chasing chickens and rabbits when he was young, it was just a child's play. When it came to real hunting, he was far from being able to catch this silly rabbit in the snow. Look, when he was only a few feet away, the rabbit's long ears shook, and it immediately broke free from the state of being one with the rabbit. It was no longer a silly rabbit. At this moment, it had inherited the glorious tradition of the rabbit spirits. The souls of Bugs Bunny, Roger Rabbit, and Zhang Xiaohua were all possessed at this moment. At this moment, this silly rabbit was no longer a rabbit facing Zhang Xiaohua. It was all the rabbits that were being hunted. At this moment, it ran away, quickly distancing itself from Zhang Xiaohua. Rabbit, run! How could Zhang Xiaohua let the braised rabbit leg that was right in front of his mouth escape? He immediately chased after it, throwing the situation of his body's injuries to the back of his mind. Alas, sometimes, the human body could still control the body. Thus, the man and the rabbit began a chase in the snowy wilderness. That rabbit was clever, running very fast, and changing directions from time to time, making it very difficult for Zhang Xiaohua to chase. On the other hand, although Zhang Xiaohua did not run very fast, he had the advantage of continuously exerting his strength. This horse stance took half a day, and his physical fitness was not for show. After chasing for a while, he did not feel anything. It was just that the injuries in his body had not healed, and there was pain from time to time, which did not allow him to exert his full strength. He could only maintain a certain speed, chase after the rabbit, and wait for the rabbit to be tired, and then capture it in one fell swoop. Zhang Xiaohua's little abacus crackled loudly, and his strategy was also very correct. Indeed, after chasing for a while, the rabbit's footsteps slowed down slightly. Zhang Xiaohua laughed in his heart, and put more strength into his feet. But as he chased, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes suddenly lit up. In front of him was a flat open ground, and not far from the flat ground was the small mountain that he had always wanted to see. It turned out that during the chase between the man and the rabbit, he had already unknowingly run out of the big forest. However, with the prey in front of him, Zhang Xiaohua did not have the time to admire the scene of a dancing silver snake in the field, and only chased after the rabbit that was also slightly dazed. The rabbit was also not careless. Hearing the sound behind it, it put more strength into it, and ran diagonally towards the small mountain. Not long after, it ran to the front of the mountain. The rabbit also changed its speed from just now, and ran slower. It must have been exhausted by Zhang Xiaohua's chase, but the mountain in front of it was not as high as the slope behind the cottage. It was very steep, so how could the rabbit climb up? It originally thought that it was a way to escape, but when it got closer, it found that it was a hopeless situation. The rabbit paused for a while, and ran along the mountain in a direction. Zhang Xiaohua naturally chased all the way. The rabbit ran slower and slower, and Zhang Xiaohua was getting closer and closer. Just a few more steps, Zhang Xiaohua could reach out and catch it. However, at this moment, the rabbit suddenly stopped, and sniffed around with its nose. Its long ears turned, and it looked back at Zhang Xiaohua, and then turned its head and ran towards the mountain. Zhang Xiaohua saw this from behind, and could not help but be amused. Could it be that this silly rabbit had become stupid after being chased by her? Running into a rock by itself? The ancient said that the cloud could protect the tree and wait for the rabbit. They really did not deceive her. However, what happened next made Zhang Xiaohua's jaw drop. The silly rabbit ran into the mountain rock, but it did not die as Zhang Xiaohua had imagined. Instead, she felt a faint light flash, and the gray rabbit, the rabbit that Zhang Xiaohua had been chasing for the whole morning, actually disappeared. Zhang Xiaohua ran closer, and rubbed her eyes in disbelief, wondering if her eyes were playing tricks on her. If it was not for the traces of the rabbit running through the snow, Zhang Xiaohua really thought that she was dreaming this whole morning. Zhang Xiaohua foolishly walked in front of the mountain rock where the rabbit disappeared. He did not dare to touch it with his hands, and only used the small walking stick to poke at the mountain rock. He did not find anything unusual, and the walking stick did not disappear, so he poked at the nearby stone wall again. Sure enough, he soon found something unusual. The place where the rabbit disappeared was in a circular area about half a person's height. Although there was no abnormal feeling when the walking stick poked it, but there were no snowflakes floating down, nor were there any gravel or mud falling down from above. And to the side, it was the same as Zhang Xiaohua's understanding. It could be brushed off the snowflakes, but if one used too much strength, some mud would fall from above. It was clear that if something was out of the ordinary, there must be something fishy about it. Then, Zhang Xiaohua used the walking stick to test the bottom. In the place where the rabbit's traces disappeared, there was an area about 1 foot square that the walking stick could reach. It was as if there was an invisible hole here. Seeing his small walking stick easily reach into the stone wall, Zhang Xiaohua still could not believe that this was the truth. The walking stick was about to reach the end, but the hole was still bottomless. When the stone wall was close to the hand of the walking stick, Zhang Xiaohua stopped, hesitated for a moment, and then reached in. He knew that his hand had disappeared, leaving only his wrist stuck in the stone wall. Only then did he truly believe that there was a hole here. When Zhang Xiaohua withdrew his walking stick and hand, he stood in the snow and carefully thought. What exactly was inside this thing? Should he take the risk and go in to take a look? Zhang Xiaohua was no less curious about the young man. However, if he had to go into an unknown hole just for a wild rabbit or a trace of curiosity, Zhang Xiaohua would never do it. He knew that curiosity killed the cat. However, if he went back to the cottage empty-handed, Zhang Xiaohua was also not willing to do it. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Xiaohua returned to the forest arrogantly. However, when he was about halfway, Zhang Xiaohua bent down, crawled on the snow, and quietly poked his head out. Just right, he could see the stone wall. Zhang Xiaohua started to make a living by waiting for rabbits. However, after waiting for a while, the wild rabbits still did not come out. Zhang Xiaohua was a little annoyed. Maybe the rabbit was too smart. It hid in there and then it was free. Maybe it was dangerous inside and the rabbit had already died. Maybe there was another way out and the rabbit had already run away. Thinking that the rabbit had already run away and he was still foolishly crawling on the snow, Zhang Xiaohua thought of something. But at that moment, a wild rabbit's head suddenly popped out of the hard stone wall. From afar, it looked very strange. The wild rabbit's head had long ears. It looked left and right before shrinking back. Then, it jumped out of the stone wall and ran off into the distance along the small mountain peak. Seeing the wild rabbit run out, Zhang Xiaohua did not immediately chase after it. Instead, he crouched there and waited for a while. After making sure that nothing else would jump out of the stone wall, he slowly walked over. In fact, when Zhang Xiaohua was crouching on the snow just now, he had already made up his mind. If the rabbit could come out, it would not be dangerous. Moreover, there was no other way. It was very likely to be a closed place. Moreover, the hole was only 1 foot wide. A slightly bigger animal would not be able to get in. Therefore, there should not be any danger. If the rabbit went in and did not come out, then Zhang Xiaohua did not have the courage to go in and play around. When he got close to the stone wall, Zhang Xiaohua stopped again. He crouched down and reached in with his walking stick again. This time, he wanted to see if it was a long and narrow passage or a space that could allow a person to stand up. Sure enough, when his hand reached in, he exerted force and the walking stick stood up. It did not encounter any obstacles. Zhang Xiaohua knew what was going on. Then, he took out the small sword from his pocket and held it in his left hand and the walking stick in his right hand. First, he reached in and shook it for a moment. Then, he gritted his teeth and crouched on the snow, climbing stiffly towards the 1 foot wide stone wall. Zhang Xiaohua, who was crouching on the ground, only felt his vision blur. Then, he entered another place. Wasn't this a cave? He was crouching on the snow in front of the cave. When Zhang Xiaohua stood up and looked carefully, there was something like a thick fog behind him. There was light coming in from the outside, but he could not see the scene outside. The snowflakes were still as big as outside, falling from the top of his head through the fog. On the snow, there were still traces of the rabbits jumping. In front of him, there was a small cave that was commonly seen on the mountain peak. It was slightly taller than Zhang Xiaohua, but it was pitch black inside. He could not see clearly. The traces of the rabbit led to the inside. It was very messy. The rabbit must have entered and exited several times. Seeing such a scene, Zhang Xiaohua's heart tensed up a little. However, he still threw the walking stick in his hand into the cave first. When he heard a dang sound from inside, there was no other sound. He then took out the fire starter from his pocket and carefully lit it. He held it in his right hand and the small sword in his left hand in front of his chest. Step by step, he walked into the pitch-black cave. When he walked into the cave, he carefully looked around with the fire starter. Only then did he feel completely relieved. This was an ordinary cave, the size of a small house. In the innermost part, there was a rectangular stone strip. Next to the stone strip, there was a stone table. There were a few small stone benches around. On the stone table, there was a money bag and a small square stone. The rest was empty. Then there was the small walking stick lying on the ground. Seeing the scene in front of him, Zhang Xiaohua secretly frowned. What was this place? It was so mysterious. There was nothing inside, only a money bag. He was not in a hurry to take the money bag. It was on the stone table. Sooner or later, it would be his. He could take it according to his mood. Therefore, he still did not give up. He took the fire starter and carefully looked around the cave. He even picked up the walking stick and knocked on the stone wall. However, other than seeing some spherical pits on the stone wall, he did not find anything. That pit was a little high. Zhang Xiaohua's fingers could not reach it. He deliberately used the walking stick to poke at it, but he did not find anything. Only then did he give up and came to the front of the stone table. Zhang Xiaohua took the small sword and picked up the money bag. He moved it. Seeing that there was nothing unusual, he moved the small square stone. It was also normal. Only then did he put the small sword back into his pocket. He picked up the stone with his left hand and looked at it carefully with the fire starter in front of his eyes. However, when he looked left, right, up and down, why couldn't he see any difference between it and the pebbles by the river? Could it be because of the different shape? Zhang Xiaohua angrily threw the stone back on the stone table. He picked up the money bag full of expectations. However, when he picked it up lightly, his heart immediately floated. The enthusiasm in his heart turned into snow. He thought that this money bag would at least be filled with a few pieces of silver. It would be best if it could be filled with a few pieces of gold. That would be good. However, the first feeling in his hand told him that it was empty. Zhang Xiaohua did not give up and squeezed with all his strength. However, he did not pinch anything out of it. He then shook it down, but he did not shake out a single rabbit hair. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but be filled with regret. If he had known earlier, he would have caught that silly rabbit first. At least he could have a good meal at night. This was great. An empty money bag, a broken stone, nothing to do, and also a lot of time to crawl in the snow. Zhang Xiaohua curled his lips. Just as he was about to throw the money bag back to the stone table, he twisted it with 2 fingers. He felt that the cloth of the money bag was not bad. It was quite delicate. Besides, he did not have a money bag. The silver that the master gave him was still in a piece of cloth. Now it was just right. Zhang Xiaohua put the fire starter on the stone table. He took out the scattered silver from his pocket and poured it all into the money bag. He tied the mouth and threw it up and down in the air. Then he caught it. The feeling was quite good. Hee, at least this trip was not in vain. After that, Zhang Xiaohua was about to take the fire starter from the stone table. At this time, his eyes fell on the stone. You said that if this was an ordinary stone, would someone be bored enough to put it on the table? Perhaps there was some mystery inside that he could not see through. Forget it. He would rather see wrongly than let it go. How could he have the time to return to a treasure mountain? Even if it was a small stone, he would still take it away. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua picked up the small square stone again and threw it into the money bag. He put it into his pocket and then picked up the fire starter. He looked around again and then slowly walked out of the cave. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the inconceivable thick fog in front of the cave. It was very strange. In such a mystical place, how could there be nothing mystical left for him? Even if there was a bag full of gold, he would not be surprised. But it just had to be an empty money bag. Suddenly, he thought of a problem. Why was there a 1-foot hole in the fog that he could enter? Someone must have been here. Since someone had been here, how could there be anything left for him? This empty money bag must have been taken by someone and casually thrown down. And that small white square stone must have been thrown away by someone. Zhang Xiaohua sighed in his heart. Forget it. His luck was not on his side. Even if he picked up a money bag, it was not bad. At least it was worth his scattered silver. After calming himself down, Zhang Xiaohua prepared to go out. The snow at the entrance of the cave was even heavier. The traces of him entering were almost covered up. Zhang Xiaohua picked up his walking stick again and bent down. He slowly drilled out of the invisible hole. Then, an inconceivable scene appeared on the stone wall outside. First, a stick poked out from the hard stone wall. Then, a young man's head poked out. Then, he slowly crawled out until his whole body came out. Luckily, there was no one else in the wilderness. There was no need to shock the world. When Zhang Xiaohua crawled out, he looked around. It was already late. The forest was still the same. There were still no wild rabbits. Zhang Xiaohua patted the snow and mud off his body. Looking at the stone wall behind him, which was no different from the other parts of the mountain, he followed the footprints that were not covered by the snow and went back the way he came. After Zhang Xiaohua left, the snow became heavier. Not long after, the falling snow covered Zhang Xiaohua's footprints. Before dusk fell, there were no traces left. Only a plain empty space was left. At this time, poor Zhang Xiaohua, who had no sense of direction, could still vaguely recognize the footprints that were about to be covered by the snow. He quickly ran towards the cottage. As he ran, he secretly prayed that he would not get lost. Perhaps Zhang Xiaohua's prayer was effective, or perhaps it was because he had been to this forest many times before. When dusk fell, Zhang Xiaohua saw a high slope in front of him. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but rejoice in his heart. His tense mood relaxed, but at this moment, his right foot suddenly kicked something hard. It did not look like a rock, nor did it look like a branch. When Zhang Xiaohua picked it up with his hand and brought it to his eyes, he vaguely saw that it was a frozen wild rabbit. Please collect it. Thank you. Chapter 132. In the evening, Zhang Xiaohua finally ate the rabbit meat that she had been yearning for day and night. However, it was not braised. Although Zhang Xiaohua was born in a poor family and had been helping out at home since he was young, he was still a boy after all. The work he had done was in the fields. The work on the stove was still relatively unfamiliar to him. The closest thing he had done was to fetch spring water from the stove at home. Therefore, although she wanted to braise it, she simply peeled the rabbit's skin and learned from her father's way of handling chickens. She simply cleaned the rabbit and put it in the pot to cook. When the water boiled and the meat was cooked, although there was no seasoning, it still smelled fragrant. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but feel hungry. Then, Zhang Xiaohua closed her eyes and silently muttered in her heart, "I'm eating braised rabbit meat, I'm eating braised rabbit meat." Then, she was not afraid of the heat. She fished out the whole rabbit from the pot and chewed happily. Her mouth was full of oil. She was very happy. Until Zhang Xiaohua ate up the whole rabbit meat and licked the bare bones reluctantly, she threw the bones into the river in front of her. However, in the winter, the river that used to run in the past had already frozen. With a crack, the bones were thrown on the ice. It was impossible to destroy the evidence of the crime of eating meat. However, she was the fish meat, and she was the knife. Why should she be afraid? The law of the jungle was still applicable in Jianghu. Not to mention that Zhang Xiaohua, who had satisfied her craving for good food, was caressing her round belly while holding a small stick. She was leisurely licking her teeth and looking at the night sky that was still snowing heavily. She was secretly trying to figure out the essence of suddenly looking back at it in the waning light. In the conference hall of the Misty School in the far north, Peng was gathering several brothers in the school to find the bones that had been thrown out. It was not snowing in the Misty Mountain Villa, but the clouds were still dense and the cold wind was whimpering. Although the door of the conference hall was blocked by a thick curtain, it was still difficult to prevent the cold from entering. However, at this time, the atmosphere in the conference hall was unusually cold, making people feel that it was even colder than outside. At the front of the meeting hall, Grand Gang leader Peng was sitting in his usual position with a gloomy face. The flickering light cast a shadow across his face from time to time, making him look even more ferocious. Perhaps it was at this moment that the majesty of a superior was fully displayed. At this time, everyone in the conference hall was silent. No one dared to make a sound. After a long while, Peng coughed and asked gently, "Senior brother, how is Yen-er's body?" Big Boss who usually looked very inconspicuous, also had a straight face as he said, "Yen-er's body is already weak. At night when she went out, she was drenched in the heavy rain and has already caught a cold. In addition, she was affected by the wind from the black-robed elder's palm and injured her internal organs. This illness and injury are quite serious. I heard from Hall Master Qin that she had already fainted on the way. After she woke up, she found a doctor along the way to treat her. After second brother rushed over, he also used his internal energy to treat Yen-er's injuries. After taking the medicine from the sect, she was already much better when she came back. Now, the doctor in the sect has already seen her and we have also invited a doctor from Pingyang City to treat her. Now, there is no major problem. After a short rest, she should be able to recover. Hearing that Yan's body had recovered, Peng's expression became slightly more restrained. He said to Big Boss "Senior brother, I'm a little busy here during this period. Please pay more attention and take care of Yen-er's matters." Big Boss nodded and said, "Yen-er is our precious treasure. You can rest assured. Now that she is in our territory, I won't let her suffer the slightest grievance." Peng nodded and asked Hall Master Lu Yuzhou of the Law Enforcement Hall, "How's the investigation of the background of the black-robed men?" Lu Yuzhou hesitated for a moment and said, "After I received sect master's instructions, I immediately led my subordinates to investigate this matter personally. I know that eldest Miss and her group prioritize stability on their return journey. I'm afraid that it will take too long. Although the weather has turned cold, the corpses of the black-robed men will also rot. Therefore, I went ahead to receive eldest Miss in advance. I have personally checked the corpses of the black-robed men. I have also seen the features of their faces and bodies. I have also asked my subordinates to record them and prepare a record. However, among these people, the black-robed old man's face has been disfigured and I can't tell who he is. As for the others, they are all mediocre people. Although I have already drawn their faces and handed them to my disciples to secretly pay attention to them, it is not easy to find out the background of these people in the vast sea of people." Peng said angrily, "Find them. We must find them. Although it is difficult, it does not mean that it is impossible. As long as there is a trace of possibility, we must find out who is behind them." Lu Yuzhou hurriedly bowed and replied, "I will follow sect master's instructions." Peng calmed his emotions and then asked, "Are there any other clues?" Lu Yuzhou shook his head and said, "These black-robed men's clothes and weapons are all extremely common items. They are very common in the Jianghu. I was unable to find any valuable clues. Moreover, they did not carry anything with them at all. Even the cleverest housewife cannot cook a meal without rice. I was unable to find anything useful. Peng snorted through his nose and said, "Don't tell me you have no clue at all." Lu Yuzhou said in a low voice, "Your subordinate is incompetent." For the time being, I was unable to find any other clues. Then, he opened his mouth and looked like he wanted to say something but stopped. Peng could not help but frown and said, "If you have anything to say, just say it. You now have a great responsibility. You must find out who is behind this. Our Misty School is not a side school that can be bullied by others." Lu Yuzhou hurriedly bowed and said, "Your subordinate has more or less understood the situation at that time from the subordinates of Huanxi Manor and the female disciples of Mingcue Hall. However, I would like to know more about it. Hall Master Qin and Xianxia have been kept by Sect Master for the past few days. Your subordinate has not had the opportunity to find them. Do you think we should let them describe the situation at that time again today? It just so happens that all the elders are here." Peng nodded and said, "That would be good. I have also heard some things and felt that there was something fishy. Today we will let them explain it properly and all of you can give us some advice. Xianxia, tell us the specific situation from beginning to end." Xianxia rubbed his bald head and said, "Sect Master, do you want to tell us everything?" Peng glared at him and said, "Nonsense, tell us everything." Xianxia thought for a moment and then said, "That day I drove the carriage, carrying Manor Lord O and Hall Master Qin out of Huanxi Manor's gate. Later, I felt refreshed and could not help but sing a little tune. At first they praised me, but as I sang, they did not like it. However, Sect Master, the heavens have pity on me. I only know this song. If you want me to sing something else, I can't sing it." Everyone listened and looked at each other in dismay. What was this? Lu Qingyang almost spat out the wine in her mouth. Then, everyone could not help but cover their mouth and laugh. Peng also did not know whether to laugh or cry. He waved his hand and said, "Xianxia, tell us the important things." Xianxia frowned and said, "Sect Master, didn't you want me to tell you everything?" Peng spat, "You have to tell me everything, but you also have to tell me everything that happened before and after the Manor Lord was attacked. When you drove out, the men in black were still nowhere to be seen. What's there to say? Also, what does your singing have to do with the attack?" Xianxia replied with grievance, "How would I know what is related to the black-clothed men? Maybe they were jealous because I sang well. Maybe when I drove out, the black-clothed men knew." Peng rolled his eyes and nodded. "That makes sense. Lu Yuzhou, do you understand?" Peng nodded and said, "That's right." Lu Yuzhou nodded and said, "This subordinate understands." Xianxia asked in surprise, "Hall Master Lu, what do you understand?" "Why don't I understand?" Peng waved his hand and said, "It's none of your business. Just tell me." Xianxia asked patiently, "Then, do you still want to tell me everything?" Peng thought for a moment and said, "Just tell me everything." Xianxia asked again, "Do you really want to tell me everything?" Peng said angrily, "Just tell me. Don't talk so much nonsense. Even if you go to the toilet, you still have to tell me." Xianxia's face turned red. He hesitated and said, This need not be said." Peng gritted his teeth and was about to go berserk. Xianxia saw this and hurriedly told the truth. Although Xianxia was a careless and impetuous man, he talked about the things that happened along the way in detail. He spoke slowly and seemed to be very serious. When he said that every place along the way, there was a youth called Zhang Xiaohua who went out to find a place to practice martial arts, Peng couldn't help but frown. He looked suspiciously at Aunt Qin and said, "This youth called Zhang Xiaohua, why does his name sound so familiar?" Before Peng's voice fell, Lu Yuzhou immediately stood up and said anxiously, "Hall Master Qin, this youth goes out every day. Didn't you follow him?" It's very likely that he's a mole for the black-clothed men. Where is this person now? I have to catch him and interrogate him. Xianxia, who was talking heartily, naturally didn't dare to say anything after being interrupted by Peng. But when he heard Lu Yuzhou's shout, he immediately became angry and said angrily, "How can you say that about Zhang Xiaohua? I can guarantee that Zhang Xiaohua is definitely not a mole for the black-clothed men." Lu Yuzhou said, "As long as he's a mole, he'll naturally hide it very well. How could he let you know?" "Xianxia, you're more careless, so of course you wouldn't find out. Don't make a promise just because of personal feelings." At this time, a voice like an oriole's chirp sounded, "Hall Master Lu, I also have the same thoughts as Xianxia. I'm willing to use my life to guarantee that this Zhang Xiaohua is definitely not a mole." Lu Yuzhou didn't need to turn around to know that it was Aunt Qin who spoke. He frowned and said, "Hall Master Qin, now isn't the time to let your emotions affect your decisions. We're looking for clues and we have to be suspicious of any clues. It's better to mistakenly kill one than to let one go." However, Aunt Qin was a bit anxious and said in one breath, "All right then. Have you ever heard of a spy who reaches the end of his career will kill his own people? Have you ever heard of a spy who reaches the end of his career will sacrifice his own life to save the person he wants to kill, regardless of whether he knows martial arts or not?" Lu Yuzhou was stunned and said in puzzlement, "Hall Master Qin, you don't need to be so agitated. Speaking of Zhang Xiaohua, why are you talking so much?" Xianxia interrupted him in a low, muffled voice and said, "Zhang Xiaohua was the one who blocked in front of Manor Head O and killed the black-clothed old man." Lu Yuzhou suddenly understood and stood up to apologize, "Hall Master Qin, please don't blame me. This one isn't clear about these things." Aunt Qin took a deep breath and said with a smile, "Don't blame me, don't blame me. Hall Master Lu, this one is also a bit anxious. Actually, when Zhang Xiaohua went out to practice his fist techniques, I also sent people to check on him. He was indeed practicing some messy fist techniques. I think he was afraid of being laughed at. I also asked He Tianshu of the medicine hall about this." Peng heard this and also understood. He smiled and said, "Ah, that's right. I also remember this name when Yen came back. She said that he saved her life. It seems that he was injured by the black-clothed man and fell into the water. I don't know if he's been found yet." Boss Hu continued, "He hasn't been found yet. I've already sent people to contact related forces to help find him." Then, he hesitated for a moment and said, "However, we've already searched a few dozen miles downstream. There's no sign of him alive or dead. It's been almost a month. There's probably no hope of finding him anymore. There's an 80 to 90% chance that he was killed on the spot by the black-clothed old man. His corpse has already sunk into the river to feed the fish and turtles." Peng nodded and said, "No matter what, he saved Yen's life. We have to compensate him well." Boss Hu agreed and said, "It's the new year now. The sect is busy. It's not easy to inform him of this kind of thing now. Moreover, he has an older brother who is an armed escort at the Lotus Escort Agency. He's currently on a long escort mission. We'll talk about it when he comes back." Peng nodded silently and then motioned for Stone Ox to continue. Stone Ox understood and glared fiercely at Lu Yuzhou. He continued with what he had just said and recounted everything that had happened along the way. After listening to Stone Ox, Boss Hu spoke first and said, "The previous robbery should be consistent with our initial speculation. It's to test our power. Hall Master Qin is a famous figure in Jianghu. He must be clear about the details of his martial arts. Stone Ox is not famous in Jianghu, but he must be familiar with the gangs that are familiar with us or pay attention to us. The second competition and Stone Ox's competition on the rainy night are obviously two different situations. I guess they didn't expect He Tianshu from the pharmacy hall. Although this young man's martial arts are not the best, he's an obstacle for them. They can't firmly suppress us with their strength, so they didn't really make a move during the robbery. Peng continued Boss Hu's words and said, so, they hurriedly found this black-clothed old man with excellent martial arts and made a foolproof arrangement. They let people with similar martial arts to Hall Master Qin stall Stone Ox and the others, and then let the black-clothed old man capture or kill Yen Er. Good plan, good strategy. Boss Hu also smiled and said, however, they didn't expect that our disciples would see through the clues and send reinforcements to rescue them. Peng also smiled and said, yes, this disciple called Lan Dong is very good. He's smart and careful. He went back to the school with the team. Let him hand over some things and choose another disciple to go down. Let him stay in the school and focus on training. He should be of great use. Boss Hu said, yes, this time it's all thanks to Lan Dong. Without his news, we would still be in the dark. Second brother and fifth brother wouldn't be able to arrive in time. It's only right to reward him. At this time, Stone Ox opened his mouth and said, big gang leader, I think this time the one with the greatest martial arts should be Zhang Xiaohua. If he didn't kill the black-clothed old man, not only the manor lord would be in trouble, even if Lan Dong and the others arrived, I'm afraid. Hearing this, Peng nodded and said, that's right. However, this person is already gone. It's useless to talk about martial arts. Zhang Xiaohua is also not a member of our Misty School. How do you want me to reward him? It's better to give more compensation. Stone Ox scratched his head and said, anyway, as long as big gang leader knows who has the most merit, I don't have any other opinions. Lu Yuzhou opened his mouth again and said, gang leader, from Stone Ox's description, I think it should be a gang that we're familiar with or a famous sect in Jianghu. We're familiar with their martial arts and manpower. Naturally, we can't use them. That's why we found people from other places who can't see the light of day to work for them. This is why we didn't have enough manpower during the night attack. Otherwise, with only eldest miss and the others, the black-clothed men wouldn't have used any tricks or strategies. Peng smiled and said, Hall Master Lu is right. Since you've explained it this way, you naturally have a plan. I'll leave the investigation to you. I hope you'll be able to find out the truth soon. Lu Yuzhou's face turned bitter and said, okay, I'll do my best. Then, Peng looked at Stone Ox and Aunt Qin and said, Hall Master Qin, Stone Ox, you've worked hard before. However, you didn't analyze the situation on the way and there were flaws in your plans. Tell me, how should you be punished? Aunt Qin smiled bitterly and said, gang leader is right. I've been careless. If I'd paid more attention, I would have found something fishy long ago. We wouldn't have ended up in an irreversible situation. I'm willing to accept my punishment. Stone Ox scratched his head and said, big gang leader, I know I'm wrong and I'm willing to accept my punishment. However, you can punish me however you want, but please don't punish me by not drinking. The last time I went out with eldest miss, I didn't dare to drink. If you don't let me have my fill now, I'll suffocate. Everyone laughed, and only then did the atmosphere in the meeting hall become lively. Peng smiled and said, the two of you have been following us the whole way. Even if you don't have merit, at least you've worked hard. However, our Misty School has always been fair in its rewards and punishments. We can't give you something to offset your merits. Go back to the disciplinary hall to receive your punishment. Aunt Qin and Stone Ox hurriedly bowed and said, understood, gang leader. Then, Peng waved his hand and let Lu Yuzhou, Aunt Qin, and Stone Ox leave first. After they left, Peng said to Boss Hu, eldest senior brother, the year is passing by quickly. In the blink of an eye, it's the 15th of the first month. Everything needs to be planned. Chapter 133. Hu Lao laughed and said, yes, tomorrow after tomorrow, year after year, as if this day last year was yesterday, vivid in my mind. I'm getting old. Li Jian, who had been silent all this time, interrupted and said, it's because we're old that there are young talents flocking to us. Peng said with a smile, second brother is right. Didn't we all go through the same thing when we were young? However, I don't believe that eldest senior brother is old. Now that eldest senior brother's inner strength is profound, he is also a famous expert in the Jianghu. Although he is old, his ambition is still 1,000 miles away. He still has a lot of potential. Lu Qingyang, Lu Laowu, shouted, what's there to be afraid of? When you're old, you can just eat the longevity pill. Hearing this, Hu Laoda frowned and said solemnly, Laowu, what did I say last year? Don't tell me you've forgotten. Lu Laowu shrunk his neck and muttered, this, of course I haven't forgotten your teachings. I just said it casually. Hu Laoda looked around the hall and said, I'll repeat it again today. My Misty School doesn't have any longevity pill. You've only heard about it. Remember. Everyone replied, understood, eldest senior brother. Then, Su Peihua, Su Laowu, asked, third brother, when will Laowu come back? Peng said with a smile, I just received news that Laowu and Shui Yupeng have already made their move. They should be back tomorrow or 2 days later. Su Laowu said, in the past, we 6 brothers used to spend the new year together. Now that there's the Luo Shui gang, we've left Laowu outside. I miss him a little. Peng said, the Luo Shui gang situation has just stabilized. Naturally, there needs to be someone to oversee it. Shui Yupeng's martial arts are good, but she's not good at scheming. Laowu can go over to help. Moreover, for the new year, the gang leader naturally has to be in the gang. Since I'm not going to Luo Shui, Shui Yupeng will have to be there. Anyway, they'll be back soon. Hu Lao laughed and said, Laowu is right. If you're the gang leader, you naturally have the responsibility of the gang leader. You have less time for yourself. However, third brother, even though it's still the new year, today's new year is very different from last year's. Peng and the others looked at Big Boss Hu with a smile, feeling proud in their hearts. Boss Hu continued, in the short span of a year, our Misty School's strength has increased by quite a bit. Our brothers' martial arts have also become outstanding. Not to mention, we have also joined forces with the Luo Shui gang, allowing our Misty School to develop both on land and on water. This is one good news after another. Old Fifth Lu suddenly interrupted, sesame blossoms and grows higher and higher. Everyone was stunned for a moment before they smiled and said, Old Fifth's words are absolutely correct. Su Laolu was puzzled and asked, Fifth brother, when did you learn to drop your bag? Old Fifth Lu rolled his eyes and said, if I don't read, I can't listen. So that was how it was. Everyone was delighted. When everyone finished laughing, Peng continued Hu Lao Da's words and said, this is all thanks to the secret plane. Therefore, today, I asked you to stay behind to talk about the treasure hunt in the secret plane in a few days. Hearing this, Old Fifth Lu and Su Laolu did not speak. For this kind of discussion, they always only brought their ears and their mouths to drink. As for Li Jian, his face was still as calm as water. His eyes occasionally moved, but no one knew what he was thinking. Peng had already known about this situation. His words were directed at everyone, but his eyes were looking at Big Boss Hu. Big Boss Hu laughed and said, Third brother, what are your thoughts? Let's listen first. Fourth brother is not here now. When he comes back, you can have a good discussion with him. Peng said, in fact, it's very simple. Eldest senior brother, my opinion is the same as before. It's better for us to deal with the changes by sticking to the status quo. It's better for us to send an inconspicuous disciple. Big Boss Hu frowned and said, during this period of time, the strength of our Misty School has greatly increased. The strength of our elite disciples has also greatly increased. It will definitely fall into the eyes of some discerning people. It's inevitable that they will pay more attention to some of our actions. If we only send a disciple, we have to consider the safety issue. Peng said with a smile, it's precisely because people will pay attention to it that we should do this. If you and I go, won't we attract more attention? It's better to send more disciples out and set up some smokescreens so that they can't figure out what we're going to do. In fact, I think that the secret plane may be known by others sooner or later. We can only hide it for as long as we can. We can take advantage of this time to get as much benefits as possible. Big Boss Hu asked again, so this time, we still let Yanming Jisher lead the operation? Peng said with a wry smile, there's no other way. He has been there twice and is familiar with it. Moreover, he is the only one among the four forces that doesn't attract the attention of Jianghu people. If we don't let him go, who else can we send? Big Boss Hu laughed and said, Yanming Jisher is an honest and wonderful person with a good reputation. However, in front of the treasure, who won't be greedy? I hope he won't do anything stupid. Peng said, we choose him because he is the weakest among the four forces. Before he does anything, he will think it over. Big Boss Hu said, in that case, I have no objection. What about you? Big Boss Hu turned to look at the others. Lu Laowu and Su Laolu were sipping wine. When they heard the eldest senior brother's question, they had no time to swallow the wine and just nodded hurriedly. Li Laoer said, in a low voice to show his agreement. Seeing this, Big Boss Hu said with a smile, we have no objection. You go ahead and do it first. When Laosi comes back, we can discuss the specific details. By the way, it's better not to disclose this matter to Shui Yupeng. After all, we may know a person's face but not his heart. It can make us completely relieved. Peng said with a smile, don't worry, eldest senior brother. The fewer people who know a secret, the more confidential it is. Big Boss Hu said, well, this matter is settled. I'm relieved that you can do it. You can do it. The rest of the people also had the same look in their eyes and felt the same. Peng was speechless. He rubbed his nose with his fingers and smiled bitterly. Let's not talk about how Peng arranged the troops and arranged the disciples to release the smoke screen the next day. Let's talk about Zhang Xiaohua, who had been labeled as a glorious death. He had no idea that he had enjoyed the treatment of dying in the line of duty. He was just bored by the boring wait. It was snowing outside the cottage. It didn't stop until dawn. The sky also cleared up. The bright sunlight shone on the dozens of miles of frozen ground. Standing by the river, looking at the frozen jade belt and the snow-covered mountains, the golden sunlight hit one's face. The scene was extremely magnificent. If one appreciated such an artistic conception calmly, one might be able to comprehend something. Unfortunately, what the impatient Zhang Xiaohua wanted to see was not a static picture. What he wanted was a moving portrait of the people who came to find him. Unfortunately, in this desolate wilderness, whether there was snow or not, there were no signs of people. Now that the river was frozen, there were no boats. Zhang Xiaohua was annoyed. He picked up a stone and threw it at the layer of ice on the water. With a light, kacha sound, the stone broke through the layer of ice and fell into the river. Then, with a plop sound, it disappeared without a trace. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly realized that the layer of ice was not thick. He had wanted to jump on it to play, but now that he thought about it, his forehead was sweating. After a while of fear, Zhang Xiaohua could no longer keep his empty mind. He hurried back to the cottage. Using his fingers and toes to count, he realized that he had left the team for more than a month. Until now, no one had come to find him. Perhaps he was too optimistic. Zhang Xiaohua laughed at himself. The entire team's mission was to protect Yan's safety. When they were attacked by the men in black, the first thing they thought about was how to protect Yan. How could they spare more people to find him? Thinking about this, Zhang Xiaohua, who felt neglected, could not help but feel angry. They were all humans. They were all born of humans. Why couldn't they treat them equally? If they were born of demons, he would not be so calculative with them. Also, he stood up and saved the village head. Why did they give him some love and care? Why didn't they come to find him and let him feel the warmth of the mountain? This guy had wronged the people in the village. Why didn't he think about how far he had drifted? How could they find him? However, the kind Zhang Xiaohua immediately turned that trace of grief into worry for Yan and Qiu Tong. She did not know if her two sisters would be able to escape safely. Perhaps it was because they were still in danger that they could not send people to find him. Look, he had already learned to find excuses for others. What a kind country boy. Thinking about this, Zhang Xiaohua did not want to wait here for nothing. Thinking about the days, it should be the new year now. The desire to sit around the stove with his family immediately turned into motivation to move forward. Zhang Xiaohua quickly walked back to the cottage. After tidying up a little, he prepared to get up. When it came to packing, all he had to do was find a handy walking stick. Zhang Xiaohua had drifted along with the crowd and had nothing on him except for the small sword in his hand. Now that he was leaving, all he had was a money pouch he had picked up. Of course, the most important thing in the money pouch was money. If not for the slippery ground after the snow, Zhang Xiaohua probably wouldn't have even bothered to pick up the walking stick. Zhang Xiaohua carefully closed the wooden door of the cottage. Looking around the place where she had lived for more than a month, she was reluctant to leave. Naturally, the kind-looking Shirtai and the cold, arrogant but pitiful Miss Xiaomeng appeared in her mind. She did not know how they were doing now. In the vast sea of people, she did not know where they were. Perhaps she would never see them again in this life. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head. Her left hand touched the little toy that already had an owner. She smiled bitterly and turned to walk out of the small yard. On the left side of the cottage, there was a small path along the river. Before it snowed, Zhang Xiaohua could still see it clearly. Now, there was no trace of it. Zhang Xiaohua could not clear all the snow on the path. Therefore, she could only walk along the river and stagger. When Shirtai left, he had explained the way out very clearly. Zhang Xiaohua also remembered it clearly. Unfortunately, they had only told her the path without snow. After the snow, the world was white. There were no signs, no directions, no directions. Zhang Xiaohua regretted it. What should she do? Did she have to go back to the cottage and wait until the snow melted again? However, it was already winter. If she wanted to wait until the snow melted, wouldn't it be better to wait until spring came? Thinking of sitting alone in the cottage, Zhang Xiaohua felt a headache coming on. She immediately dismissed the idea of going back and continued walking along the river. The path did not always follow the river. When she reached a certain place, Zhang Xiaohua estimated and immediately turned in another direction. After walking for a while, she saw a forest. Zhang Xiaohua was secretly happy. This was exactly what Shirtai had described. She must have gone the right way. Therefore, she identified the direction and plunged in. However, once she entered the forest, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but complain. The snow in the forest was not less than outside at all. There was also a lot of withered grass and dry branches. It was very inconvenient to walk. Even if there was no snow, it was still very difficult to walk. Was this the path that Shirtai had taken when he went out? Zhang Xiaohua had great doubts in her heart. In fact, Shirtai was right. Zhang Xiaohua's memory was even more correct. However, Shirtai seemed to have forgotten that she had always used lightness skill to walk this path. How could she walk step by step like Zhang Xiaohua? Shirtai had forgotten, and Zhang Xiaohua did not know either. As she walked, she secretly admired Shirtai. The older the ginger, the spicier it was. The younger generation could not compare with her in terms of hardships. This Xiaotai walked such a difficult path every day. She left early and returned late. She was really a role model for her generation. But after walking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua's heart no longer had longing and admiration. Anyone who walked for a long time in the vast snow forest would have feelings. Yesterday, Zhang Xiaohua had just tasted this feeling. In front of delicious food, she did not think. Today, she tasted this difficult path again. It was inevitable that she would complain in her heart. How did Xiaotai find such a hidden place? Could it be that she also floated over the river like herself? Moreover, the most terrible thing was that Zhang Xiaohua did not notice at all. Step by step, he slowly deviated from his original direction. When he finally walked out of the dense forest and looked up, he was surprised to find that in front of him was not the small hill that Xiaotai had mentioned, but a flat field. Zhang Xiaohua was immediately dumbfounded. This, obviously, she was lost. However, this ending was not out of Zhang Xiaohua's expectations. Zhang Xiaohua was very confident in her ability to have a poor sense of direction. It was almost impossible to not get lost after walking such a long path without clear markings. After a moment of silence, Zhang Xiaohua identified the direction and walked down firmly. Anyway, as long as she walked patiently, she would reach a village or town one day. It was hard to say whether Zhang Xiaohua was lucky or unlucky. In the other direction of the dense forest, which was the direction that Xiaotai had pointed out, the hill was not much shorter than the mountain behind the cottage. Now, it was covered with snow and it was very difficult to climb forward. Even if Zhang Xiaohua walked to the front of the hill correctly, it would be very difficult to climb over it. It was not as easy as Xiaotai had said. After you climb over the hill, there will be a large fruit forest in front of you. Follow the path around the fruit forest and you will see the fairy. Obviously, when Xiaotai said, climb over, she must have used her lightness skill to climb over it. He wondered if she had thought about it that day when she held Xiao Meng's hand and floated past. With Zhang Xiaohua's ability, would it be easy for her to climb over? Zhang Xiaohua didn't seem to realize that he was walking on an easy path thanks to his poor sense of direction. Zhang Xiaohua took a few steps forward, taking one step at a time. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaohua's injuries were mostly healed, and his physical fitness was top-notch. He didn't feel tired even after walking for a long time. After walking for more than half a day, Zhang Xiaohua saw that the sun was setting in the west. She was anxious. Walking was not a problem, but it was dark. What should she do? She couldn't keep walking. She had to take a rest. Thinking of her habit of sleeping at midnight and looking around where there was no one, Zhang Xiaohua shuddered. So Zhang Xiaohua stopped. Facing the setting sun, she shaded her eyes with her hands and looked into the distance. It seemed that there was a faint mountain range over there. Maybe she could find a cave to stay in there. After making up her mind, Zhang Xiaohua put away her walking stick, took a deep breath, and ran towards the mountain range. With the arrival of dusk, Zhang Xiaohua ran faster. Seeing the mountain range getting closer and closer, her heart became more and more at ease. When she ran closer, there was only a touch of sunset light left on the horizon. Even if Zhang Xiaohua's body was good, she was tired and panting at this time. The slope of the mountain range was gentle, so it was easy to climb. So while she could still see clearly, Zhang Xiaohua climbed while looking for a cave. But the mountain was getting higher and higher, Zhang Xiaohua's heart became colder and colder. The sky was about to turn dark, but she still couldn't find a place to stay. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua had climbed to a high place. Looking up, she couldn't help but be overjoyed. In the distance, there was a shadow of a dark area. It was obviously higher than the side. Zhang Xiaohua quickened his pace and walked closer. The stone in her heart finally fell. If it wasn't an abandoned house, then what was it? Zhang Xiaohua walked closer and took out a match. She lit it and saw that it was a dilapidated mountain temple. Half of the plaque in front of the door had fallen and was hanging there at an angle. She could vaguely see the big words on it, Mountain God Temple. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. How could there be such a temple in the wilderness? But it was also good. Today, it helped Zhang Xiaohua. At least she wouldn't have to sleep in the wilderness. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua lit a match and looked around the mountain god temple briefly. Then, he picked up some dried branches around the temple and started a raging bonfire in the temple's hall. After a tiring day, Zhang Xiaohua leaned against the warm fire and ate some dry rations that she brought with her. She immediately felt refreshed. Then, Zhang Xiaohua gathered her thoughts and got into a fighting stance. In this spacious mountain god temple, she practiced the Fist of the North Star 9 times. When the cool energy flowed through her body, Zhang Xiaohua stretched her arms and legs comfortably. These days were really comfortable. Of course, after recuperating from his injuries, Zhang Xiaohua practiced Elder Yu's swordsmanship to the best of his ability. After which, he found some straw at the back of the temple and laid it down beside the bonfire before falling asleep comfortably. Please add it to your collection, thank you. Chapter 134. The night was boundless and a half-moon hung in the sky. The white snow reflected a weak white light. In the quiet wilderness, a black dot like a bullet suddenly appeared in the distance and quickly shot towards the snow-covered mountains. That black dot from time to time swept past the branches that stretched into the night sky and stepped on the thick snow without touching the ground. The branches swayed slightly but the snow did not fall. The snow that was stepped on only left a slight trace. Obviously, this was a very high level of Qin Gong. It turned out that this was a night walker dressed in black. The black-clothed man's speed was very fast. Not long after, he had reached the bottom of the mountain. The black-clothed man stopped at the bottom of the mountain and then shot up the mountain. His speed was not much slower than when he was on the plains. Not long after, he came to a flat place. He looked around and ran towards a dark place. When he got close, the dark thing showed its outline. Wasn't it the mountain temple where Zhang Xiaohua stayed at night? At this time, the black-clothed man suddenly stopped. He took out something from his arms and slowly walked to the door. He stuck his head out and stared at Zhang Xiaohua who was sleeping next to a bonfire that was about to extinguish. After listening for a while, he walked in with heavy footsteps. When he entered the temple, under the weak light of the fire, the black dagger in the black-clothed man's hand emitted a cold aura. The black-clothed man saw the young boy lying next to the bonfire and was slightly relieved. But his hand was still holding the dagger. He walked a few steps into the temple and picked up a small stone from the ground. He threw it at Zhang Xiaohua. The stone hit Zhang Xiaohua's hand. It was very light. Zhang Xiaohua was sleeping soundly at this time. How could he feel it? However, it was precisely his lack of feeling and reaction that made the black-clothed man very surprised. He carefully stepped forward and tried to kick Zhang Xiaohua, but he still did not move like a dead pig. The black-clothed man heaved a sigh of relief. It turned out that this person was already dead. The black-clothed man used his finger to test Zhang Xiaohua's nose. Hey, why is he still breathing? The black-clothed man was puzzled. Then, he pushed Zhang Xiaohua with all his strength. But Zhang Xiaohua did not seem to feel anything. He turned over and went back to sleep. When the person saw this, he ignored Zhang Xiaohua and casually picked up a few withered branches from the side and added them to the almost extinguished bonfire. The flames immediately circled around the branches and burned rapidly. The entire temple immediately lit up and warmed up. Not long after, the black-clothed man's eyes looking at the flames suddenly glanced up. He seemed to have noticed something and then stared at the temple door. Sure enough, a black shadow rushed in from outside, bringing in a gust of cold wind. The bonfire swayed left and right. When that person stood still, it was a short and thin night walker. He also had a black cloth wrapped around his head, so people could not see his face clearly. The person who came later looked around the temple and saw Zhang Xiaohua beside the bonfire. He frowned and said, "Mei Laoyao, who is this boy?" The black-clothed man called Mei Laoyao smiled and said, "I don't know. When I got here, this boy was already sleeping here." The black-clothed man who came later said, "Then why don't you go to another place?" Mei Laoyao said unhappily, "Do you think it's easy to find a hidden place? I tried just now. This boy is asleep. I can't do anything. He doesn't have any internal energy. He's probably a country boy who got lost." "Shopkeeper Lu, you're too careful." When shopkeeper Lu heard this, he walked forward and said, "It's better to be safe than sorry. If I wasn't careful, how could I live until now?" Shopkeeper Lu walked to Zhang Xiaohua and also looked at him. He kicked him twice. Just as Mei Laoyao said, there was no reaction. However, he was still worried. He used his internal energy and pressed a few acupoints on Zhang Xiaohua's body. He said, "Let him sleep. If I don't hit his sleeping acupoint, I won't feel at ease." Mei Laoyao was still warming himself by the fire. He said, "Okay, you're finally relieved. Come and warm yourself." Shopkeeper Lu sat beside the bonfire and asked, "Mei Laoyao, how did you find this place? I've been in Misty Rain Town for so long. How come I've never heard of a mountain god temple here?" Mei Laoyao said unhappily, "Just because you haven't heard of it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. I came to Misty Rain Town for a mission 2 years ago and was discovered by my enemies. When I chased all the way here, I found it on the mountain. When I looked for you this time, I suddenly thought that such a secluded place would be the best place to see you." Shopkeeper Lu said with a smile, "That's right. A place that even I don't know of is naturally very appropriate. However, on such a snowy night, only someone as good as you won't leave too many traces on the snow. I can't do that. It's hard to guarantee that I won't be seen." Mei Laoyao sneered and said, "So what if someone sees us tomorrow? Can he know what we talked about tonight? Can he find your shop?" Shopkeeper Lu said with a smile, "You're right, little brother. I'm being overly cautious." Mei Laoyao said, "There's no right or wrong. Once you enter the Jianghu, you can't help yourself. There's a bloody disaster at any time. It's normal to be careful. Oh, okay, let's cut the small talk. What's wrong with the Tan family?" Shopkeeper Lu immediately stopped smiling and said, "The Tan family is managed like a family. I've sent spies to infiltrate them several times, but they all failed. In order not to alert the enemy, I didn't dare to try again. Now, as a jade shopkeeper, I have some connections with their third young master." Mei Laoyao didn't say anything. Seeing this, shopkeeper Lu didn't know whether the other was happy or sad. He said with a smile, "I know this is far from the requirements of the organization, but I do have some difficulties. You see, I've made friends with some low-level disciples. They can't get close to the core of the Tan family, and they can't find out anything useful. As for the core disciples, not to mention their eldest young master and second young master, who are all outstanding talents and extremely shrewd, even disciples like Tan Wen and Tan Wu, who are slightly from the side branches, have received strict training since they were young. They are strict with themselves in all aspects. It's very difficult to cater to their preferences." Mei Laoyao frowned and said, "This is the truth. The organization also knows this. Didn't they let you come here because they liked your specialty? That's why they gave you this tough nut to crack. You have to display the spirit of not being afraid of hardship and not being tired. Bring out the spirit you used to be good at fighting battles. Strive to put a calming lantern in this difficult place. Shopkeeper Lu was stunned and said, "This. Brother Mei, what is a calming lantern?" Mei Lao Yao smiled and said, "Brother Lu, you're just a country bumpkin. A calming lantern is a lantern that can be placed in the sky. It's like you've made achievements that people look up to." Shopkeeper Lu cupped his hands and said, I'm impressed. Brother Mei, a scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes. After your training at the headquarters, your level has improved greatly. Mei Lao Yao was also happy. He cupped his hands in a certain direction and said, "This is all a gift from the master. You and I must be grateful. If you do well this time, you might be able to receive the master's appreciation." When shopkeeper Lu heard this, he hurried forward and took out an item from his bosom. He carefully placed it in front of Mei Lao Yao and said with a smile, "Brother Mei, this is an ancient jade that I received when I was in the countryside last time. It's warm in the winter and cool in the summer. It's very unique. Please accept it and admire it when you're free." Mei Lao Yao looked at the item that shopkeeper Lu handed over and accepted it carelessly. He said with a smile, "Brother Lu, you're so kind. I only have this little hobby, yet you've taken it seriously. Just based on this, it's impossible for me not to improve." Shopkeeper Lu said modestly, "My insignificant skills are nothing. Compared to Brother Mei, it's like a firefly compared to the bright moon. I hope you'll put in more good words for me in the future." Mei Lao Yao rubbed the item in his hand and said with a smile, "The master is a master who can't tolerate sand in his eyes. Naturally, he will reward those who make a contribution and punish those who make a mistake. If Brother Lu can have some achievements, I'll also be able to benefit from it." Shopkeeper Lu said, "Isn't that still dependent on the master's guidance and brother's support?" Mei Lao Yao smiled and didn't say anything else. He just played with the ancient jade in his hand. Shopkeeper Lu saw that his goal had been achieved and said, "However, I heard third young Master Tan talk about some things in the past few days. There are actually some clues." Mei Lao Yao made a sound of surprise and said, "Tell me about it. Perhaps you've made some new discoveries." Shopkeeper Lu said, "According to third young Master Tan, the Tan family sent out many disciples before and after the new year. It seemed like there were many missions." Third young Master Tan was a bit puzzled. Although the family usually had some affairs outside, they were all scattered at different times. He hadn't seen any disciples go out at the end of the year. He was very puzzled. Mei Lao Yao said, "Then did you ask him what kind of missions they were?" Shopkeeper Lu said with a smile, "How would I dare to ask such a sensitive question?" However, listening to his vague meaning, he also didn't know. Moreover, when he asked the family head, he was reprimanded. If he hadn't been reprimanded, he wouldn't necessarily have told me. Mei Lao Yao asked again, "If third young Master Tan didn't know, then what about eldest young Master Tan and second young Master Tan? Did they make any movements? Did they also go out on missions?" Shopkeeper Lu shook his head and said, "No, they're all staying at the Tan family's old residence." Mei Lao Yao frowned and said, "That's a bit strange. If something really happened, the eldest and second in the family would definitely go out to take care of the overall situation. They're all staying at home. Presumably, the Tan family suddenly encountered some trivial matters. You should carefully investigate and see if you can find anything." Shopkeeper Lu said with a smile, "Brother Mei is wise." Mei Lao Yao smiled and said, "Brother Lu, there's no need to be like this. Back then, we were all brothers who slept on the same con. Although our positions are different now and we each have our own division of labor, this is still the need of work. You and I are both stones in the organization. We move wherever we need to. There's no need to be so polite in private." Shopkeeper Lu said with a smile, I wouldn't dare. I can't even run faster than you can walk. I'd better listen to you honestly." Mei Laoyao smiled and didn't insist. After a while, shopkeeper Lu seemed to have thought of something and said, "That's right, Brother Mei, there seems to be one more thing. I don't know if it's useful." Mei Laoyao smiled and said, "There's no harm in saying it. I'll also give you a reference." Shopkeeper Lu said, "Some time ago, third young Master Tan vaguely said that his two older brothers used to often practice martial arts with him. In the past year, they didn't practice martial arts together with third young Master Tan. Moreover, they never sparred with third young Master Tan. Sometimes, when he was itching to spar with his two older brothers, they would use all kinds of excuses to refuse. He was very puzzled. Later, he seemed to eavesdrop on a disciple of an unorthodox school saying that his two older brothers' martial arts had improved greatly and were already among the best of the Tan family's younger generation." Speaking up to this point, shopkeeper Lu stole a glance at Mei Laoyao and said, "However, third young Master Tan scoffed at this saying. The three of them are the direct descendants of the Tan family. Their martial arts have been passed down in the family since they were young. It's normal for them to be among the best. Brother Mei, do you think this information is useful?" Mei Laoyao said, "Brother Lu, this information is very important. I'll definitely tell this information to His Majesty personally. You should properly record this merit." Shopkeeper Lu said happily, "Then, many thanks, Brother Mei." However, he immediately felt somewhat puzzled and asked, "Brother Mei, please understand the maze. This humble one doesn't feel anything unusual about this information." Mei Laoyao said with a smile, "He, Brother Lu, this is the difference between the central and local governments. The asymmetry of information naturally means that the estimation of information is different. I'll tell you the truth. Do you know why you were specially transferred to this Tan family village from another place last year?" Shopkeeper Lu shook his head blankly. Mei Laoyao said in a low voice, "His Majesty has an old friend who isn't very close to him. In the past, he had quite a bit of conflict with Tan Yefeng. However, that Tan Yefeng's martial arts were quite different from his, so Tan Yefeng had always endured and didn't make a move. Who knew that at the beginning of last year, His Majesty received news that Tan Yefeng had fought his old friend and was actually killed by Tan Yefeng under shadowless feet. His Majesty was very astonished. How did Tan Yefeng's martial arts improve so much? That's why this brother found an opportunity to transfer Brother Lu here." Shopkeeper Lu suddenly understood. Mei Laoyao continued in a low voice, "This matter belongs to the level of confidentiality. This humble one was also afraid that Brother Lu wouldn't understand and lose useful information for no reason. That's why this humble one told you the truth. I hope that Brother Lu can keep this a secret and pay more attention to this in the future. If you get credit, won't this humble one also be able to recommend you for merit?" Shopkeeper Lu hurriedly bowed and said, "I understand, Brother Mei. Now that I have a general direction, I won't fish in troubled waters. I believe that with third young Master Tan as a breakthrough point, I definitely won't disappoint His Majesty's expectations and Brother Mei's recommendation." Mei Laoyao also nodded. The two of them talked a little more. When the sky was a little brighter, they went down the mountain separately. The two of them were discussing such confidential matters in a temple in the wilderness, but they only hit Zhang Xiaohua's sleeping acupoint and treated him as a dead object. They didn't avoid him at all. Moreover, when they left, they didn't do the shady business of cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots. They just patted their butts and left. In fact, that wasn't the case. The man in black who came first, Mei Laoyao, didn't intend to let Zhang Xiaohua live until the morning. Therefore, he didn't look at Zhang Xiaohua's face at all. He was just a little boy who was lost. When he left, he casually hit his dead acupoint. How could he have a chance to live? However, the man in black who came later, Shopkeeper Lu, was cautious. He hit Zhang Xiaohua's sleeping acupoint first. He knew Shopkeeper Lu's strength. It wouldn't dissolve by itself without 24 hours. The bonfire in the temple had been extinguished when the two of them were talking. They didn't add any dead branches. Who could survive a day in this winter when a drop of water would turn into ice? In the minds of Mei Laoyao and shopkeeper Lu, no matter why this child came to this mountain temple, it was his bad luck. They were virtuous not to hit his dead acupoint. There was no reason for him to go out alive. He would definitely be frozen to death. Before Mei Laoyao left, he also wanted to give him a kick. Unfortunately, shopkeeper Lu let him go first. How could he have the nerve to doubt shopkeeper Lu's way of handling things in front of him? He could only go out first and act like a leader who trusted shopkeeper Lu. In their eyes, killing people to silence them was as easy as slapping their hands to kill a fly. They didn't take it to heart. However, they didn't think about it. A young man was lost in a barren mountain. It wasn't easy for him to find a place to sleep. He was sleeping soundly. What did that have to do with them? How could they just hit his sleeping acupoint and freeze him to death? If that was the case, it would be better for him to die at that time. He would have to suffer such torture before his death. Unfortunately, heaven helps the worthy. After the two people left for a long time, the sky gradually brightened. A ray of sunlight flashed across the mountain temple. Zhang Xiaohua, whose sleeping acupoint had been hit, suddenly opened her eyes. As usual, a ball of light flashed in her eyes. She stretched her body and sat up. She looked around and saw the ashes of the bonfire that had lost its heat. Only then did she remember what happened last night. She stretched herself and secretly rejoiced. If she didn't have this temple, she didn't know how to get through the long night. After wiping her face with the snow outside, Zhang Xiaohua pulled herself together and started practicing her fist and sword techniques. She only stopped when her body was completely comfortable. She ate some dry rations and prepared to go down the mountain to find a town. But when she left the mountain temple and looked at the snowy mountains, Zhang Xiaohua frowned. The Shirtai was really harmful. What kind of secluded place was this? She had walked for an entire day before arriving at this mountain range. How should she proceed from here? Just as she was hesitating and cursing in frustration, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes suddenly lit up. She could see a few rows of footprints in front of the steps of the mountain temple. Those small footprints were naturally Zhang Xiaohua's own. There were also a few rows of larger footprints beside them. Needless to say, they were definitely left behind by others who came to the mountain temple. Zhang Xiaohua was excited. When she came here yesterday, it was already dark, so she naturally didn't see them. Now that it was daybreak, they pointed her in the right direction. This mountain temple was really efficacious. No wonder there were still people coming here even though it was so remote. However, there didn't seem to be any idols in the mountain temple. But why would Zhang Xiaohua care if there were idols or not? After thanking this inexplicable god in her heart, Zhang Xiaohua packed up and prepared to follow the footprints to find a town. At the very least, she should be able to find a place with signs of human habitation. Please add it to your collection, thank you. Chapter 135. Zhang Xiaohua followed the footprints in front of the mountain god temple and went down the mountain. However, he soon found that the footprints were strange. The footprints seemed to belong to two people. One of them stepped deeper, and the other stepped shallower. However, they had one thing in common, which was that the footprints were very big. One step was enough for Zhang Xiaohua to walk several steps. Zhang Xiaohua was a little surprised. How long were these people's legs? Moreover, when going down the mountain, people walked on steep roads, but Zhang Xiaohua couldn't. He had to find a gentle slope and look for the footprints at the bottom of the mountain. After walking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua understood everything. There was a small forest in front of him. When he walked to the the footprints disappeared and reappeared on the other side of the forest. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua, who was half a step into Jianghu, seemed to know that the footprints he followed were left by a martial arts master. But why did these masters go to the mountain god temple? Zhang Xiaohua didn't want to know. He just wanted to let the footprints take him back to the human world. After walking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua encountered another problem. The footprints were divided into two lines, and they went in different directions. For this kind of problem, Zhang Xiaohua didn't hesitate and easily chose the right answer. Why? Thinking with Zhang Xiaohua's heel, he knew that if he followed the footprints that were deeper, then the footprints that were shallower must be good at lightness skill. The snow was vast. If the master was excited and stepped on the snow without leaving any trace, wouldn't Zhang Xiaohua follow him in vain? Since he chose the direction, Zhang Xiaohua followed the footprints of the martial arts master he had never met. He faced the rising sun and walked forward proudly. These footprints were worthy of Zhang Xiaohua. Although the depth of the footprints differed from time to time, Zhang Xiaohua could still distinguish them. Along the way, the footprints didn't seem to be any different, which made Zhang Xiaohua feel very grateful. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't stop praising this God-given good man. Now, shopkeeper Lu, who had already returned to the shop and wanted to freeze Zhang Xiaohua to death, kept sneezing. He couldn't stop cursing Zhang Xiaohua in his heart. What a lucky bastard. He actually found such a remote place to meet. Now he had caught a cold and had to spend money to see a doctor. It was almost noon. Zhang Xiaohua was a little hungry. When she came out, she only took some dry food. She had planned to eat halfway. Now she didn't know where she was. She had eaten the rest in the morning. If she didn't find anyone today, she would be hungry at night. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was letting his imagination run wild, he suddenly saw smoke on the horizon. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. He immediately turned around and ran towards the smoke. He didn't care about following in the footsteps of that arrogant man. The most direct result was that shopkeeper Lu, who just took the money and went out, suddenly stopped sneezing. He touched his nose, shook his head, and said to himself, "Heaven helps the good. Last night, I didn't kill the country boy in the wild temple. I just sealed his sleeping acupoint and let him freeze to death. In comparison, I have accumulated good karma. I immediately received interest and didn't need to spend money to see a doctor. It seems that I have to learn from the senior management of the organization. They are real masters who kill people without spilling blood." Zhang Xiaohua left the footprints and turned to the place where there was smoke again. She opened a road when she met a mountain and built a bridge when she crossed a river. She carried out the fearless Jianghu spirit. Finally, in the afternoon, she came to a small town in the countryside. Looking at the small town in the distance, the houses around the town, and the poultry around the houses, Zhang Xiaohua sighed with emotion. She finally found human habitation. She didn't have to worry about being hungry anymore. Zhang Xiaohua walked along the small path of the small town. It was a typical rural town, a little smaller than Lu Town. Now that it was the new year, there were many people on the street. They were all wearing new clothes and smiling. When they met, they were all friendly and cupped their hands to each other. Many young boys about the same age as Zhang Xiaohua were holding incense and setting off firecrackers happily. It was a scene of celebrating the new year. Zhang Xiaohua's dress was not shabby, but it was not neat either. It didn't look like she was celebrating the new year. The people in the town saw it and felt a little strange. After all, ordinary people, no matter how poor they were, had to change their children's clothes for the new year. People like Zhang Xiaohua who didn't have new clothes to wear were very rare. Moreover, they looked unfamiliar, so they must be an orphan in the countryside. How could Zhang Xiaohua care about other people's faces? He looked for a place where he could buy food. However, after searching for a while, he suddenly realized that it was the new year. Ordinary small shops were closed and not open for business. Where could he buy food? Zhang Xiaohua secretly touched the money bag in his arms. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Since he was born, he had never taken so much money. He even had to starve. It was really unfair. Looking at the shops in the small town that were basically closed, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but smile bitterly. Did he have to wait until the 6th day of the new year to buy food? He doubted whether he could survive until then. Zhang Xiaohua sighed. It was impossible. He could only find someone and knock on the door to buy food. At this time, a young man in his 20s walked in front of him. He was dressed very brightly, had greasy hair and a powdered face. He seemed to be humming a little song. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly went forward and cupped his hands in greeting. "Excuse me, big brother." That person was squinting his eyes and reminiscing about something. He was very impatient when he was interrupted. Seeing the poor country child in front of him, he frowned and secretly cursed his bad luck. Was this person asking for money on the street? It was the new year. If he gave it, he would be distressed. If he didn't give it, he wouldn't get any good luck. He was in a dilemma. Thus, he asked, "What's the matter?" As he spoke, his hand reached into his bosom and secretly took out a copper coin. If it was money, he would use it to send the matter away. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Excuse me, big brother, what time is it now?" That person was stunned. So it wasn't money. His heart relaxed and he said with a smile, "It's 3:00 in the afternoon." After he finished speaking, he was about to walk away. Zhang Xiaohua said again, "Sorry, big brother, you misunderstood. I asked what day is it today." That person was even more stunned. He looked up and down at Zhang Xiaohua and asked, "Little brother, do you have a fever? You don't know what day it is?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "I mistakenly entered the deep mountains. When I came out, it was already late. What year is it now?" That person saw that Zhang Xiaohua's words were extraordinary and immediately showed respect. He said solemnly, "Today is the 6th day of the 1st month in the 23rd year of Jin Feng. I wonder when little brother entered the mountains." Zhang Xiaohua cupped her hands and said seriously, "It's about the beginning of the 12th month in the 22nd year of Jin Feng." That person smiled and said, "Admirable, admirable. What a great immortal fate." Immediately, the smile on his face froze. Where did this come from? It's only 1 month. Are you kidding me? Zhang Xiaohua laughed in her heart and asked again, "Big brother, may I ask where I can buy food in this town? Anything is fine as long as it can fill my stomach." That person was just about to speak when he suddenly rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "Which shop is open during the new year? However, little brother's request is not high. As long as you can fill your stomach, there is a place you can go." Zhang Xiaohua said happily, "Please enlighten me, big brother." That person pointed to the distance and said, "Go forward from here until you reach the end of the road. Turn left and walk straight until you reach a sundry goods store. Turn right and walk straight. At the end of the road is a food as heaven restaurant. It might be open at this time. If it's not open, I'm afraid little brother will have to go hungry." After saying that, Zhang Xiaohua thanked him again and again. Only then did she follow the path that the person pointed out and quickly ran. The young man behind her curled his lips and laughed sinisterly. He walked away by himself. When Zhang Xiaohua arrived at the food as heaven along the designated path, she could not help but be stunned. It was not that the food as heaven restaurant was not open. It was just that the entrance of the food as heaven restaurant was filled with people and it was extremely noisy. It turned out that this food as heaven was the most prosperous restaurant in the small town. The new year was the best time for restaurants. How could they not open their doors to welcome customers? However, Zhang Xiaohua was in a dilemma. Not to mention that Zhang Xiaohua had never had the experience of going to a restaurant since she was young. On the way to Pingyang City, she had eaten at the Galloping Horse Inn. That was even when she followed Zhang Xiaohu there. Moreover, the customers of this restaurant either came in carriages or were dressed in silk and satin. All of them were fat and big. It seemed that this restaurant was not of a low class. Now, could she even enter? Just as she was hesitating, Zhang Xiaohua's stomach rumbled. Helplessly, Zhang Xiaohua still braced herself and walked forward. The waiter in front of the Food as Heaven restaurant was sweating profusely at the entrance to welcome customers. Suddenly, he saw a young man from the countryside walking over hesitantly. He could not help but frown secretly and thought to himself, "Country bumpkin, don't you know where you are before coming here without permission?" Just as he was about to wait for Zhang Xiaohua to go forward and scold him, the waiter realized that although Zhang Xiaohua's clothes were old, they were not made of the commonly seen cloth in the countryside. The waiter's eyes were very sharp. He took a closer look and saw that the clothes were tailored to fit. They were probably not picked up or stolen. Although they were not new clothes, he could not figure out her identity. Therefore, he quickly changed his attitude and smiled. "Young man, why are you here at Food as Heaven?" Looking at the waiter's attitude, Zhang Xiaohua secretly thought that the waiter of this big restaurant was indeed different. He was very professional and did not lower the standard of service just because of her young age. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Of course I'm here to eat. What else can I be here for?" The waiter blushed. That was true. He thought that the restaurant was high-end and this young man did not have money to eat here. Perhaps he was here to look for someone or ask about something. He did not expect that the young man was here to eat. One could not judge a book by its cover. The sea could not be measured with a pint pot. This ordinary-looking young man was actually a rich person. Therefore, the waiter quickly bowed, waved his hand, and gestured for Zhang Xiaohua to come in. When Zhang Xiaohua entered the restaurant, it was an eye-opener. It was already past lunchtime, but the restaurant was still noisy and there were almost no empty seats. Zhang Xiaohua did not know what to do when the waiter smiled and said, "Dear customer, do you want to have a quiet private room on the second floor?" When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she thought to herself, "Forget it. Who knows if there is a private room fee or a minimum price here? Although I have never eaten in a restaurant, the ancient said that even if I have not eaten pork, I have seen pigs run. There are many books about sharpening one's knife. I will not be taken advantage of for no reason." Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua quickly waved her hand and said, "This place is good. It's so lively." The waiter did not force her. He found a small table on the first floor and let Zhang Xiaohua sit. Then, he poured tea for Zhang Xiaohua and brought the menu for Zhang Xiaohua to order. The menu was filled with the names of the dishes. Zhang Xiaohua did not understand them, but he could understand the prices. He flipped through them one by one. In the end, he secretly curled his lips. Why are they so expensive? He did not know what they were, but he could not bear to part with the money. When the waiter saw that he did not order after flipping through the menu, he thought that there was nothing he liked. So, he smiled and said, "If dear customer is not satisfied, this small restaurant has a secret recipe. I will give you a few dishes to see if you are satisfied." The waiter swallowed his saliva and recited the names of several dishes in one breath. His voice was high and low, and it was very pleasant to hear. Zhang Xiaohua was very surprised when he heard it. This restaurant was different from others. Just reciting the names of the dishes was like singing. However, when he casually asked about the price of a dish, he immediately withered. It was actually much more expensive than the menu. Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes and asked, "Waiter, how much is the white rice in your restaurant?" The waiter was stunned and said casually, "White rice is free." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua was very happy. She clapped her hands and said, "Good, that's it. Give me 5 big bowls of white rice. The waiter trembled and almost dropped the menu in his hand. He glared fiercely at Zhang Xiaohua. If it wasn't for the fact that they were in public and he was afraid that it would affect the restaurant's business, the waiter only wanted to step over and grab Zhang Xiaohua's neck and throw him out. Wasn't this just making fun of him? Looking at the waiter's angry eyes, Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She smiled innocently and asked, "Waiter, what are you doing here? Hurry up and get to work. Give me the white rice." The waiter gritted his teeth and said with a smile, "Dear customer, this white rice is free, but you should at least order a dish." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and said, "You didn't say that just now." The waiter lowered his head and said, "That was this little one's negligence. Please forgive me." Zhang Xiaohua asked, "Must I order a dish?" The waiter said, "Yes." Zhang Xiaohua asked again, "Are you sure? Must I order a dish?" The waiter said with certainty, "Yes, I'm sure, definitely and definitely." Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, "Hee, I only knew that I had to order a dish after you said it. If you didn't say it, how would I know that I had to order a dish? Since you said it, then I can only order a dish. Alright, I'll order this." Zhang Xiaohua pointed at the cheapest dish on the menu, mala chicken offal. The waiter looked and asked, "Dear customer, are you sure?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "I'm sure, definitely and definitely." The waiter said, "Then dear customer, you won't go back on your word?" Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, "I won't. This one has always been a man of his word. As the saying goes, a gentleman's word is as fast as a horse's whip. If I say this, then I will." The waiter nodded and said, "Then dear customer, you won't add any other dishes?" Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, "There's no need. However, I still want those 5 big bowls of white rice." Thus, the waiter put away the menu and said, "Please wait a moment." Only then did he stagger away with a heart full of resentment. After the waiter left, Zhang Xiaohua poured a cup of water and gulped it down in one gulp. However, she still wasn't satisfied and drank 3 cups in a row. Only then did she slow down a little and thought, the tea in this restaurant is also ordinary. It's a far cry from the mountain spring water at home. However, this tea doesn't seem to cost money. I can drink more. After thinking, she was about to pour a 4th cup, but the teapot was empty. Zhang Xiaohua called out, "Waiter, can you add some more tea?" The waiter had just walked back and handed the menu to the chef when he was called over. He was still puzzled. He remembered that he had just poured a pot of tea for this youth. Could it be that he remembered wrongly? After waiting for the waiter to pour more tea, Zhang Xiaohua poured a full cup and drank it. She raised her head and looked around, sizing up the restaurant. At this time, it was already past meal time. Most of the customers in the restaurant were drinking and chatting. On the left side of Zhang Xiaohua was a table of 5 burly men. They were dressed in martial arts attire and were drinking and chatting. Perhaps because they were sitting close to each other, those men's voices were also loud. Zhang Xiaohua didn't intend to listen to their conversation. However, those words still didn't reach her ears. She only heard one person say, "His granny, it's the new year. How can we be sent to such a poor place? It's really not a day for humans." Another person said, "That's right. In the past, we used to spend the new year with our wives and children. How can we have such a long escort this year?" One person said, "There's no other way. The customers are in a hurry. Time is tight, so we can only run during the new year." Another person said, "However, the remuneration this time is quite good. It's double the usual." One person said, "Then you're an old hat. The government has a rule that the remuneration for work during the holidays is 3 times the usual. What's with this?" Another person said, "Really? How come I didn't know about this? This won't do. I have to go back and talk to Chief Zhang. No matter what, we can't lose out. One person said, forget it. Chief Shang is also a newcomer. Although he has gained some prestige recently, he's still not a proper escort. It's better to ask around in private first. Another person said, then we have to tell him so that he can be prepared. Maybe he doesn't even know about it. One person said, that's fine too. Chief Shang is usually very straightforward and enthusiastic. Maybe we can talk to the higher-ups and get some compensation. Another voice said, let's talk about these things when we get back. Aren't we just here to drink? We should just wait for the job to be done quickly so that we can go home. In this town, only this restaurant is worthy of our attention. Even if we want to find a place to drink and drink, there's no such place. One person said, there is, but it's a pity that we're not worthy of our attention. Besides, it's the new year and people have to go home too. How many of them are still waiting for you to take care of them in the courtyard? Following that, the few of them talked about some men's topics in a vulgar manner. Zhang Xiaohua was already at the age where she didn't really understand. Her face and ears turned red as she listened, but she couldn't cover her ears. She could only keep drinking water to distract herself. Accidentally, the teapot was empty again. Zhang Xiaohua could only call out again, waiter, add more water. Please add it to your collection, thank you. Chapter 136. When the waiter served Zhang Xiaohua's spicy chicken giblets and 5 bowls of white rice on a tray, Zhang Xiaohua had already drunk 3 pots of tea, and her stomach was rumbling with hunger. But when Zhang Xiaohua saw the plate full of chili and red chicken giblets, she couldn't help but be dumbfounded. She asked blankly, waiter, is this the dish I ordered? The waiter smiled and said, sir, that's right. This is our restaurant's famous special dish, spicy chicken offal. It's spicy and spicy. It tastes very delicious. It's a dish that people who like chili will definitely order. Zhang Xiaohua's face turned bitter. That's right. The menu clearly said spicy and spicy. Why didn't she ask more? The waiter asked her several times. Why didn't she pay attention? Alas, she was blindly greedy. Perhaps this dish was indeed delicious, but she never ate spicy food. There was no other way. She couldn't ask the waiter to change it to other dishes. Wouldn't that cost more money? Zhang Xiaohua had to bite the bullet. She picked up the bowl and chopsticks and carefully put a piece of chicken giblets into her mouth. Immediately, a spicy taste spread from her mouth to her head and then to her eyes. It was so spicy that she almost cried. Zhang Xiaohua quickly ate a few mouthfuls of white rice to calm down a little. Then, Zhang Xiaohua drank a lot of tea. Only then did she have the courage to eat a mouthful. Although this spicy chicken giblets was extremely spicy, it was also a good dish to eat. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to stop but was afraid of wasting, and wanted to eat but was afraid of spicy food. When the plate of spicy chicken giblets was finished, Zhang Xiaohua had already eaten 6 bowls of white rice and 2 pots of tea. When Zhang Xiaohua picked up the chopsticks, she picked up the red chili on the plate and couldn't find a piece of chicken giblets. Only then did she put down her chopsticks with relief. Although Zhang Xiaohua wanted to eat the chili on the plate, she thought about her mouth and gave up the idea. She touched her round belly. She was really full. Since she had finished eating, she naturally had to pay the bill. Zhang Xiaohua raised her hand to call the waiter. In fact, when Zhang Xiaohua was eating, the waiter's eyes didn't leave her. After she finished eating, the waiter stared at her even more closely. Zhang Xiaohua's behavior was really suspicious. She had the tendency of eating without paying attention. If she slipped away, the waiter would have to pay for the meal. How could he not pay attention? At this time, when he saw that Zhang Xiaohua didn't have any other strange behavior and called him over to pay the bill, he was more careful. He was afraid that Zhang Xiaohua would find a cockroach in the spicy chicken giblets and make it difficult for him. When Zhang Xiaohua asked him how much money to pay, the waiter was slightly relieved. He smiled and said, "Dear customer, are you done eating? It's 50 copper coins. 50 copper coins." Zhang Xiaohua said strangely, "Why is it so much? I remember the price on the menu is 45 copper coins." The waiter smiled and said, "Dear customer, you didn't see wrong. That chicken giblets is indeed 45 copper coins." "Then why are you asking for 50 copper coins?" Zhang Xiaohua asked again, "Isn't plain rice free?" The waiter said, "But, dear customer, that pot of tea is 5 copper coins." "What?" Zhang Xiaohua almost jumped up and said, "This water is expensive. Why didn't you tell me?" The waiter had a face of grievance and said, "You didn't ask me. Dear customer, this drink has to be charged. This is tacitly agreed by the government. Didn't you know? If you didn't ask me, how would I know that you didn't know?" Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. She had been extremely careful, but she had still been tricked by the restaurant. Fortunately, this tea was charged by the person and not the pot. Otherwise, wouldn't she have been wronged for drinking 5 pots of tea? Thus, Zhang Xiaohua didn't say anything else. She felt around in her chest and took out the money pouch. Then, she put her hand inside and felt around for a long time before taking out a small piece of broken silver. She handed it to the waiter. The waiter felt a wave of dizziness. He originally thought that this Zhang Xiaohua was someone who was prepared to eat for free. He had already made some preparations, but he didn't expect that the other party would actually pay the bill. "If you want to pay the bill, then pay the bill. It's only 50 copper coins. You can just give me copper coins, but you gave me a piece of silver. It looks like it's at least 3 to 5 copper coins. Aren't you playing with me?" The waiter resisted his impulse and lowered his head to ask, "Dear customer, it's only 50 copper coins. Don't you have copper coins? Or a smaller piece of broken silver would also be fine." Zhang Xiaohua said in a serious tone, "I don't have copper coins. This piece of silver in the pouch is also the smallest." The waiter completely fainted. What kind of person was this? Looking at the money pouch, there was at least a lot of silver in it. How could such a rich person be so stingy? She only ate a special spicy chicken offal and added 6 bowls of free white rice. That's right, she also refilled the tea 4 times. She even grumbled for the 5 copper coins for a long time. Not to mention the waiter's bitter face as he took the piece of broken silver to the counter to pay the bill. Zhang Xiaohua's actions attracted the attention of a wretched uncle next to her. He originally had a plate of peanuts and a jug of wine. He slowly drank and his bright eyes looked around. Zhang Xiaohua's food and appearance didn't enter his eyes. However, when Zhang Xiaohua took out the money pouch from her chest and took out a piece of broken silver, she even said that this was the smallest piece in the money pouch. His eyes couldn't help but light up. Not long after, the waiter returned with a tray in his hand. There was a string of copper coins on the tray. The waiter put the copper coins on Zhang Xiaohua's table and handed over an even smaller piece of broken silver. He said with a smile, "Dear customer, this is your 4 copper coins and some broken copper coins. Please accept them." Zhang Xiaohua looked at the copper coins in front of her and said with a smile, "Is the amount of copper coins enough? Is the weight of the silver enough?" The waiter's face was full of righteousness as he said, "Sir, you can doubt my character, but you can't doubt the credibility of our food is heaven. We definitely won't do things that are lacking in weight, and we definitely won't dare to embezzle money." Zhang Xiaohua said, "If that's the case, then I'll believe you." "Oh right, waiter, I want to ask you, do you know where Pingyang City is?" "Pingyang City?" That waiter scratched his head and said, "Dear customer, I've only heard of Pingrong City, Yang City and Yu City. I've never heard of Pingyang City." This time, Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Pingyang City was the biggest city he had ever seen, yet this knowledgeable waiter had never heard of it before. How far away was this place from Pingyang City? How far had he drifted to? Zhang Xiaohua immediately stood up and asked agitatedly, "Then, may I ask, is there a horse carriage company called Galloping? Galloping Horse Carriage Company?" The waiter still scratched his head and said with a smile, "There is a horse carriage company, but it's called Galloping. If you want to look for it, just turn left at the door and go straight." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she hurriedly tidied up the silver on the table and put the broken silver into the money bag. She took the string of copper coins and was about to put it into her clothes when she seemed to have thought of something. She took one coin from the string and hesitated for a moment. She took another coin and handed it to the waiter, saying, "This is your reward. Thank you for your hospitality." When the waiter saw the two large coins in her hand, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't know if he should accept it or not. Most of the customers in this food as heaven restaurant had some status. Every time they tipped, they would either give 5 or 10 copper coins. Who would have seen these 2 coins before? However, when he thought about it, these 2 coins were the limit of the customer's behavior just now. Therefore, the waiter accepted it with a smile and said happily, "Thank you for your reward, dear customer." This time, he was sincere. However, Zhang Xiaohua was in a hurry to get up. She turned her head and said, "Waiter, next time if you want to charge for the tea, remember to remind me in advance." Bang! The waiter fainted at the entrance of the restaurant. Zhang Xiaohua left the food as heaven and quickly ran to the left. She didn't seem to notice what was happening behind her and didn't see the waiter's injured appearance. Moreover, he didn't know that when he was still talking to the waiter, the wretched uncle in the corner had already paid the bill. When he heard the waiter mention the horse carriage company, he left the restaurant in advance. Zhang Xiaohua walked out of the restaurant and turned to the left. She looked up and saw a big courtyard at the end of the street. She could vaguely see a flag flying in front of it. It must be the horse carriage company that the waiter mentioned. She estimated that there was still some distance to go. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but quicken her steps. In this small town that she was unfamiliar with, Zhang Xiaohua thought that the only way home was by horse carriage company. What a joke! Even the well-informed waiter didn't know where Pingyang City was. It must be very far away. If she were to walk home, how long would it take? The first time in his life that he went on a long journey was by horse carriage. This time, he naturally thought of horse carriage. He couldn't deny that the ancient said, "Read 10,000 books and travel 1,000 miles." Zhang Xiaohua walked for a while and saw that she would reach the entrance of the horse carriage company after crossing a junction. Zhang Xiaohua could also see the words on the flag clearly. It was really, Fast Horse Carriage Company, mission accomplished. But just as Zhang Xiaohua was crossing the junction, a middle-aged man rushed from the side. Perhaps the road was slippery because of the snow, he bumped into Zhang Xiaohua. Just as their bodies came into contact, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly felt a hand reaching into her clothes and was about to take her money bag. Zhang Xiaohua's senses were very sharp at this moment. She was also very agile. She immediately stopped in her tracks, turned her body and reached out with her left hand to grab that person's hand. She said, "What are you doing?" That middle-aged man saw that he was grabbed by Zhang Xiaohua, but he didn't panic. He deliberately slipped and fell on the ground in front of Zhang Xiaohua. He then shouted, "Aya, you little boy. Why are you so careless? You knocked me down. Aya, I'm injured." After saying that, he lay on the ground and started groaning. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua was holding on to that person's wrist. That person was lying in front of her. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know what to do. Just as she was hesitating, she heard more voices. She turned her head and saw 6 or 7 youths who were slightly older than Zhang Xiaohua coming from the junction. They came over with smiles on their faces. As they walked, they said, "Where did this poor boy come from? How dare he offend our brother Fan? Seeing this scene, how could Zhang Xiaohua, who had already stolen money bags from Pingyang City, not know what was going on? However, things had changed with the passage of time. The current Zhang Xiaohua was no longer the Zhang Xiaohua he used to be. Not to mention that the current Zhang Xiaohua had used his own small sword to successfully assassinate a black-clothed expert. Just based on his proficient fist of the North Star, he wasn't afraid of these youths who were slightly older than him. Hence, he let go of that middle-aged man's wrist and crossed his arms in front of his chest. He smiled at the people coming from afar, full of confidence. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua was no longer the timid and brainless country boy he used to be. That middle-aged brother Fan saw a group of youths surrounding him and laughed in his heart. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua had let go of his wrist, he didn't get up. He just sat cross-legged on the ground. Some of the people around them avoided them as if they had seen a ferocious dog. Those who were braver stood far away and looked at Zhang Xiaohua with pity. Those who were timid had already run away, afraid that these local ruffians would see them. When the group of youths came in front and surrounded Zhang Xiaohua, that wretched middle-aged man opened his mouth and said, "Little brother, you accidentally knocked me down. Look, I'm injured to the point that I can't get up. What do you think we should do?" Zhang Xiaohua looked at the surrounding youths and smiled at brother Fan. "Big brother, I walked very normally. Even if I was a little fast, you were the one who bumped into me from the side. If we were to talk about injuries, it should be me." Brother Fan said in a sharp voice, "You're right. Look at the situation now. Are you sitting on the ground or am I sitting on the ground?" Zhang Xiaohua said, "There's so much snow on the ground. I'm not in the mood to sit down. Who knew that you would have such a weird habit of sitting in such dirty places?" Brother Fan said with a smile, "Little brother, you're quite eloquent. Unfortunately, the eyes of the surrounding crowd are as sharp as snow. They all saw it. You can't deny it even if you want to." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Sigh, if that's the case, you say you're right and I say I'm right. Then let's go to the yamen." Hearing this, brother Fan sat up and said with a smile, "Little brother, if that's the case, you're definitely not going to follow the rules." Zhang Xiaohua asked, "So what if I follow the rules? What if I don't follow the rules?" That wretched brother Fan said in a sharp voice, "Haha, that's right. Little brother, if you follow the rules, then obediently take out the money pouch in your arms. We won't be ruthless. We'll leave you some money and we'll go our separate ways. What if you don't follow the rules? Hee, look at the crowd around you. They're all Samaritans. They represent the hearts of the masses." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, I finally know how to represent the hearts of the masses. These are the kind-hearted masses. If they were kind-hearted, why would they mix with you?" Brother Fan said with a smile, "Because I'm also a member of the kind-hearted masses." Zhang Xiaohua said, "Then why do I feel that your actions don't seem like it?" Brother Fan heard this and said impatiently, "Look, this little brother doesn't seem like he's going to follow the rules." Zhang Xiaohua was even more amused and said, "If you're not going to follow the rules, then why do you have to rush to follow the rules?" Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was teasing him without any sign of compromise, brother Fan became angry from embarrassment. He waved his hand at the people behind him and said, "Forget it. Teach this kid a lesson. Let him know how powerful I am." When the people behind him heard this, 3 of them immediately walked out. They raised their fists and waved them around, showing off their thick muscles. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaohua didn't care and just smiled. When the 3 of them saw that they were talking to no one, they looked at each other, raised their fists, and ran towards Zhang Xiaohua. The 3 of them had obviously practiced martial arts for a few days, and their movements were quite good at palm techniques. However, as soon as they got close, Zhang Xiaohua took advantage of them and used a move from the fist of the North Star to block the fist of the person in front of her. Then, she changed her move and swept her leg towards the person's non-existent lower body. With a bang, the man fell to the ground. At this time, another person also came in front of her. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dodge and raised her fist to meet the person's fist. There was also a muffled sound as the two fists collided. Zhang Xiaohua didn't move. The person cried out in pain and held his fist. He took a few steps back and opened his mouth in pain. The remaining person came closer, but when he saw what happened to the other two, he was already scared. He retreated and prepared to retreat. How could Zhang Xiaohua let him go? She shot forward and kicked the person's waist. That person also fell to the ground with an ouch. Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. Her kick wasn't very strong. Seeing that his three subordinates had been defeated, Brother Fan was in a dilemma. If he ran away without fighting, it would be difficult for him to convince the others in the future. However, if he continued to fight, the remaining 4 people and himself might not be a match for this person. What should he do? Brother Fan thought for a moment, then took out something from his waist and made a gesture to the other 4 people. The 4 of them did the same. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua saw that each of them had a dagger in their hands. Looking at the daggers that flashed with a cold light, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel a little flustered. She wasn't afraid of fighting bare-handed, but against weapons, she really didn't have any experience. However, there was always a first time for everything. Perhaps this was a kind of test for herself. Thinking about this, Zhang Xiaohua unconsciously reached out her left hand to touch the small sword in her bosom. However, she immediately let go. The small sword's power was too great. It was not easy for her to control it. It was fine if she didn't use it, but once she used it, there would definitely be blood. If someone died on the street, it would be quite troublesome. It was better not to use it. When Brother Fan saw that Zhang Xiaohua's eyes were a little flustered, he couldn't help but feel proud. He laughed sinisterly and rushed forward, waving his dagger to stab Zhang Xiaohua's waist. As for the other 4, when they saw their leader coming forward, they also swarmed over, waving their daggers. When Zhang Xiaohua saw the shining daggers stabbing at different parts of her body, she couldn't help but panic. She tried to move her body and used the defensive fist technique of the Fist of the North Star, dodging left and right. After dodging a few moves, she was careless and her arm was cut by a dagger. A smear of fresh blood instantly dyed her sleeve. The injured Zhang Xiaohua suddenly calmed down. She knew that blindly defending wouldn't be of much use. The best defense was offense. Zhang Xiaohua slightly adjusted her pace. Seeing a gap between the daggers, she took a big stride forward and raised her leg to kick one of the people's wrist. Ouch! That dagger flew into the air. I have an 80-year-old mother who is sick in bed, and I have children who haven't even reached the age of 3 who are crying piteously for food. If you take my life today, they won't be able to survive. You've taken 3 lives in one go. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she was stunned. Yes, if what he said was true, she really didn't know what to do. This person was so despicable. He sent people to rob her and even used a dagger. If she didn't have any martial arts to defend herself, wouldn't she be bullied by him? But if she let them go, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but think of her own family's experience in Lu Town. Wasn't that the case? Her heart was unwilling to accept this. Just as she was in a dilemma, the few men who had applauded and cheered just now came closer. The square-faced man at the front cupped his hands and said, "Little brother, this one is Yuan Chongqing. Greetings." Zhang Xiaohua saw that the other party was being polite. She didn't know who he was, but she did as she was told. That Yuan Chongqing saw Zhang Xiaohua frown and knew what he was thinking. He laughed and said, "Little brother, please don't take offense. This one is a little impetuous. However, I'm not familiar with this person, so please don't worry. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua was even more puzzled. If you were acquainted with this wretched brother Fan, you could have come over to persuade him. He could have just let you go. If you didn't know this person, why did you come over? Thus, Yuan Chongqing explained the reason in full detail. It turned out that when Zhang Xiaohua was inquiring about the situation with the shop assistant at Food for the Sky, this Yuan Chongqing had heard everything. Even when Brother Fan stood up and looked at him with ill intentions, this trained escort had seen it all. Perhaps he could ignore other people, but this young man was inquiring about Pingyang City. He reckoned that he was most likely from Pingyang City. Since he was from Pingyang City, then Yuan Chongqing couldn't just sit by and watch. Just as Zhang Xiaohua left the restaurant, the few people who had eaten and drank to their heart's content also paid the bill and left under Yuan Chongqing's suggestion. Then, they followed behind Zhang Xiaohua from a distance. Brother Fan purposely bumped into Zhang Xiaohua and the group of ruffians surrounding Zhang Xiaohua. This was all seen by Yuan Chongqing and the rest. A few impatient men wanted to go forward, but Yuan Chongqing saw that Zhang Xiaohua looked relaxed and didn't seem to be afraid at all. He pulled the rest aside to watch the show. It was only when Zhang Xiaohua used the fist of the North Star and knocked down the ruffians that the crowd couldn't help but applaud and praise. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua understood that there were still some kind-hearted people in the pugilistic world. However, she was even more puzzled. Why couldn't they help her when she was from Pingyang City? Thus, Zhang Xiaohua asked, Brother Yuan, it should be natural for people in the pugilistic world to help when they see injustice on the road. When you saw me being bullied by the ruffians in your town, you should have helped me without hesitation. Why did you say that you didn't have to help me? Yuan Chongqing and the rest blushed a little and said awkwardly, Little brother, you don't know. We are like you and came from afar. A powerful dragon can't defeat a local snake. Isn't it better to avoid trouble if we can? Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood and asked again, Then why do you want to help me? Yuan Chongqing said, The reason is very simple. Because we are also from Pingyang City. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she said in surprise, Really? That's great. I was just worrying about how to go home. With you guys around, we can go together. At least you can tell me where this is and how I can return to Pingyang City. Yuan Chongqing smiled and said, Of course. When fellow townsmen meet, their eyes are brimming with tears. How can we not help you? Oh right, I haven't asked you. Why did your best move look so familiar to me? But I just can't remember where I saw it before. Can you tell me? Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and said embarrassedly, The last move you mentioned should be one of the Liuhe fists. But I can't remember the name. I haven't completely mastered it and it's different from the standard Liuhe fists. You might be able to remember it if you think again. Yuan Chongqing was enlightened and said sympathetically, Little brother is right. Now that you mention it, I can really distinguish it. It seems to be called, killing in all directions. However, this Liuhe fists is indeed difficult to learn. I have practiced it for a long time but I still haven't mastered it. It seems that only our head Zhang is the best at this. Zhang Xiaohua didn't mind and said with a smile, But you are still better than me. I will forget whatever I practice. You should be happy. Yuan Chongqing said in surprise, But little brother showed off his prowess just now. I can see that your martial arts are also very exquisite. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, That was all pieced together by me. My martial arts are mediocre. If I were to practice with these people, I would have been defeated long ago. After saying that, she glared fiercely at Brother Fan and the others who were kneeling on the ground. Brother Fan saw that this group of people knew each other and that he couldn't afford to offend them. He could only obediently kneel and smile. Zhang Xiaohua didn't have any ideas and asked Yuan Chongqing. Yuan Chongqing thought for a while and said with a smile, Little brother, you don't have to care about what he said. It's just a lie. At his age, how can he have an 80-year-old mother? He might have sons from 3 dynasties, but most of them are fake. You don't have to worry about anything. And these people are just local ruffians who only extort idle people. I don't think they would dare to do great evil. When Brother Fan heard that, he echoed, "That's right. Little master, please spare our lives. We are just making some spare money. What evil can we do?" Zhang Xiaohua said angrily, "Then how can you pick up a dagger? Isn't that harming people's lives? Do you dare say that you haven't harmed people's lives?" When Brother Fan heard that, he defended himself even more. "Little master, I know how to distinguish. Aren't I furious? I didn't expect to lose face in front of a little killing god like you. That's why I made a move. Look at our methods. What kind of outrageous things can we do? Our hands are clean. No lives have been taken." Zhang Xiaohua didn't quite believe him. She turned to look at Yuan Chongqing. Yuan Chongqing nodded, indicating that his words were trustworthy. He whispered in her ear, "Even if there is something outrageous, we are still foreigners. We don't understand the local situation. And with his situation, even if we send him to the authorities, it's just a formality. It's meaningless. Why don't we just teach him a lesson and let him go?" When Zhang Xiaohua heard that, she knew what to do. She kicked Brother Fan and said, "I'll believe you for now. In the future, don't do such things that harm people. If I see you again, it won't be so easy." When Brother Fan heard that, he was overjoyed. He said, I know. Thank you for sparing our lives. I'll take them back and plan for their future. I won't do such things again." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he curled his lips and thought to himself, "You make it sound better than singing. Who would believe you?" At this time, the others also woke up. They supported each other. When they heard Zhang Xiaohua let go, they supported each other and prepared to leave with Brother Fan. But before they could take a step, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly rolled her eyes and shouted, "You guys wait. I still have something to do." When Brother Fan heard that, his face turned pale. He turned his head and smiled. "Young master, what is it?" Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, "Letting you guys go so easily would be letting you guys off too easily. I can't give you guys a deep lesson. With a heart of compassion, I've decided to teach you guys a lesson." Brother Fan's face became even uglier. He said, "Listen to this young master's instructions. I wonder how you'll teach us." Zhang Xiaohua said, "Since you want to rob me and take my money pouch, I naturally have to pay you back in your own coin. Besides, your actions have deeply hurt my heart. You have destroyed my beautiful impression of this town. This loss is huge. You have to compensate me for my mental damage." "I've decided." Zhang Xiaohua said, "Since you want to rob me and take my money pouch, I'll pay you back in your own coin." Zhang Xiaohua took a deep breath and said, "I've decided to take your money pouches and let you guys have a taste of being robbed." When everyone heard that, they fainted. "If you want to compensate, just say it. Why do you have so many reasons?" Brother Fan naturally didn't dare to say anything. He hurriedly urged his subordinates to take out their small pouches and hand them to Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua didn't mind and took them one by one and put them in her bosom. Finally, Brother Fan carefully handed over his slightly full pouch. Zhang Xiaohua weighed it up and down and said, "It's not that heavy. It seems your business isn't good." Brother Fan smiled and said, "This young master is joking. It's a small business to begin with. It can only be fun, but not rich." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "You really don't have anything in your bosom?" Brother Fan smiled and said, "I really don't have anything." Finished speaking, he rubbed his bosom to show that he wasn't lying. However, his hands suddenly stopped moving. He awkwardly took out a palm-sized light green jade pendant and handed it to Zhang Xiaohua. He said, "This, I forgot. I still have this thing in my bosom." Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "Where did this come from? How could you forget?" Brother Fan said embarrassedly, "I took this from a rich merchant yesterday. I've already taken it to the town's jade merchant for appraisal. They said it's a worthless fake. Hee, I just put it in my bosom. If this young master doesn't mind that it's a fake, please kindly accept it." Zhang Xiaohua didn't stand on ceremony and reached out to take it. She said, "I'll take it even if it's a fake. It's just a lesson to you." Thus, under Zhang Xiaohua's awe-inspiring righteousness, she plundered the 6 or 7 people's money pouches before letting them go. Yuan Chongqing and the others were dumbfounded by Zhang Xiaohua's actions. They didn't know what to say. Zhang Xiaohua's words were good, and he had his reasons too. "You robbed me, so I had to teach you a lesson. Since you want to save people, then I'm not afraid of using strong medicine. Then, you ruffians, I'm sorry. Hand over your money bags. You can treat your own injuries. I'll teach you a lesson, and I hope you can remember this lesson. I hope you can remember this lesson." Zhang Xiaohua put the money pouches and the fake jade pendant into her bosom. Her heart was full, and her eyes curved into crescents. She smiled and said, "Everyone, why are you standing there in a daze? Where do you live? Do you want to go to the galloping carriage company together?" Yuan Chongqing and the others came to their senses and said, "No need, no need. We have our own accommodation. Little brother, come with us." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Then I won't stand on ceremony." After saying that, she followed Yuan Chongqing and the others and walked away, stepping on the snow. Everyone walked by the roadside, not saying a word, as if they hadn't recovered from the shock just now. Zhang Xiaohua didn't mind and asked as she walked, "Big brother Yuan, after talking for so long, I still haven't asked which part of Pingyang City you are from." Yuan Chongqing said, "We are the armed escorts of the Lotus Flower Escort Company in Pingyang City. This year, we went on a long trip and came to this remote town. I reckon we'll be going back in a few days." Lotus Flower Escort Company. Armed escorts. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she jumped 3 feet high in surprise, almost scaring everyone. After that, Zhang Xiaohua pulled Yuan Chongqing's hand and asked, then, "Big brother Yuan, do you know someone called Zhang Xiaohu?" Zhang Xiaohu. Yuan Chongqing and the others were surprised and said in unison, "Of course, we know him. He's our leader Zhang." Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood. No wonder they said that their leader Zhang was familiar with the 6 complementary fists. Wasn't that Zhang Xiaohu's signature fist technique? Yuan Chongqing asked, "Little brother, do you know our leader Zhang?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "I don't just know him. I've known him for 13 years. Yuan Chongqing was stunned and said, "What do you mean?" Zhang Xiaohua said, "I'm his biological younger brother. I'm 13 years old this year. Do you think I'm right?" Yuan Chongqing suddenly understood. "Oh, I know. I heard that leader Zhang has a very strong younger brother. What's his name again?" Zhang Xiaohua said, "He's called Zhang Xiaohua. You have to remember such a handsome and mighty name." Yuan Chongqing smiled and said, "Yes, he's called Zhang Xiaohua. He came to the escort agency with leader Zhang last year to apply for a job. I heard that he even lifted 500 kilograms of stone weights. It's a pity that I wasn't there yet. Otherwise, I would definitely recognize you. Little brother, please don't blame me." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "No, no. Look, I look quite similar to second brother." Yuan Chongqing took a closer look and said, "Yes, there are some similarities. However, you're still small and skinny now. Your face is a little chubby, but your brows are still similar." However, if you look at it directly, you might not be able to recognize him. Since he was Zhang Xiaohu's subordinate, he was naturally not an outsider. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua had been recuperating at the escort agency for a long time before the new year, so he had long regarded the agency as his home. Therefore, he was very close to Yuan Chongqing and the others. The few doubts he had were thrown away. Sure enough, it didn't take long for them to arrive at a slightly remote alley on the east side of the town. After entering the alley, they saw a half-closed courtyard door. Yuan Chongqing and the others pushed the door open and shouted, "Leader Zhang, is Leader Zhang here?" Before they could hear Zhang Xiaohu's reply, another loud voice rang out, "Why are you shouting so loudly? If you don't follow the rules, what's the point of your daily training? Your leader Zhang isn't here. He's out on some errands. If you have anything to say, just tell me." Zhang Xiaohua followed Yuan Chongqing and the others into the small courtyard. The owner of the loud voice also came out from the central room. He was a bald, brawny man with a fierce face. When Yuan Chongqing and the others saw him, they quickly saluted and said, "Escort Leader Luo, you're here." Escort Leader Luo approached them. His nose twitched a few times, and he frowned and said, "You guys went drinking again?" Yuan Chongqing smiled and said, "Big escort leader, we've been in this godforsaken place for so long with nothing to do. Our brothers were bored, so we went out for a drink." Escort leader Luo said, "You can drink, but don't cause trouble for me. Otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson." Then, his gaze fell on Zhang Xiaohua and he said impatiently, "Who is this person? Why did you bring a stranger here? Please add it to your collection, thank you." Chapter 138. Seeing the change in escort chief Luo's expression, Yuan Chongqing hurriedly explained, "Please don't misunderstand, escort chief. This young man is our chief Zhang's younger brother. His name is Zhang Xiaohua. We happened to meet him in town, so we brought him back to let the two brothers meet. Think about it, even if he isn't Chief Zhang's younger brother, he's still so young. Since he's from Pingyang City, we can't just let him wander around here alone, right?" Escort Chief Luo's expression softened when he heard this. He then asked, "You know him? You know that he's Zhang Xiaohu's younger brother?" Yuan Chongqing smiled apologetically. "You must be joking, escort chief. How would I know him? But don't you think this young man looks exactly like our Chief Zhang? What's there to be suspicious about?" Escort Chief Luo looked at Zhang Xiaohua suspiciously for a moment, then patted his bald head and said, "You're Zhang Xiaohua, right? I think I've seen you somewhere before." Zhang Xiaohua smiled. "It's like this, Escort Chief Luo. I was injured before the new year and spent some time recuperating in the escort agency. Perhaps we met during that time." Escort Chief Luo thought for a moment and said with a smile, "Perhaps. The escort agency was quite busy before the new year and I often went out on missions, so I didn't spend much time in the agency. Perhaps we met once or twice." Then, Escort Chief Luo said to Yuan Chongqing, "Zhang Xiaohu went out to settle some matters and will probably return at night. You can bring this child to his room first." With that, he walked out of the door with his head held high. After Escort Chief Luo had walked far away, Yuan Chongqing stopped smiling and said in a low voice, "Ignore him, Zhang Xiaohua. This person always looks down on us escorts just because he's an escort chief. He's always picky about us. Our Chief Zhang, I mean your second brother, has always argued with him over these trivial matters. Otherwise, why would he pick on you?" Zhang Xiaohua didn't mind. She was a stranger who had suddenly barged in. Naturally, they would interrogate her carefully. If she was let off so easily, how could she still be an escort leader? Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua only smiled, Yuan Chongqing said, "Let's go. I'll take you to Chief Zhang's room. You must be tired. Take a rest first and wait for your second brother to come back tonight." With that said, the few of them brought Zhang Xiaohua to a simple and crude room. The door was ajar, but when they pushed the door open and entered, the room was not empty. Yuan Chongqing smiled and said, "This courtyard was temporarily rented by us when we came over during the new year. It's very simple. We'll probably leave in a while, so we didn't add anything." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "This house is similar to the one second brother has at the escort agency." Yuan Chongqing said, "Chief Zhang's house is still alright since he's living alone. Chief Zhang also likes cleanliness, so of course the house is clean. The few of us are just next door, but together, it's not something that can be described as simply dirty and messy. Alright, Zhang Xiaohua, take a rest first. Chief Zhang will be back soon. We'll give him a big surprise." Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She said, "Okay. Then it's a deal. Don't tell him in advance." Yuan Chongqing and the others smiled and said, "Okay, it's a deal. Chief Zhang is very generous to us. I haven't seen him happy for a long time. This must make him very excited." Zhang Xiaohua asked again, "But that escort Chief Luo knows about it too. He won't tell second brother, right?" Yuan Chongqing and the others said, Don't worry. This escort Chief Luo went out at this time. He's probably looking for some fun somewhere. With your second brother around, he can rest assured. He takes care of many things very well. He won't be back until nighttime." However, thinking about what Zhang Xiaohua said, there were many people in the mountain village who cared and took care of him. He should be able to have a good new year. There was also Li Jinfeng, young Master Li. He had agreed to let him pass a message to his family and bring some money back when he returned home before the new year. However, he came and went in a hurry and didn't have time to see him. At this moment, he should be at home enjoying the happiness of family. He wondered if he still remembered to make a trip to Guizhuang House. Zhang Xiaohu entered the courtyard. As he greeted the people in the courtyard, he quickly walked back to the house. He pushed open the half-closed door and walked to the small table in the house. He took out a fire starter and lit the oil lamp. He then poured a cup of water and sat on the stool while drinking, heaving a sigh of relief. When he finished drinking the water, he then realized that there was another person lying on his Kong bed. Zhang Xiaohu shook his head and thought to himself, "Which escort agency's brother is this again?" After drinking, he entered the wrong house. Hence, Zhang Xiaohu stood up, picked up the oil lamp and walked to the Kong bed. That person was lying sideways on the Kong bed and was sound asleep. Zhang Xiaohu rolled him over and scolded him with a smile, "Hurry up and get up. It's already dark. Quickly go and eat. If you want to sleep, go back to your room and sleep." However, this person was very small and light. Zhang Xiaohu easily flipped him over. Just as he was feeling surprised, he couldn't help but exclaim when he saw that person's face, "Xiaohua." The oil lamp in his hand almost fell on Zhang Xiaohua's face. Zhang Xiaohu was shocked. He quickly calmed himself down and held the oil lamp tightly to prevent Zhang Xiaohua from being disfigured. He took a closer look and rubbed his eyes. If it wasn't Zhang Xiaohua's small face, who else could it be? Was he dreaming? Zhang Xiaohu walked to the door and looked at the courtyard. There were a few bodyguards and armed escorts walking around. The snow in the courtyard was still very deep. Wasn't this the courtyard he had just entered? Then, Zhang Xiaohu pinched his cheeks unconfidently. The pain proved that he wasn't dreaming. But why did Zhang Xiaohua come to his Kong bed from Pingyang City? With that thought, Zhang Xiaohu walked quickly to the Kong bed. He wanted to wake Zhang Xiaohua up and interrogate her. However, when he saw Zhang Xiaohua sleeping soundly, he immediately retracted his hand. It was better to let Xiaohua have a good sleep. No matter what happened, no matter how serious it was, since she was under his protection, this burden would naturally be shouldered by him, the older brother. His younger brother was still young and must have suffered a lot when he came here. Even if the cause of the matter was complicated, now was not the time to ask. Everything would have to wait until he woke up. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohu carefully blew out the oil lamp and put it down. He then tiptoed carefully and walked out softly. He carefully closed the door, afraid that he would make a sound and disturb Zhang Xiaohua's good sleep. Walking to the courtyard, Zhang Xiaohu stopped one of the armed escorts and asked, "Is Escort Chief Luo here?" That person smiled and said, "Chief Zhang, you still don't know when Escort Chief Luo ate here at night? He must be outside at this time." Zhang Xiaohu laughed and scolded, "Of course I know that. I'm asking if you saw him today." That person said, "Not since this afternoon." Zhang Xiaohu probed again, "Then did you see anyone enter my house?" That person thought for a while and said, "I don't remember. Our courtyard is remote and no strangers usually come here. If someone came, I would naturally remember." "Why? Chief Zhang, did you lose something?" Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, No, I'm just asking." After saying that, he let that person go. Then, he asked a few other armed escorts and they all gave the same answer. Zhang Xiaohu was a little puzzled. Did his younger brother fly here? Moreover, how did he know he was here? Just as he was thinking, he bumped into Yuan Chongqing and a few other armed escorts who were on good terms with him coming back from outside. When Yuan Chongqing saw Zhang Xiaohu, he smiled and said, "Chief Zhang, did you just come back from outside?" Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "Yes, I just came back." "Why did you all go out again?" Yuan Chongqing said, "It's very boring to stay in the courtyard. Why don't we go out?" Zhang Xiaohu said, "Instead of going out for a stroll, it's better to practice some punches and kicks. Why don't you practice some punches to train your body?" Yuan Chongqing smiled and said, "Chief Zhang, we can't compare to you. Our punches and kicks are just like that. How can we improve? If I were as lucky as you, I would also practice diligently at the martial arts center to learn the inner strength mantras." Zhang Xiaohu said, "Opportunities are always given to those who are prepared. If you don't put in the effort, you won't be able to seize the opportunity even if you have it." Yuan Chongqing said, "All right, Chief Zhang, I know you're good to us. We'll practice our punches well after dinner. It won't be a waste of your saliva." Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "It's your business whether you want to practice or not. You don't have to look at my face." Then, Yuan Chongqing asked mysteriously, "Chief Zhang, did you just come back? You haven't gone back to your room yet, right?" Zhang Xiaohu didn't understand and said, "I've been back for a while. I just went back to my room." Immediately, he came to a realization and asked, "You were the one who brought Zhang Xiaohua back?" Yuan Chongqing blinked and said with a smile, "It seems that I was the one who did it." Zhang Xiaohu laughed and said, "Good brother, I didn't treat you like this in vain. This time, I have to thank you properly." Yuan Chongqing hurriedly declined and said, "Chief Zhang, you're too polite. You're usually very generous to your brothers. Although you're still young, everyone listens to you. We're all happy to do something for you, so you don't have to be so polite. Besides, we just happened to meet at the right time. We really didn't do anything." Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "No matter what, Xiaohua is only a teenager. If you didn't bring him, he wouldn't be able to find this place." "Oh right, how did you meet him? Do you know Xiaohua?" Asking this, Yuan Chongqing and the others' expressions were very interesting. He said, "Chief Zhang, like father like son, it should be brother dragon and brother tiger to you." Zhang Xiaohu stared blankly and scolded with a smile, "Nonsense, my big brother is called Little Dragon, and I'm called Little Tiger. Of course I'm brother dragon and brother tiger." Yuan Chongqing saw that he didn't understand and explained with a smile, "I'm your little brother. That's what you call amazing." Zhang Xiaohu didn't understand, so Yuan Chongqing told him everything he saw and heard in the afternoon. With this, he spoke for a full quarter of an hour. It had to be said that this Yuan Chongqing's eloquence was excellent. Not being a storyteller with a bright future was a big loss to the storytelling world. There were a few people nearby who all gave a thumbs up and praised Zhang Xiaohu for having an amazing little brother. Zhang Xiaohu's expression was uncertain as he listened. He was worried about Zhang Xiaohua's arm injury. After waiting for Yuan Chongqing to finish, he said, "You guys wait here for a moment. I'll be right back." Under everyone's puzzled gaze, Zhang Xiaohu quickly ran back to his room. However, he came back with a normal expression. Yuan Chongqing asked, "Chief Zhang, did you forget something?" Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "I didn't forget anything. I'm just worried about Xiaohua's injury. If I don't see it with my own eyes, I won't be at ease." Only then did everyone understand. They secretly sighed in their hearts. Others were only concerned about the excitement of the fight. Only his own brother didn't care about the result and only cared about his little brother's injury. Only when he saw that the injury was fine could he be at ease. Yuan Chongqing was also ashamed and said, "Chief Zhang, this is my fault. I only cared about bringing Zhang Xiaohua back and forgot about this matter for a moment. I don't know how his arm is now." Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "It's fine. It's just an oversight. I also roughly looked at it just now. I couldn't see clearly under the oil lamp. It seems to have scarred. It should be just a superficial wound. I guess it's because of the blood loss. Xiaohua is so tired. He's usually so lively." Yuan Chongqing said fiercely, "It's fine if Xiaohua is fine, but if there's a little problem, we brothers will definitely find justice for him." Zhang Xiaohu also said with a gloomy face, "That's right. My little brother can't be injured for no reason. Although they were spared in the afternoon, since they're injured, it's another matter. I'll go look for them tomorrow and make them bleed a little." Hearing this, Yuan Chongqing's expression was strange. Just now, in order to protect Zhang Xiaohua's heroic image, Yuan Chongqing used the spring in autumn annals technique. Some things were omitted. Since Zhang Xiaohu said this, Yuan Chongqing couldn't hide it. So Yuan Chongqing looked around and pulled Zhang Xiaohu to the side. Yuan Chongqing whispered into his ear. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu's face was in high spirits. When Yuan Chongqing finished, his mouth almost split open from laughing. He still didn't believe him and asked, "He really did that? You really saw it with your own eyes?" Yuan Chongqing smiled and said, "How can I lie to Chief Zhang? Why don't you ask him tomorrow? Or you can go back and take a look later." Zhang Xiaohu laughed and said, "If that's the case, then I won't go look for trouble with them." Ha ha ha. After saying that, he said, "Brothers, in a while, let's go drink. We won't go back until we're drunk." Well, this was good. After hearing that his little brother was fine, he was so happy that he wanted to go drink. However, it couldn't be said that this was a celebration of the brothers' coincidental meeting. Everyone was surprised to see Zhang Xiaohu's angry eyes just now, but now he was beaming with joy. They surrounded Yuan Chongqing and the others and asked for the reason. How could they explain it? They just kept evading and told them to go look for Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohu also kept them in suspense and refused to say anything. Everyone was depressed. At the dinner table in the evening, when everyone took advantage of Zhang Xiaohu's drunken state to ask again, Zhang Xiaohu finally said it clearly. Hearing this, everyone laughed and gave a thumbs up, saying, "Zhang Xiaohua, you're really funny." Then everyone's faces turned white. Although it was said that they wouldn't go back until they were drunk, how could Zhang Xiaohu drink too much with his slightly injured little brother sleeping on his Kong bed? The rest of the people went back full of joy. Only Zhang Xiaohu returned to the small courtyard sober. At night, Zhang Xiaohu slept close to Zhang Xiaohua, far away from him, afraid that he would accidentally wake him up. However, he was also worried that Zhang Xiaohua was a strong sleeper. How could he wake him up so easily? The next day, when Zhang Xiaohua woke up from his flickering dream, the first thing he saw was the second brother he had been thinking about day and night. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. Just as he was about to call out, he heard that Zhang Xiaohu was still sound asleep. He quickly covered his mouth with his hand. However, this small action still woke up Zhang Xiaohu, who was thinking about him. Zhang Xiaohu opened his eyes and saw Zhang Xiaohua's happy little face looking at him. He jumped up from the Kong bed and said with a smile, "Xiaohua, you're awake." Zhang Xiaohua also smiled and said, "Yes, second brother, I'm awake." Not much was said, but the two were happy. Then, Zhang Xiaohu asked, "You didn't sleep enough. How about you sleep a bit more? It's still early." Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, "Second brother, as long as I wake up, it'll be hard for me to fall asleep again. Besides, I fell asleep when I came to your room yesterday afternoon. I've slept for so long. Otherwise, I'll be sleepy again." Zhang Xiaohu said, "Okay then, let me take a closer look at the wound on your arm." Zhang Xiaohua stretched out her arm. Zhang Xiaohu used the light coming in from the window to take a closer look. He took a towel and wiped off some of the blood on the outside. The wound was as he thought. It had already scabbed over, as if it had been healed for several days. Zhang Xiaohu was completely relieved. "Please add it to your collection, thank you." Chapter 139. At this time, Zhang Xiaohu frowned and stared at Zhang Xiaohua, asking, "Xiaohua, why didn't you stay in Huanxi Mountain Villa? Why did you come to this small town for no reason? This place is very far from Pingyang City. Did you come alone? Or did you come with someone else? Did you make a mistake in the mountain villa, so you escaped here without permission? If that's the case, Little Blossom, don't be afraid. Tell me what's going on. Don't be afraid. Even if the sky falls, I'm here to hold it up. However, you have to tell me the truth." Zhang Xiaohua heard her second brother asking so many questions, which were getting more and more ridiculous. She quickly waved her hands and said, "Don't, second brother. Even if the sky falls down, there's someone higher than you. You don't have to worry about me. How do you expect me to answer so many questions? You'd better pour me some water first. I'm thirsty. After I drink the water, I'll tell you in detail." Zhang Xiaohu had no choice but to turn around and pour him some water. Seeing him gulp it down, he asked again, "Now you should tell me." In fact, it was not that Zhang Xiaohua was unwilling to tell Zhang Xiaohua that she, Yan, and others went south. However, he Tianchu's instructions before she went out and the attack on the rainy night made her hesitate. She did not know if she should tell Zhang Xiaohu. Moreover, she was injured by the men in black and almost lost her life. Although she was fine now, if she told her second brother, he would be worried. What should she do? Moreover, Shirtai did not seem to want others to know her whereabouts. She did not even tell Zhang Xiaohua about her background. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua had to consider for her. However, Zhang Xiaohua thought again. This Zhang Xiaohu was her biological second brother. If he could not be trusted, who else in the world could be trusted? After thinking for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua said, "Second brother, there are some things that I must keep a secret, so you must keep it a secret. What I told you today, you mustn't tell anyone. Even if escort Luo asks, you mustn't say a word." Zhang Xiaohu saw Zhang Xiaohua's hesitation and thought that he had done something bad. When he heard this, he could not help but become serious. He nodded and answered, "Okay, Xiaohua, I promise you, I'll only tell one person about this. I will never tell anyone else." Thus, Zhang Xiaohua recounted how she had set off from Pingyang City with the convoy of Huanxi Manor and how she had been attacked in the rainy night. However, she did not mention the fight with the old man in black. She only said that she had accidentally fallen into the water to escape in the dark and had picked up a wooden board in the water. That was how she had drifted down the rapids. Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua had grown up together. He knew Zhang Xiaohua's swimming ability like the back of his hand. She could be a little frog in the small river in front of the Guizhuang house, but she was a far cry from being a loach in this river. Thus, he did not have the slightest doubt that Zhang Xiaohua could not get ashore in time with a wooden board in the rapids. However, when he heard that Zhang Xiaohua had drifted for a long time and was only rescued by someone in a slower stream, he was so scared that his face turned pale. Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled when she saw her second brother's scared look. She asked, "What's wrong, second brother? Am I not fine? What's there to be afraid of?" Zhang Xiaohu smiled stiffly and said, "The ignorant are fearless. Xiaohua, you should know that this place is very close to the sea. The rivers on the left converge to Luojiang, which is not far ahead. I think the river that you drifted over is the same. If you were not rescued at that time, you would have drifted into Luojiang soon. The river is wide and it would be even more difficult to get ashore. Moreover, this is the estuary of Luojiang. If you could not get ashore before entering Luojiang, you would have no chance. Tell me, how can I not be scared?" When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, a trace of cold sweat appeared on his back. In his heart, he secretly thanked Xiao Meng for her fishing rod. If it were not for her fishing rod, he was afraid that he would have been sleeping in the boundless sea by now. Then, Zhang Xiaohua said that she had drifted for a long time and fell ill when she got ashore. It was not until yesterday that the person who saved her brought her out and put her in this strange town. When Zhang Xiaohu heard that his younger brother had almost died, he was already distressed. How could he still distinguish between his words? He only held Zhang Xiaohua's little hand and held it tightly. He only wanted to replace the pain that his poor younger brother had suffered some time ago with himself. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, she felt that her decision was correct. If Zhang Xiaohu knew that she was almost beaten to death, wouldn't he immediately burst into tears? After a long while, Zhang Xiaohu said, "Since you drifted here by yourself and don't know whether Manor Master O is alive or dead, you naturally can't tell anyone about this matter. You can just say that you were sent here by the steward of Huanxi Mountain Villa." However, he immediately smiled and said, "It's also difficult. How can a small child like you be sent so far away? Why don't you say that you came here with someone else and got separated when you reached here? Now that you have coincidentally met us, just follow the escort team back. Everything will naturally be clear when we reach Pingyang City." Zhang Xiaohua blinked and said with a smile, "Then we will do as second brother says. Fortunately, big brother Yuan brought me back yesterday. He saw that I was tired and didn't ask me in detail. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know what to say." At this point, Zhang Xiaohu seemed to have thought of something and said with a smile, "I heard that someone was very impressive yesterday. She killed everyone and obtained a lot of spoils of war." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she immediately blushed and muttered, "I also didn't want to let them go for nothing." Then, she shook Zhang Xiaohu's arm and said, "Second brother, I won't dare to do it again, okay?" However, Zhang Xiaohu's face turned stiff and he said in a strange tone, "Why not? Not only will I do this in the future, but I will also make them bleed a lot. I can't wait to beat these local ruffians up personally. Why would I blame you?" Zhang Xiaohua looked at Zhang Xiaohu in surprise and stopped shaking his arm. She couldn't believe her ears and asked, "You really agree with what I did yesterday?" Zhang Xiaohu said with a smile, "Yes, second brother agrees wholeheartedly." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she giggled and said, "That's my good second brother. That's right, I haven't taken a look at yesterday's loot. It's a good time to take an inventory." When she finished speaking, she took out a pile of money bags of different sizes. She casually took a bulging bag and opened it to take a look. Zhang Xiaohu also took one and opened it. Zhang Xiaohua's money bag had some scattered silver and some copper coins. While he was counting, he heard Zhang Xiaohu shout, "Oh, there's a lot of things in this money bag. There's even a pearl hair clip. Why is there a small stone?" Zhang Xiaohua looked up and saw that her second brother was holding the money bag she picked up and looking at it with great interest. Zhang Xiaohua snatched it and said, "This isn't yesterday's loot. I picked it up on the mountain a few days ago." Zhang Xiaohu was surprised, but he didn't doubt her and said with a smile, "Xiaohua, your fortune has come. How can you casually pick up a money bag? There's a lot of silver inside." Zhang Xiaohua was too lazy to explain to him. She took a money bag from the table and threw it to him, saying, "Hurry up and take a look." Zhang Xiaohu caught it and said, "It's too slow to look at it like this. It's better to pour it all on the table." Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, "Second brother, that's a good idea." Thus, the two of them picked up the money bags and poured out the contents one by one. Although there were 7 or 8 money bags on the table, there were very few things inside. Apart from one of the money bags, which should be Brother Fan's, which had a bit more silver, the others were mostly copper coins. Zhang Xiaohua looked and thought, the money bags are so empty. No wonder they want to steal from me. However, many grains of sand make a tower, and many armpits make a fur coat. Although each pouch did not have much silver, there were 7 or 8 of them. Upon closer inspection, other than the dozens of copper coins, there were also about 5 taels of silver scattered around. Zhang Xiaohu was extremely happy to see this. After tidying up, Zhang Xiaohu pushed the silver and copper coins to Zhang Xiaohua and said, "This is your harvest. Keep it for yourself." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and kept the copper coins. She pushed the rest to second brother and said, "Second brother, I'll keep the copper coins as pocket money. Help me keep the silver for now. When you have time, you can bring it back to father and mother." When Zhang Xiaohu heard this, he didn't refuse. He found a nice-looking one from the empty money bags and put the money in his chest, saying, "All right, it would be impolite for me to refuse. Today, I finally have my own money bag. Hee, it's not worse than the one you picked up from the mountain." Zhang Xiaohua didn't say anything. He took out the jade tablet from his chest and said, "This is also for you. Yesterday, that person said it was a fake. When you have time, find a pawn shop and sell it for some money." Zhang Xiaohu received it with his hands, looked around, and then returned it to him, saying, "Forget it, this silver is not a small amount. This is a fake after all, it's not worth much, just take it and play with it." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he kept it in his chest. Then, he took out the small sword from his chest and passed it to Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohu saw Zhang Xiaohua taking out things from his chest and couldn't help but laugh. "Is that 100 treasures pouch in your chest? Why do you always have good things to take out?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and then told Zhang Xiaohu about the incident with He Tianshu at the small town's weapon shop. When Zhang Xiaohu heard this, he was secretly amused. In the past, before he was sent out in Pingyang City, he thought that the price of weapons was the same everywhere. After coming out a few times, he realized that the price of each weapon was different in every place. These 7 taels of silver were probably not much in He Tianshu's eyes, but in the eyes of the blacksmith, it was a huge sum. It was no wonder that the blacksmith would buy one and get one free. Zhang Xiaohu saw that his younger brother liked this small sword very much and took it to take a look. After looking at it from left to right, other than it being very heavy, he couldn't see anything special about it. It also didn't have the feeling of being connected by blood as Zhang Xiaohua said. He smiled and said, "Looks like you hit it off with this small sword. I can't see anything strange about it. However, since it was given for 7 taels of silver, it must be something good." Although Zhang Xiaohu said this, he didn't think much of it in his heart. He felt that his younger brother had only found one because he didn't have many toys since he was young and couldn't bear to part with it. Zhang Xiaohua saw that her second brother didn't think much of it and lost interest. Naturally, he couldn't tell him that he had used this small sword to kill people, so he could only keep it close to his chest. At this time, the sky was already bright. Zhang Xiaohu said, "Let's go, Xiaohua. Let's go eat first. I still have work to do later. You can play in this courtyard. The time of our return is more or less set. Just come back with us. Don't worry about anything else. Just have fun." Zhang Xiaohua pursed her lips and thought to herself, "You're still treating me like a child." Zhang Xiaohu led Zhang Xiaohua out the door and bumped into Escort Luo. Escort Luo looked sleepy, as if he had a hangover. He didn't look embarrassed when he saw Zhang Xiaohu. Instead, he yawned and asked, "Zhang Xiaohu, how did the discussion go yesterday?" Zhang Xiaohu replied respectfully, reporting to Escort Luo, "Everything has been discussed. After breakfast, I'll report to you for your decision." Escort Luo nodded and said, "Good job. Go eat first and come find me later. By the way, is this little brother really your younger brother?" Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "Yes, he is my younger brother, Zhang Xiaohua. It's quite a coincidence to meet him here. I'll tell you the details later." Escort Luo waved his hand and gestured for Zhang Xiaohu and his brother to go eat. He covered his mouth and yawned before going somewhere else. Zhang Xiaohua carefully pulled on Zhang Xiaohu and asked, "Second brother, this Escort Luo doesn't look like an escort leader. Are all the escort leaders of the Lotus Flower Escort Agency like this?" Zhang Xiaohu looked around and said carefully, "Xiaohua, you can't say that. Don't talk about others so casually. Be careful of the trouble that comes from the mouth. The other escort leaders don't look like this either. I guess it's because Escort Luo has been away for a long time and is homesick." After that, Zhang Xiaohua followed Zhang Xiaohu to the courtyard's kitchen for breakfast. At this time, there were many escorts and armed escorts in the kitchen. Many of them already knew that Escort Luo had met his younger brother here. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua's performance on the streets yesterday had been spread by Yuan Changqing's big mouth. Hence, everyone had a good impression of this inconspicuous young man. No matter what, he was still a brother from Pingyang City. How could he beat up a local bully so badly? Just thinking about it made them feel relieved, as if they were the ones who did it. Zhang Xiaohua had not seen his family for a long time. Now that he saw so many people from Pingyang City, he felt very close to them and spoke to them obediently. Before the meal was over, everyone already found Zhang Xiaohua pleasing to the eye, as if he was their brother. Zhang Xiaohu had a lot of work to do in the team and did not have much free time to take care of Zhang Xiaohua. He was worried that Zhang Xiaohua would not be able to adapt here. Now that he saw that everyone liked Zhang Xiaohua, he was relieved. After hurriedly finishing his meal, he gave Zhang Xiaohua some instructions and hurried to Escort Luo's room. Escort Luo's room was obviously bigger than Zhang Xiaohu's. It was a two-room room with a central room. At this moment, Escort Luo was sitting in the central room with a bowl of porridge in front of him. He was rubbing his temples hard. Obviously, his hangover had affected his appetite and caused his head to hurt. When he saw Zhang Xiaohu enter the room, Escort Luo pointed to the stool beside him and said, "Sit." Then, he picked up the bowl of porridge and drank 2 mouthfuls before asking someone to bring it out. Escort Luo drank 2 more mouthfuls of tea before turning to look at Zhang Xiaohu and asked, "Deputy Escort Luo, tell me about yesterday's incident." Zhang Xiaohu hurriedly got up and said, "Escort Luo, you don't have to be so polite. Although Fourth Master Wen thought highly of me and made me your deputy, I am still an executioner. You don't have to address me as such. Just call me Zhang Xiaohu." Escort Luo smiled and said, "Deputy Escort Luo may be an executioner in the escort agency now, but you have already entered the martial arts hall to learn advanced martial arts. Won't it be a piece of cake for you to become an escort in the future? I am only addressing you as such in advance. Don't you think so? Zhang Xiaohu still refused. As long as I am not an escort, you can't address me as such. Don't you think so? Escort Luo smiled disapprovingly. Zhang Xiaohu saw that escort chief Luo did not speak and knew that he was jealous of him for being able to study in the martial arts hall. Moreover, this position of deputy team leader was fought for by fourth master Wen. Perhaps he did not have the intention to call this escort chief Luo. Therefore, he did not argue and said pleasantly, "This is what I discussed with the merchants yesterday." Then, Zhang Xiaohu recounted what he had discussed with the merchants yesterday to Escort Luo in detail. Escort Luo nodded as he listened. When Zhang Xiaohu finished his report, he said, "You have done well. Deputy Escort Luo, everything will be as you have discussed. In a while, go and give them a definite letter." "It is settled." Zhang Xiaohu nodded and said, "Then, Escort Luo, I will be going out now. Tell the brothers to pack up in advance and prepare to depart in a few days." Escort Luo nodded and said, "All right. It is time to let them know. They have been here for so long that the new year has already passed." Zhang Xiaohu bowed and turned to leave. At this moment, Escort Luo spoke again and said, "Deputy Escort Zhang, please wait a moment." Zhang Xiaohu quickly stopped in his tracks and turned around to ask, "Is there anything else, Escort Luo?" Escort leader Luo smiled and said, "It's like this, Deputy Escort leader Zhang. As leaders, we should lead by example. We should set a good example in everything we do." Zhang Xiaohu was stunned and said, "Escort Luo, if I have done anything wrong, please remind me. I have only been in the escort agency for a short time and there are many things that I still need to learn from experienced escorts like you." Escort Luo was very satisfied when he heard this and smiled. "Actually, it is not a big deal. The agency has its own costs for us bodyguards when we go out. There is a standard for everyone's daily meals and toiletries. You know this standard as well. The team's finances will also be recorded accurately. If there is a discrepancy, I will not be able to explain it to the agency, will I? Look at how your younger brother suddenly joined our team. It won't be easy to calculate his food and lodging expenses." Zhang Xiaohu's expression changed drastically when he heard this. "Please add it to your collection, thank you." Chapter 140. Zhang Xiaohu pondered for a moment before his expression returned to normal. He smiled and said, "No problem, Escort leader Luo. I'm still inexperienced and didn't notice this. I didn't expect my brother to bring us so much trouble. How about this, Xiaohua will stay with me. I'll inform the accompanying gentleman about the other matters immediately and get him to record it properly. I'll settle the score with the escort agency when we get back." Escort leader Luo smiled and said, "That's good. Deputy escort leader Zhang, don't take it to heart. As leaders, we have to pay attention to these details at all times. Otherwise, it won't be a good thing if others point fingers at us or report us to the agency. I'm only doing this for the sake of the matter, not the person. Please don't take it to heart." Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "You're doing this for my own good. Why would I blame you? If such a situation happens in the future, please remind me as soon as possible, Escort leader Luo." "All right, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." Escort leader Luo smiled and waved his hand. "That's all. I'm not worried about you. You've worked hard along the way. I'll definitely ask fourth master Wen for a reward when we get back." Zhang Xiaohu hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "Escort leader Luo, you've worked hard. I'm just helping you on the side." With that, Zhang Xiaohu walked out of the central room with vigor. Escort leader Luo looked at Zhang Xiaohu's back view with a disdainful smile. Zhang Xiaohu walked to the courtyard and gathered everyone to inform them of their return to Pingyang City. Everyone was overjoyed and cheered when they heard this. They were about to disperse. Zhang Xiaohu waited for the crowd's cheers to die down before calling out to the gentleman who was accompanying the team. In front of everyone, he told him to record in detail the food and lodging of his younger brother, Zhang Xiaohua, from today onwards until he returned to the Lotus Escort Agency in Pingyang City. The gentleman was stunned and asked, "What's this for, escort leader Zhang?" Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "My younger brother's unexpected addition to our team will definitely increase the pressure on our costs. His food, drinks, and lodging will all take up our brother's money. It's best if you record it properly and settle it when I arrive at the escort agency." The man was puzzled and said, "He's just a child. What kind of expenses can he have? I think we should just forget about it." The people around them were also very puzzled. Yuan Chongqing even shouted loudly, "Don't do that, Chief Zhang. Zhang Xiaohua is not only your brother, but also our brother now. It's nothing for him to eat and drink here." Why was it so clear? It makes us brothers seem estranged. When Zhang Xiaohu heard this, he smiled at everyone and didn't say much. He just asked the teacher to record it properly. The courtyard wasn't big, and Zhang Xiaohua was in the small room, so she could hear everything clearly. When Zhang Xiaohu entered the room, she quickly pulled him back and asked nervously, "Second brother, what's going on? Did I cause trouble for you by coming here?" Zhang Xiaohu smiled and pinched her little face, saying, "It's nothing. Isn't it just giving them some food expenses? Not to mention that the money you got yesterday is more than enough. Don't tell me that your Huanxi manor doesn't have any allowance for traveling. Just give it to them. Why let others talk about it?" Oh, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood and said, "It can't be that escort leader Luo who said it, right? Why is he so serious?" Zhang Xiaohu patted his little head and said lovingly, "You're still young. You'll know when you're a little older." Zhang Xiaohua nodded thoughtfully. This guy's brain was very bright now. Although Zhang Xiaohu didn't want to say much, since he had already pointed it out, how could he not understand it? Unfortunately, she didn't really come here to do business. She wondered if Huanxi Manor would give her some allowance. If not, she would have to take a portion of her earnings from yesterday and give it to the Lotus Flower Escort Agency. Just thinking about it made her heart ache. She immediately hated that escort leader Luo. Zhang Xiaohua wasn't the only one cursing escort leader Luo. Everyone in the courtyard was very surprised when they heard Zhang Xiaohu's words. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohu didn't explain, they secretly pulled aside a teacher who was accompanying the team to ask for details. That teacher also didn't quite understand, but after some deliberation, everyone understood the whole story. They all secretly cursed escort leader Luo for being narrow-minded. At the same time, even more people gave Zhang Xiaohu a thumbs up. The two leaders' positions in everyone's hearts were immediately determined. The next few days were very ordinary. Zhang Xiaohua stayed in this small courtyard and didn't take a step out. What a joke. She had to fork out her own money, so why would she go out and waste it? Actually, the main reason was that Zhang Xiaohua had been alone for this period of time. Now that she had finally found an organization, she really didn't want to go out again. Moreover, where could she go in this world of ice and snow? Trekking in the snow and looking for plum blossoms in the wilderness? Please, Zhang Xiaohua had just come out from that place, so how could she be interested in it? Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua had just taught the local ruffians a lesson. To be honest, Zhang Xiaohu was really afraid that they would gather people to take revenge. That was why he repeatedly reminded them not to let Zhang Xiaohua out of the small courtyard. Zhang Xiaohua also liked this kind of life. When she had nothing to do in the morning, noon, and night, she would practice her fist technique in the courtyard. In any case, there were many escorts and escorts in the courtyard practicing their fist techniques. Zhang Xiaohua didn't attract any attention, but she couldn't practice elder Yu's sword moves. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua's hands were itchy, so she could only practice a little in the house. What made Zhang Xiaohua the happiest was that she actually found a few travel books from the teacher who accompanied the group. They talked about the local customs and customs of various places. When Zhang Xiaohua saw them, it was as if she had found a treasure. She wanted to borrow them and read them carefully. The teacher hadn't read them himself, so he didn't want to borrow them. However, when he saw the longing in Zhang Xiaohua's eyes, his heart softened. He only kept one book and lent the rest to Zhang Xiaohua. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua went back to her leisurely life of reading and writing when she was busy, and practicing martial arts when she was free. In contrast to Zhang Xiaohua's leisurely life, Zhang Xiaohu was so busy that his feet didn't touch the ground. He was in charge of all the affairs of the escort group, while escort leader Luo was purely a shopkeeper who didn't do anything. Naturally, he had to deal with a lot of matters such as the departure of the escort group and the negotiations with the merchants. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaohu wasn't in the courtyard every day, so naturally, he couldn't even see Zhang Xiaohua's face. However, what made Zhang Xiaohua envious was that Zhang Xiaohu's method of practicing martial arts was different from his. Every night, when he returned home, Zhang Xiaohu would sit cross-legged and meditate. Occasionally, he would also practice the Liuhequan. When Zhang Xiaohu was practicing his internal energy, Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to move at all, afraid that she would disturb her second brother. Most of the time, Zhang Xiaohu would wait for Zhang Xiaohua to fall asleep before he started practicing his internal energy. After a few busy days, everyone in the escort group packed their things and settled all the matters with the merchants. On this day, everyone, who was eager to return home, finally set off. It was a sunny day with the sun hanging high in the sky. Although the snow hadn't melted yet, there wasn't much of a chill when the northern wind blew. It was a good day for traveling. At the entrance of the small courtyard, the escort group's things were packed to the brim with 4 large carriages. There were also many horses tied to the trees by the side. Zhang Xiaohua placed his second brother's things on one of the carriages and looked at the escort and guard standing beside the horses with admiration. He had never ridden a horse in his entire life. Not long after, horses galloped in from outside the alley. It was the convoy of merchants that Zhang Xiaohu and the others had picked up. The merchants had more carriages, and there were about 10 to 20 of them, including the escort group. Thus, the two groups merged into one and set off with just a few instructions. Zhang Xiaohua didn't feel that there were too many people as they usually ate, drank, and fooled around in the courtyard. It was only when they set off that she realized there were more than 10 people in the escort group. At the front were some of Zhang Xiaohu's guards who were scouting ahead. Most of the people in the middle were escort leader Luo and his group of escorts who were protecting the merchants, their carriages, and their goods. The carriages in the middle had a large triangular flag embroidered with the word Lotus. At the back were Zhang Xiaohu and the rest of the guards. Other than the accountant and a few odd job workers, the rest were riding tall horses with weapons hanging from their waists. It was a very impressive sight. Although there were many people and carriages in the escort group, they were all well trained and didn't panic at all. Not long after, they had left the small town and were on the official road. Zhang Xiaohua initially thought that it would be very inconvenient to move with so many people and carriages. However, reality proved that the speed of this convoy wasn't much slower than Yan's 4 carriages. Although Zhang Xiaohua desperately wanted to ride a horse by herself, she was still arranged to sit in a carriage together with the accountant and the rest. At the beginning, Zhang Xiaohu didn't have much time to care about her and only entrusted her to Yuan Changqing in the rest. He looked after Zhang Xiaohua until they reached the main road and the convoy moved steadily. Then, he took the time to come to the front of the carriage. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's unhappy face, he asked, "Xiaohua, we are already on the road and preparing to return to Pingyang City. Why are you unhappy again?" Zhang Xiaohua pouted and said, "Of course I'm happy to be able to return to Pingyang City. However, I can't always sit in a carriage. I want to ride a horse too. I see that there are still some unridden horses at the back. Can I ride them?" Haha. When Zhang Xiaohu heard this, he laughed and said, "So that's how it is. Little flower, it's not that I don't want you to ride. Riding a horse is also a skill. If you have never ridden before, you have to learn how to ride first. Our escort agency's horses are used to running outside and have very fierce temperaments. They're not suitable for you to ride and learn from. When we return to the agency, we'll find a docile horse for you to learn from first." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she realized that she had to learn how to ride a horse. It wasn't something that anyone could ride. However, he still didn't give up and said, "Don't the horses at the back look very docile? Let me try to ride them." When Zhang Xiaohu heard this, he said with a straight face, "Xiaohua, don't be willful. This is an escort agency. How can I let you fool around? The horses at the back look very docile, but it's different when you ride them. Moreover, the horses at the back are spares. If there's a problem with the horses at the front, they'll have to be used. We can't ride blindly now." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she rolled her eyes helplessly and didn't say anything else. Actually, this person was also strange. Take Zhang Xiaohua for example. When he was alone, he did things and thought like an adult. He was even more meticulous and mature. However, when he had relatives or elders by his side, he regained the innocence of a child and truly looked like a teenager. Perhaps this was the habit and dependence of humans. Since she couldn't ride a horse, Zhang Xiaohua didn't continue to pester her and obediently looked at the scenery. The scenery here seemed to be different from the front. Although the snow hadn't melted in the winter, there were some green plants stubbornly surviving in the fields and on the roadside. Occasionally, there were small rivers and streams that were no longer frozen. There were playful children with puppies and playing in the snow. There were strings of plum blossoms on the white fields. The speed of the carriage was very fast. The whistling cold wind poured into the carriage. Zhang Xiaohua habitually covered her cotton-padded clothes. This cotton-padded clothes belonged to her second brother, Zhang Xiaohu. His jacket had already been washed and put away by Zhang Xiaohu. It was difficult to change. Zhang Xiaohu was so sad that he wanted to cry. His younger brother hadn't gotten new clothes to wear during the new year. Even the autumn jacket had been cut open with a knife. He hated that time was too short. The cotton-padded clothes shop was also closed. He could only wear his own cotton-padded clothes first. Zhang Xiaohua repeatedly claimed that she wasn't cold, but how could Zhang Xiaohu believe her? He just kept forcing her to wear it. Look, the clothes were so big that even the wind could get in. When the accountant saw this, he also shrank his neck and asked, "Xiaohua, are you cold?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "No, Mr. Mo. I'm not cold at all." Mr. Mo smiled and said, "You're a sensible child. It's okay. If you're cold, I have a shawl here. Of course, it's also very big. But it can still block the wind." Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. She smiled and said, "It's okay. Although it's a little cold, I can still stand it. How can young people grow fast if they don't feel cold?" Sometimes, it was strange. Zhang Xiaohua was obviously not cold, but when he said that he wasn't cold, others would think that he said that because he didn't have suitable clothes. They would think that he was very sensible and should be concerned about him. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua became more careful. "I won't tell the truth, okay? I'll say half-truths." Zhang Xiaohua looked at the scenery for a while and was a little bored. She asked, "Mr. Mo, I would like to ask you a question." Mr. Mo said, "Okay, what problem have you encountered?" Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "Mr. Mo, I feel that the weather here and the scenery outside are quite different from Pingyang City. I feel that at this time, Pingyang City should be frozen 3 feet deep. The wind is biting cold and the snow is very thick. Moreover, all the leaves have fallen. It's not like here. Although there's a lot of snow, it feels very cold. The wind is gentle. Look over there are some green things that are still growing. Mr. Mo smiled and said, "You're right, Zhang Xiaohua. The weather here is indeed different from Pingyang City. The weather here is very mild and the surroundings are very humid. It doesn't feel as cold as Pingyang City." Zhang Xiaohua asked, "Why is that?" Mr. Mo said, "It's very simple. It's because this place is southeast of Pingyang City. It's next to the sea. See? Io." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she couldn't help but shout. She said, "I forgot that I haven't seen the sea when I came here." Zhang Xiaohua patted the back of her head regretfully. Why didn't she think of looking at the sea when she was bored a few days before she left? According to the books, the sea was boundless and the sky and the sea was the same color. The scenery was very magnificent. She had yearned for it back then. Now that she was here, why did she lose the opportunity for nothing? Looking at Zhang Xiaohua's frustrated look, Mr. Mo smiled and said, "It's okay. You can't see it this time, but you can see it next time. This town is just a small bay near the sea. You can't see too far. You still can't appreciate the magnificence of the sea. If you have the chance, you can take a boat out to sea. That will be more satisfying." Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. She could only accept this. Then, she asked again, "Then tell me quickly. How is the weather related to the sea?" Mr. Mo said, "This town is near the sea, so the climate is naturally very humid. The water in the sea will not freeze, so it can affect the surrounding climate. Moreover, this town is closer to the south than Pingyang City, so you will feel that it is much warmer than Pingyang City." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she nodded as if she understood. Then, as if she thought of something, she asked, "Then Mr. Mo, if we go all the way south, will it be warmer?" Mr. Mo smiled and said, "Yes. It is said that the southernmost part is also the sea. It is hot all year round and there is no snowflake." "Ah. I see." Zhang Xiaohua exclaimed and said, "If that's the case, then the children there can't build snowmen and have snowball fights. How pitiful." Mr. Mo said, "That's true. However, they also have their own interests, which you don't have. Moreover, if we go further north, the northernmost part is also said to be the sea. It is frozen all year round and there are ice blocks taller than mountains. The people there live in houses made of ice." "Ah. That's strange." Zhang Xiaohua was shocked again and said, "If it is frozen all year round, then they won't even have the fun of bathing in the stream. How pitiful." Mr. Mo said, "Actually, there are many wonderful places in this world that we don't know about. If there is a day when we can travel all over the mainland, how good would that be?" As he said that, countless little stars flashed in Mr. Mo's eyes. Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "Then why don't Mr. Mo go out for a walk? Although you can't travel all over the world, you can at least travel to a corner." Mr. Mo said helplessly, "There are too many unknown things in this world. The outside world is too dangerous. I don't have the ability to protect myself, so how can I travel? I reckon that I will be eaten by the wild beasts in the mountains in less than 2 days out of Pingyang City. There is no other choice. I will just read other people's travel books to satisfy my cravings." When Zhang Xiaohua heard that, she felt the same way. In this world, one must act according to one's ability. If one forced himself to travel without the ability to protect himself, he would naturally become food in the mouth of the wild beasts. The two of them chatted for a while. Mr. Mo seemed to be sleepy because he had woken up too early. He closed his eyes and dozed off. Zhang Xiaohua did not say anything else. She found a few travel books in her bag and randomly picked one up to read with great interest. Although she could not go personally, it was not bad to read and satisfy her cravings. Time passed quickly. The escort team did not stop for lunch. Zhang Xiaohu rode over and passed some dry food to Zhang Xiaohua and the rest. Everyone ate casually and continued on their journey. Please collect it. Thank you. Chapter 141. The escort team continued on their journey and only slowed down slightly when night fell. They arrived at a village in the countryside to lodge for the night. How could there be an inn in the village? Only the members of the escort team pitched their own tents and set up a camp. Zhang Xiaohua pulled Zhang Xiaohu aside in private and whispered a lot to him. Zhang Xiaohu smiled and patted his head, saying, "It should be fine here. Look, we've set up camp at the entrance of the village. It's densely populated here, so even if someone harbored evil intentions, they would have their reservations. Besides, it's only our first day out, so of course we'll be vigilant and be careful. If I were to rob someone, I would definitely choose a deserted area in the next few days." Zhang Xiaohu paused for a moment before continuing, "Also, this route has been taken by the people of the escort agency in the past. The campsites along the way have all been used in the past. Don't be fooled by how fast the convoy is moving today. In fact, we've been controlling our speed. If there are no other accidents, the entire situation will be under our control. Moreover, don't be fooled by escort leader Luo's laziness. He's actually an expert in the escort agency. He's extremely experienced." Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's indignant expression, he said, "All right, just wait and see if you don't believe me. It's a good opportunity for you to learn more. When you grow up, you can also become an escort leader in the agency." "Oh, right, we've been busy these few days. How's your wound?" Zhang Xiaohua rolled up her sleeves. Her wound was almost healed. Zhang Xiaohu was relieved and said, "It's good to be a child. If it's an adult, you'll have to rest for a few more days." Then, he thought of something and asked, "Also, Xiaohua, your right hand." Zhang Xiaohua knew that her second brother was thinking about her injury. She smiled and said, "It's almost healed. I feel that the fingers on my right hand are more nimble now and I can use some strength. It seems like I'm just short of being able to clench my fist completely." After he finished speaking, he raised his right hand and reluctantly made a fist in front of Zhang Xiaohu. When Zhang Xiaohu saw this, he repeatedly said, "Good, good." His eyes were wet. Thinking about it, it made sense. She brought her younger brother out to mingle, and because of her, her younger brother's right hand was crippled. No matter how she looked at it, her younger brother's right hand was obviously getting better, and it seemed that it would soon recover to its original state. How could she still be as calm as water? Surging emotions was the right way to go. At the same time, he also had a trace of worry in his heart. The doctor who looked at Zhang Xiaohua's hand was a veteran doctor of the Lotus Escort Agency. He had been in the agency for several decades and had treated countless injuries, bones, pulses, and internal and external injuries. His eyesight was extremely accurate. He had said before that Zhang Xiaohua's hand would never recover. Naturally, this was the accumulation of several decades of experience, so it couldn't be wrong. He didn't know if his younger brother's recovery had exceeded his expectations, or if Zhang Xiaohua's hand had already recovered to the point where it couldn't be recovered anymore. However, Zhang Xiaohu immediately calmed down. No matter how the doctor looked at it, Zhang Xiaohua had already recovered to such an extent that it had greatly exceeded his expectations. Whether or not he could practice the fist technique was another matter. At least in the future, he wouldn't have any problems. Finally, Zhang Xiaohu's heart relaxed a little. After exhorting Zhang Xiaohua a few more words, Zhang Xiaohu went to busy himself with his own matters. The escort team set up camp in an extremely methodical manner. It didn't take long for them to get up. Zhang Xiaohua didn't help at all. After asking about Zhang Xiaohu's tent, Zhang Xiaohua took some things from the carriage and put them all into the tent. Not long after, Yuan Chongqing came to call Zhang Xiaohua. Ever since he found out that Zhang Xiaohua's food allowance was going to be deducted, Yuan Chongqing took even more care of Zhang Xiaohua. Whenever there was something to eat or drink, Zhang Xiaohua would look for him. Naturally, Zhang Xiaohua didn't stand on ceremony and followed Yuan Chongqing to eat and drink. That night, Zhang Xiaohua slept very soundly. When the sun rose and he opened his eyes, the first thing he said was, "Second brother, was there a robbery last night?" Zhang Xiaohu didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard that. He knocked him on the head and scolded jokingly, "Are you still sleeping?" After breakfast, the escort team set up camp and continued on their journey. More than 10 days had passed, but there were no signs of robbery. They didn't even have the chance to camp out in the open. Zhang Xiaohua became increasingly suspicious. If Yen hadn't taken the shortcut that day, would others have had the opportunity to sneak up on their campsite? The further north they went, the colder the weather became. The cold wind on the road also became stronger. The huge triangular flag embroidered with the word Lotus crackled in the wind. On this day, they happened to be traveling on one of the few mountain roads. The escort team had already slowed down and was advancing slowly. Zhang Xiaohu also stayed behind and followed Zhang Xiaohua's carriage slowly. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the snow-covered shrubs on both sides of the road in boredom. She thought to herself, "Isn't this the perfect environment for a robbery? Will the mountain bandits appear?" Just as she was thinking, she heard a hurried sound of a gong. A loud voice shouted in front of them, "I planted this tree and opened this mountain. If you want to pass through here, you have to pay the toll." Zhang Xiaohua's eyes lit up and she shouted, "Someone is robbing us." Zhang Xiaohu glared at Zhang Xiaohua helplessly and said, "Why are you so happy when you hear that someone is going to rob us?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "We met some mountain bandits last time. There were more than 10 of them and they played with us in a best of 3. It was quite fun. Besides, don't we have dozens of people in our escort team? Why would we be afraid of them? Wouldn't we be able to defeat them in a few moves?" Gosh, Zhang Xiaohu thought to himself, so Xiaohua wants to watch the show. Zhang Xiaohu rebuked, "Last time, you encountered a dozen or so bandits. You can't say that there are only a dozen bandits. Although our escort team has a lot of people, if there are hundreds of bandits, how can we deal with them? Didn't you and I end up as captives?" "Ah, I see." Zhang Xiaohua exclaimed, "Then what should we do? Who knows how many bandits there are? Are there any strong ones that even second brother can't defeat?" At this moment, Zhang Xiaohu comforted him, "Xiaohua, sit in the car. I'll take a look in front. I think escort leader Luo has already gone over." Zhang Xiaohua was not obedient and begged, "Second brother, take me with you. I want to see the mountain bandits that only appear once in 100 years. Is that okay?" She was actually acting coquettishly as she spoke. Zhang Xiaohu looked at this younger brother that he doted on. He thought for a moment and said, "All right, come and sit behind me. But remember, when we get there, don't say a word." Zhang Xiaohua immediately jumped down from the car and ran in front of Zhang Xiaohu's horse. Zhang Xiaohu bent down and reached out to grab his hand. With a tug, he pulled him up and made him sit behind him. Then, he whipped his horse and slowly walked to the front of the convoy. The convoy of 20 carriages was quite long. The escorts and guards of the escort agency were all armed and protected the convoy tightly. No one was like Zhang Xiaohua who went to the front to watch the show. Zhang Xiaohu whipped his horse and walked to the front of the convoy. He was not in a hurry to go forward. There was an empty space in front of the convoy and a few escorts had already rushed over. Escort leader Luo, who usually looked lazy, was riding at the front of the convoy. He kicked a long spear in his hand and looked calmly ahead. Zhang Xiaohua secretly poked her head out from under second brother's armpit and carefully looked forward. When she saw the situation clearly, she couldn't help but gasp. Unlike the last time, there were more than 10 people and a few horses. In front of the convoy, there were over a dozen burly men holding various weapons sitting on tall horses. They looked at them coldly, and behind the horses, there were over a dozen burly men who were also holding weapons. They all stood calmly, as if they were in a neat formation. They did not have the laziness of the bandits that he saw last time. Moreover, what made Zhang Xiaohua the most nervous was that there seemed to be many people hidden in the trees on both sides. They seemed to be surrounding the entire convoy. Zhang Xiaohua asked softly, "Second brother, what should we do? There are so many people, I don't think we can fight them. Should we start fighting? You have to be careful, why aren't you holding a weapon?" At this moment, Zhang Xiaohu seemed to be unusually quiet. He said softly, "Xiaohua, don't say anything. Just watch quietly." Zhang Xiaohua immediately shut her mouth when she heard this. Indeed, at this moment, escort leader Luo, who was standing in front of the convoy, moved. He shook the reins and let the horse slowly move forward until it reached the center of the empty space. Then, he cupped his fists and said, "May I know who are the people in front of us? Please come forward and speak." Hearing this, a red-faced, square-faced man among the mountain bandits on the opposite side also urged his horse to move forward. The two horses only stopped when they were close enough. That person also cupped his fists and returned the greeting. "I am Yang Shua, the big boss of Withered Grass Mountain. May I know how to address you?" Escort leader Luo said, "I am Luo Rueha, the escort leader of Lotus Escort Agency in Pingyang City. My bodyguard is just passing by, please be magnanimous." The leader of the mountain frowned and said loudly, "Oh, so it's a friend from Misty School from afar. Please hold the flag and take a look." When escort leader Luo heard that he had met the person in question, he was happy to follow the rules of the underworld. He said, "Chief Yang, please wait a moment." Then, he turned his horse back and walked to the front of the convoy. He shouted, "Please hold the flag." Thus, the two escorts beside the first carriage dismounted from their horses and came to the front of the carriage. They respectfully took down the escort flag from the carriage and walked to escort leader Luo's horse to hand the flag to him. Escort leader Luo held the flagpole with both hands and waved it in the air. Then, he turned his horse and returned to the empty space in the center of the convoy. Chief Yang, who had been waiting for escort leader Luo, examined the escort flag carefully and nodded. Then, he cupped his fists at the escort flag and said with a smile, "You are indeed a friend from Misty School. This Yang has neglected you. If you have time, please come to the stronghold for a chat." Escort leader Luo smiled and said, Of course, of course. I came and went in a hurry today and didn't have time. If I pass by next time, I will definitely pay you a visit." Chief Yang said, "Then please have a safe journey, escort leader Luo. This is the token of our stronghold. You may travel for 500 miles. Then, he shook his hand and threw a small token over. Escort leader Luo smiled and said, "Thank you very much. There is a small token of our appreciation on the back. Please accept it, Chief Yang." Chief Yang nodded and said, "Thank you, escort leader Luo. This one will not see you off. Have a safe journey." Then, he cupped his fists again and returned to his camp. He said a few words to the people behind him and the dozen or so horses followed him back into the forest. Escort leader Luo also turned his horse back when he saw the bandits leave. He gave a few instructions to the escorts behind him and then gestured for the convoy to continue moving. Zhang Xiaohu saw the convoy move and brought Zhang Xiaohua back to the back of the carriage. However, Zhang Xiaohua refused to get down and clung to second brother's horse. Zhang Xiaohu said helplessly, "Let's ride for a while more. When I reach the front, you have to return to the carriage." Zhang Xiaohua nodded profusely. By the time Zhang Xiaohua and the convoy passed through the empty space, the entire convoy had already passed by. Zhang Xiaohua saw the escort that escort leader Luo had instructed earlier with a bag of items in his hand. He rode to the bandit's side and handed it to a bandit who was guarding there. The bandit took the bag and weighed it in his hand. He smiled and cupped his fists at the escort before he left. The escort immediately rode back to the front of the convoy. Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. She asked Zhang Xiaohu in a low voice, "Second brother, why is this robbery so strange? They don't kill each other, and they don't even play 2 out of 3 games. Why did they just let it pass?" Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "What do you think robbery is? Is it just fighting and killing?" Zhang Xiaohua said, "If they don't fight and kill, how are they going to wait for the loot?" Zhang Xiaohu was not surprised and said, "There's nothing strange about it. I thought the same as you at first. The first time I encountered a robbery, I was so nervous that I was sweating. But after a few more times, it's always been the same. All bark and no bite. Only now do I understand what's going on." Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "Is there an inside story?" Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "Actually, it's very simple. Bandits rob people for nothing more than money, and there's a method to it as well. If they just fight and kill, they'll be at a disadvantage. As the ancients say, killing 1,000 people will hurt 800 of your own men. There's a price to pay for killing. If you can get 10,000 guans of riches for each kill, then it's naturally worth it. But where would you find such a good business? Let's not talk about this road of yours. If people often die here, the merchants in the future will take a detour. If they don't take this road, won't you lose your source of income? Moreover, every time you fight and kill, how many brothers do you have to risk their lives for? Therefore, robbing also requires skill. If you can avoid fighting, then don't fight. Even if you don't get much money each time, as long as you get something every time, then won't you be able to make a long-term profit?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded thoughtfully and said to herself, "As the ancients say, there are 360 professions, and every profession produces its own master. As a bandit, you also need to have a professional eye." Zhang Xiaohu continued, "When merchants travel on the road, they're usually aware of the risks. If they don't have much money, then they're naturally not too afraid of bandits. When they encounter bandits, they just have to offer some money. If they have a lot of money, then they'll have to find someone to protect them. An escort agency just happens to be doing this kind of business." Bodyguards of an escort agency followed the same logic as bandits robbing. Both of them had to pay attention to harmony and wealth. If one were to blindly use force, then the bandits would not be able to get along with you. Then, the escort agency would cease to operate because it would not be able to withstand constant fighting and killing. They might be able to eat up the entire convoy, but then they would have to face the Misty School's thunderous retaliation. That Misty School is a famous sect in the Jianghu. They could just casually send some of their disciples to wipe out the entire nest of bandits. How would they have the guts to do that? Zhang Xiaohu became excited as he spoke. He swallowed his saliva and continued, "There's another point. For these bandits to be able to take over the mountain and call themselves kings, they can't do without the support of the nearby Jianghu sections. And this sect should have an escort agency similar to the Lotus Flower Escort Agency. If they don't give us face, not only can the Misty School eliminate these bandits, they can also know the bandits within their sphere of influence and rob and kill their escort agency." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "I understand. Actually, to put it bluntly, martial strength is still the most important thing. If you're strong, then everyone can talk it out and part ways. Harmony breeds wealth. If you're weak, then you can only swallow your broken front teeth. That's right. Does that mean that the bandits of Shichui Mountain are backed by the Misty School? Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, I don't know about that. But Shichui Mountain is too small. Even if they want to rely on the Misty School won't pay them any attention. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and said, AI, this Jianghu is too complicated. It's really hard to explain. Then, Zhang Xiaohua said happily, if that's the case, then wouldn't the escorts of your escort agency be very safe? You don't have to risk your lives. Zhang Xiaohu smiled bitterly and said, how can it be as free and unfettered as you say? There will always be bandits who don't know their limits and come to rob us. Being an escort agency is a profession that licks blood from the edge of the blade. Don't you see that the agency has to recruit new bodyguards and escorts every year? Then where did the old people go? But I'm only an escort right now. It's not my turn to do these kinds of things. Zhang Xiaohua listened and was silent in her heart. The convoy quickly arrived at the entrance of the escort agency. It was already late at night and the door of the agency was naturally closed. Someone went up and knocked on the door. When the person who opened the door saw that it was the escort team who had returned, he no longer complained about being disturbed in the middle of the night. He hurriedly opened the middle gate and ordered more than 20 carriages to be driven to the square of the escort agency. The dozens of people returning to the escort agency caused quite a commotion and the guards at the gatehouse were aware of it. The leader first congratulated escort leader Luo for safely bringing the people from the escort agency and the merchants back to Pingyang City. Then, he said to Zhang Xiaohu, you're finally back. Fourth Master Wen has been looking for you for many days. He instructed us to bring you to see him immediately once you're back. Zhang Xiaohu was stunned. Why? He carefully confirmed, must I go even if it's midnight? The guard smiled bitterly and said, Fourth Master said so, but he didn't say what time it was. Since you're back now, I think you should make a trip there. Otherwise, it won't be good if Fourth Master gets angry. Zhang Xiaohu thought for a moment and said, all right then. Thank you for the reminder. Then, Zhang Xiaohu went to the square. He first carried the unconscious Zhang Xiaohua and placed her on the Kong bed in his small house. Then, he tidied up his belongings and brought them back into the house. Only then did he hesitantly go to the inner courtyard and into Fourth Master Wen's room. It was already past midnight and Fourth Master Wen's courtyard was quiet. Zhang Xiaohu tiptoed to the door and hesitated. Just as he was about to raise his hand and knock on the door, a slightly aged voice sounded from inside, who is it? Why are you looking for me at this time? That voice sounded abruptly, scaring Zhang Xiaohu so much that he trembled. He was secretly impressed. The older the ginger, the spicier it was. Fourth Master Wen's internal energy was one of the best in the Lotus Escort Agency. I've just approached the door and he heard me. AI, how much longer do I have to train to have this kind of achievement? Inside the room, Fourth Master Wen was furious. He cursed in his heart, which unlucky child is outside? Why doesn't he have any morals of respecting the old and loving the young? This old man usually has insomnia and difficulty sleeping. Today, I was coincidentally able to close my eyes early. I was just about to fall asleep when you woke me up. If you wanted to come, then come. Why did you have to tiptoe around? It made me think that you were some evil person. My old heart was so scared that it was thumping. If you hadn't raised your hand to knock on the door, this old man would have immediately jumped out of the window and beat you up. I'll let you know the consequences of waking an old man up. Zhang Xiaohu stood up straight. His tone was full of respect as he said, it's me, Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohu. Fourth Master Wen asked hesitantly, what business do you have with me? When Zhang Xiaohu heard fourth master Wen question him, he couldn't help but be shocked. He hurriedly said, "Fourth master, I just came back from running an escort mission outside. Xiao Si at the door said that you were looking for me. If he saw me, he told me to come see you immediately." "Ah." Fourth master Wen said angrily, "So it's like that." Cough cough. Fourth master Wen was so angry that he couldn't breathe properly. He actually coughed and drank a mouthful of water before continuing, "Did I say that? However, even if I did say that, there's no need to come in the middle of the night." Zhang Xiaohu said awkwardly, "Xiao Si said that your instructions were hurried and thought that it was something important. Moreover, you didn't say that you couldn't come in the middle of the night. That's why he informed me. If there's nothing else, I'll go back first. When the sun rises, I'll come back to listen to your teachings." When fourth master Wen heard this, he said, "Oh, I know. I ordered this a month ago. It's been almost 2 months. I almost forgot. Sigh, I'm old and tend to forget things. Alright, you don't have to go back. Wait a moment, I'll get up now. Anyway, tonight will definitely be a sleepless night." Zhang Xiaohu waited quietly for a moment before fourth master Wen opened the door to let him in. The two of them sat down. Fourth master Wen poured some water for Zhang Xiaohu to drink. Only then did fourth master Wen stare at Zhang Xiaohu and say, "Zhang Xiaohu, this escort mission took quite a long time. It's been hard on you." Zhang Xiaohu hurriedly said, "I don't dare, fourth master Wen. I'm only escort leader Luo's assistant. Escort leader Luo makes many decisions. I'm just a helper." Fourth master Wen said with a smile, "This escort mission lasted past the new year. It's been hard on you. Do the subordinates have any complaints?" Zhang Xiaohu replied, "Nothing much. I just want the escort agency to give me more allowance. After all, it's for the agency to celebrate the new year outside. I can't reunite with my family." Fourth master Wen stroked his sparse beard and said, "Of course. The agency will not mistreat anyone who contributes to the agency. It's the same for going out for the new year, and it's the same for greater contributions." Zhang Xiaohu was stunned. He thought to himself, what does that mean? However, he still said respectfully, "Then I'll thank fourth master on behalf of my brothers for your care." Fourth master Wen waved his hand and said, "There's no need. It's what I should do." Then, he hesitated for a moment and asked, "Did this escort mission go smoothly?" Zhang Xiaohu was puzzled. He said, "Yes, it was very normal. We only met some common bandits along the way. Escort leader Luo handled them with ease." However, he thought to himself, what's the old man doing? Could it be that he can't sleep and wants to find someone to chat with? I'm tired. I still want to sleep. Fourth master Wen asked amiably, "Then when did you guys return to the agency?" Zhang Xiaohu frowned and said, "Just now. We just entered the courtyard. I put the things in the room and came over." Fourth master Wen nodded and said, "Oh, then you didn't hear any news." "News?" Zhang Xiaohu was stunned. "What news?" Fourth master Wen thought for a moment and changed his expression to one of grief. He said, "Zhang Xiaohu, you can be considered my confidant. It's fate that you and I are able to come to the Lotus Escort Agency as an escort. I think you also hold the belief that your youth, your passion, your sweat, and even your life will be dedicated to the agency." Zhang Xiaohu was even more stunned. These parallel sentences were said in such a refined manner that he couldn't quite react. Looking at Zhang Xiaohu's shocked expression, fourth master Wen continued, "Back then, I was the same as you. I also had the same thoughts, to dedicate my life to the agency. You see, I've worked hard for most of my life to see the agency prosper to this day. The agency is my home. It's up to everyone to love their job. If we didn't have the thought of dedicating our lives, the agency wouldn't have been able to get to where it is today." Zhang Xiaohu felt dizzy. He said carefully, "Fourth Master, did I do something wrong? Please guide me in time." Fourth Master Wen smiled and said, "You did very well. You didn't embarrass me." Zhang Xiaohu opened his mouth and said, "Then you." Fourth Master Wen changed into a sorrowful expression and said, "It's like this. I have some very sad news to tell you. I hope you can be mentally prepared. I think you should be prepared first. It's best if you take a horse stance and listen to me carefully. Also, don't be anxious after hearing it." Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "What news, Fourth Master?" "You've said so much, making me feel like I'm shrouded in fog. I don't know what to do." Fourth Master Wen nodded and said, "Not bad. As expected of the person I've chosen. Just this calmness alone is enough for you to take on great responsibilities." Then, Fourth Master Wen said, "Actually, I think you should also know that as the saying goes, life is great, death is glorious. Some people are alive, but they're already dead. Some people are dead, but they're still alive in our hearts. Also, some people's deaths are heavier than Mount Tai, and some people's deaths are lighter than a goose feather. If one day I can reach this level, I'll have no regrets in this life." Zhang Xiaohu looked at Fourth Master Wen's gushing words and sighed with emotion. However, he didn't dare to say anything. He only wanted to know what the news that made him so sad was. Suddenly, he seemed to feel something. Could it be his home? Oh no, could it be the bandits of Shitsui Mountain? Or the bullies of Lu Town? Zhang Xiaohu was stunned. What should he do? Fourth Master Wen seemed to not see Zhang Xiaohu's uncertain expression under the light. He continued to say, "In a person's life, it's easy to do one or two good deeds. The rarest thing is to do good deeds every day. If you can do a few things that make people grateful for your whole life will be moved. Also, don't do small good deeds and don't do small evil deeds. No matter how big or small the good deeds are, they should be done persistently. Not to mention those who have sacrificed their own lives for the sake of others' lives. We should all remember this act of sacrificing oneself for others. On behalf of the Lotus Escort Agency, on behalf of Huanxi Mountain Villa, and on behalf of the Misty School, I would like to extend my highest respect to you." After saying this, Fourth Master Wen wiped the sweat from his forehead and said awkwardly, "Alas, this bookbag fan's words are really hard to remember. I've already recited them countless times. Why can't they be pleasant to listen to? You can't blame me. I thought you would come back soon. Who knew that you would only come back today? I haven't looked at them for nearly a month. Alas, it must be hard on this old Fourth Master. He was sweating from memorizing them in the winter. It could be seen that memorizing them by rote wasn't the right way. Mastering them through a comprehensive study and understanding the memory was the hard way." When Fourth Master Wen raised his head from the pile of old books and saw Zhang Xiaohu's gloomy face, he said sorrowfully, "Zhang Xiaohu, it seems that you already know what I mean. The dead are gone, and the living have to continue living. You must restrain your grief and accept it. Turn your grief into strength and continue to work hard. Take over your brother's baton and carry on your brother's unfinished wish. Contribute your blood and your life to the Lotus Escort Agency and the Misty School." Zhang Xiaohu's expression instantly became brilliant. His eyes widened and his mouth opened so wide that a duck egg could be stuffed in. He said in disbelief, "My brother? Zhang Xiaohua?" Fourth Master Wen nodded solemnly and said in an abnormally low bass voice, "Yes, it's your brother, Zhang Xiaohua. He's a good employee of Huanxi Manor, a good image of the Lotus Escort Agency, a good friend of the Misty School, and our hero. He will forever live in our hearts." Zhang Xiaohu stood up with a whoosh and said, "This. Is there a mistake?" Fourth Master Wen said unhappily, "How can there be a mistake? Sit down, sit down. I was just praising you for your calmness." Why are you so hot-blooded now? I know you can't accept this news right away. That's why I had the escort agency's Fan Dashu write something like this. I've been telling you for half a day. Why are you still so careless? Why did you suddenly stand up in a fluster? Calm down, calm down. You must have the calmness to not panic in the face of a landslide. This is the basic quality that leaders like us should have. Zhang Xiaohu smiled and sat back down in his chair, saying, Fourth Master, I was a little surprised when I heard this news. That's why I jumped up. Please don't blame me. Fourth Master Wen stroked his sparse beard and said, Not bad. You seem to have recovered very quickly. You have my style. Your future is limitless. I have high hopes for you. Then, Fourth Master Wen stood up and took out a small wooden box from a small cabinet behind him. He placed it in front of Zhang Xiaohu and said, Although Zhang Xiaohua has left us, we will definitely publicize his touching deeds and let him leave his name in the history of Jianghu. However, the situation in Jianghu is changing rapidly. There are many situations that are disadvantageous to the Misty School. We cannot publicize Zhang Xiaohua's sacrifice to save his master for now. Therefore, we can only compensate in other ways. This was personally given to me by the Misty School's sect leader O Peng. He asked me to pass it to you as a sign of his deep respect for Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohu opened the wooden box in confusion. Inside was a thick stack of banknotes. At a glance, there were at least 100 banknotes. The banknote on the top was actually worth 100 taels. There were actually 10,000 taels of banknotes in this wooden box. Zhang Xiaohu was so frightened that he trembled. Ever since he was born, he had never seen so much money. This was enough to scare him to death. He pushed the wooden box and said, Fourth Master, why is this? What happened to my little brother Zhang Xiaohua? Did they make a mistake? If they can't explain it clearly, how can I dare to accept this money? Fourth Master Wen said, I don't know the specific details. Huanxi Manor is very secretive. I can't find out anything for the time being. I only heard from Chiu Tong that your little brother Zhang Xiaohua loyally protected his master. In order to save Manor Lord O, he sacrificed his precious life. What? Zhang Xiaohu was stunned. He said in surprise, There's such a thing. How come I didn't know? Why didn't Xiaohua tell me? Tell you? Fourth Master Wen said with a smile, What did he tell you? Zhang Xiaohu said solemnly, Xiaohua, he's sleeping in my room right now. He followed the escort team all the way back. The brothers in the escort team all know this. However, he only said that he fell into the water during the night camp. He didn't tell me much. Fourth Master Wen's hand that was stroking his sparse beard trembled. A few more strands of beard fell off. His sparse beard became even sparser. He ignored the pain and stood up from the chair. Just like Zhang Xiaohu, he said in a stern voice, Really? He's sleeping in your room right now? He didn't seem to be as calm as when he was reprimanding Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohu said, Yes, he's sleeping soundly in my room. Fourth Master Wen quickly grabbed Zhang Xiaohu's hand and said, Let's go. Let's go quickly. Let me see. Zhang Xiaohu was pulled up by him. He thought to himself, Calm down, calm down. Fourth Master Wen, you're also a leader. Chapter 143. In the end, Fourth Master Wen finally calmed down. He hurriedly pulled Zhang Xiaohu's hand and ran all the way to Zhang Xiaohu's hut. Only when he saw Zhang Xiaohua sleeping soundly on the Kong bed did he truly calm down. Fourth Master Wen twirled his sparse beard and nodded repeatedly. His smile was as brilliant as a mountain flower as he said, Good, good, good. The continuous cheers made Zhang Xiaohu confused. He didn't know if it was because Zhang Xiaohua was alive or because he had saved 10,000 taels of silver. Thinking of the thick stack of banknotes, Zhang Xiaohu couldn't help but feel envious. That was a huge sum of money. If it was his, how good would it be? However, looking at his brother's sweet smile in his sleep, this happiness made his heart warm. What banknotes? Even if it was a mountain of gold, he wouldn't exchange it. Fourth Master One said a few good words and didn't say anything else. He just stood there quietly. Zhang Xiaohu didn't know what he meant, but he also accompanied him. After a while, Fourth Master One asked in puzzlement, Zhang Xiaohu, you can't always make me stand. Zhang Xiaohu was surprised. He quickly pulled over a stool and said, Fourth Master, please sit. Fourth Master One stomped his feet and said, where can't I sit? Why would I come to your hut to be a cold bench? Zhang Xiaohu didn't understand and said, then Fourth Master One, please wait a moment. I'll go find a soft couch for you. Fourth Master One was angry and said, you don't have any eyesight at all, not to mention sensitivity. You still want to improve? I don't think there's a way. Zhang Xiaohu quickly went forward and said, Fourth Master, look at what you're saying. Haven't I always been improving? What do you mean? Fourth Master One said self-deprecatingly, I'm already standing here. Why haven't you woken up your brother? Let me ask him in detail. Zhang Xiaohu suddenly understood and thought to himself, if you want to wake him up, just say it. If you don't say it, how would I know? I can't read your mind. However, he didn't dare to say that. He continued to smile and said, Fourth Master, it's not that I don't want to call my brother, but he has a problem with sleeping. As long as he's asleep, no matter how you call him, he won't wake up. If you don't believe me, you can try to push him yourself. Fourth Master One was stunned and said in disbelief, is there such a thing? I don't believe it. After saying that, she stepped forward and pushed Zhang Xiaohua hard. She shouted in his ear, Zhang Xiaohua, Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua's breathing was even and she was still sound asleep. Fourth Master One thought for a moment and used both hands to pull Zhang Xiaohua out of the blanket and shook him in the air. Zhang Xiaohua's body was small to begin with. Now that Fourth Master One was holding him in the air, he really looked like a human-shaped toy. Zhang Xiaohu almost laughed out loud. Fourth Master One saw that Zhang Xiaohua was still motionless as if he had lost consciousness and lost interest. He stuffed him back into the blanket and turned around with a smile, it seems like what you said is true. It seems like I've wronged you. Zhang Xiaohu quickly said, I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. Fourth Master One thought for a moment and said, since your brother has returned safely, Manor Head O will definitely see him immediately if he knows. Tomorrow morning, tell him not to go anywhere. Someone will probably come to bring him back to the manor. Zhang Xiaohu nodded and said, all right, I understand. Fourth Master, I'll watch over him and won't let him go anywhere. Fourth Master One smiled and said, all right, then you should rest too. I'll go find the gate guard, Xiao Si. He actually let you disturb my sleep. I'll definitely not forgive him. I'll send him to Huanxi Manor to deliver a message. Zhang Xiaohu nodded and didn't dare to speak. He was afraid that Fourth Master One would take his anger out on him. That Fourth Master One quickly walked to the door and didn't forget to look back at Zhang Xiaohua who was sleeping like a pig. He said to himself enviously, sleeping so sweetly. It's still good to be young. If I could sleep so sweetly, I wouldn't even exchange for 10,000 taels of silver. After saying this, he turned around and left reluctantly. Behind him, Zhang Xiaohu wanted to say something but hesitated. He thought, Fourth Master, can you give me 10,000 taels of silver and I'll exchange for it? The next morning, Zhang Xiaohua opened his eyes and carefully looked around. Only then did he realize that he had returned to the familiar little house when he was recuperating. He had just sat up from his bed when Zhang Xiaohu on the other side of the Kong bed woke up. He quickly got up and said, "You're awake, Xiaohua." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Yes, second brother. You should sleep for a while more." "I can't sleep anymore." Zhang Xiaohu was indeed tired. He laid down again and said, "Last night, fourth master Wen came and said that he had already sent a message to Huanxi Manor. He will definitely send someone to pick you up this morning and won't let you leave." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he asked, "Then do you know how the manor head and the others are?" At this point, Zhang Xiaohu sat up from his bed with a "hu" sound. He glared at Zhang Xiaohua and asked, "Speaking of which, I really have to ask you. Yesterday, fourth master Wen said that you sacrificed yourself to save Manor Head O. Everyone thought that you were already dead. What did this mean? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Today, you have to tell me clearly." Zhang Xiaohua stared blankly and said embarrassedly, "This matter is very long. I'll tell you in detail in the future. Anyway, I'm not busy right now. I'm too lazy to tell you. If I tell you too much, you'll be worried instead." At this time, the number of people practicing in the square had increased. The two of them walked back slowly. When they reached the door of the small courtyard, they heard a familiar voice behind them. It cried out in surprise, "Zhang Xiaohua, it's really you." Zhang Xiaohua heard it and turned back in surprise. He shouted, "Captain He, you're still alive." Zhang Xiaohu looked back. Wasn't it Captain He Tianshu from the Huanxi Mountain Villa's medicinal field? He Tianshu ran closer with a face full of joy. When he heard Zhang Xiaohua's words, he couldn't help but say bitterly, "Zhang Xiaohua, you're still alive. Why can't I be alive?" Zhang Xiaohua blushed and muttered, "I haven't seen you guys in a long time. I don't know about you guys. I'm just happy to see you." He Tianshu lovingly patted Zhang Xiaohua's head and said with a smile, "It's okay, Zhang Xiaohua. Why would I mind?" After he finished speaking, he turned to Zhang Xiaohu and said, "Zhang Xiaohu, we've met before. I'm He Tianshu from the Huanxi Mountain Villa. Yesterday, I received a message from fourth master Wen. The villa master was very surprised and asked us to pick up Zhang Xiaohua early in the morning. You see," Zhang Xiaohu said with a smile, "fourth master Wen already told me last night. You can bring him back to the villa now." Then he said to Zhang Xiaohua, "Xiaohua, pay more attention to your safety in the future. Don't go to places where bears appear." Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, "I know, second brother." "That's right, didn't you want to know the ins and outs of the matter? Why don't you come with me to the villa? Sister Villa Master will definitely want me to tell her." Zhang Xiaohu thought for a moment and shook his head, "Forget it. The escort team just returned last night. There must be a lot of things to do today. I'd better deal with the matters here first." Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua didn't insist. She said goodbye to Zhang Xiaohu and followed He Tianshu out of the escort agency. When Zhang Xiaohu saw that his younger brother had walked far away, he turned around and went back into the house. He found 5 coins worth of loose silver from his money pouch and went to the accountant's residence. He handed the silver to the sleepy accountant before he went to eat breakfast and began to wrap up the escort team's return. When Zhang Xiaohua followed He Tianshu out of the escort agency, they were greeted by a large black carriage. It was twice as big as the carriage Zhang Xiaohua used to ride. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but be stunned. At this moment, the curtain of the carriage was lifted and a clear voice sounded, "Xiaohua, quickly get in." Zhang Xiaohua took a closer look. Who else could it be but Qiu Tong? Zhang Xiaohua called out, "Sister Qiu Tong, you're here too." Then she ran forward. When Zhang Xiaohua got into the carriage, He Tianshu also followed. Zhang Xiaohua's first sentence was, "Sister Qiu Tong, this carriage is really big." Qiu Tong smiled and said, "Yes, this is the young lady's carriage. Today, she specially came out to pick you up, our great benefactor. He Tianshu also smiled and said, we're also basking in your glory. That's why we had such a large carriage. Zhang Xiaohua blushed a little and said, it's nothing, Sister Qiu Tong. You've always treated me very well, so this is what I should do. He Tianshu shook his head and said, sigh, this is what I should do, but I can't do it well. Zhang Xiaohua, I really don't know what to say about you. You've really exceeded our expectations. Zhang Xiaohua continued to be shy and asked, oh right, Captain He, what happened after that? Sister O didn't have anything serious, right? I've always wanted to know. He Tianshu smiled and told her everything that happened after Zhang Xiaohua fainted. When Zhang Xiaohua heard that O Yan was fine and that the black-clothed men didn't chase after them, she couldn't help but pat her chest to express her relief. Qiu Tong smiled and said, this is all thanks to you. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and said, I fell into the water, how could I help? Qiu Tong smiled and said, you fell into the water, but the black-clothed men didn't know. You killed that old man with a single slash. That old man was the most powerful among them, so of course they were scared witless and didn't dare to cause trouble again. Although Zhang Xiaohua wasn't very old, she knew the depth of the situation. She smiled and said, Sister Qiu Tong, don't think too highly of me. I think the black-clothed men should be worried about the reinforcements behind us. He Tianshu interrupted and said, forget it, anything we say now is just advice after the fact. Who knows what they're thinking? Anyway, we've already returned safely. Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have thought of something and asked, oh right, Captain He, do you know who the black-clothed men are? He Tianshu frowned and said, I'm not too sure. After we returned, these matters were handed over to the disciplinary hall of the sect. Who knows if they found them or not? I'm not too sure either. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and didn't say anything else. Actually, she had a vague feeling that since the black-clothed men dared to kill O Yan, they must have a certain level of confidence. This confidence wasn't just a guarantee of success, but also a guarantee of destroying the corpse and destroying all evidence if they failed. Qiu Tong was still worried about Zhang Xiaohua's injuries and couldn't help but ask. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, at that time, I was knocked unconscious by that old man. It took me more than 10 days to wake up. Now, my injuries are completely healed. Look, I was still practicing my boxing at the escort agency just now. Hearing this, Qiu Tong was slightly relieved and said with lingering fear, after that, we sent many people to look for you, but they couldn't find you. Who knew that you'd run to a small town along the coast? This is far from what we imagined. Miss kept wondering if you. Zhang Xiaohua opened her mouth and was about to explain when He Tianshu waved his hand and said, let's not talk about it now. The villa lord will definitely ask about it later. You can talk about it in detail later so that you don't have to repeat it twice. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Captain He is right. Sister Qiu Tong, you can listen to it later. The carriage drove steadily and quickly. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the side gate of Huanxi Mountain Villa. Now, the number of guards at the gate of Huanxi Mountain Villa was twice as many as before. They also checked carefully. Although it was the carriage of the manor lord, they still checked it before letting it in. The carriage entered the villa and stopped in the small courtyard where they went out last time. This place was very close to the inner courtyard. Under Qiu Tong's guidance, they passed through several courtyards and arrived at the main hall of the inner courtyard. There was no one else in the main hall except for Elder Yu and O Yan. When Zhang Xiaohua came in with Qiu Tong, O Yan was looking outside from time to time. She seemed to be very anxious to see Zhang Xiaohua. When Zhang Xiaohua entered the main hall, Elder Yu and O Yan both stood up. O Yan walked towards Zhang Xiaohua. How could Zhang Xiaohua dare to trouble her leader? She quickly walked over and called out, Sister O, are you alright? Oh Yan smiled like a flower and looked at Zhang Xiaohua, I'm very good. Zhang Xiaohua, how about you? Let me see if your injuries have healed. After saying that, she took Zhang Xiaohua's hand and looked around. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, I've healed a long time ago. Sister Oh, don't worry, I'm very lucky. When Oh Yan heard that, she said, that's good. We were all worried about you and thought that you, just like Chiu Tong. Oh Yan didn't say the word out loud. After that, Oh Yan asked Zhang Xiaohua to sit on a chair and asked her about the situation after she got injured. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and told her about how she was rescued after she got injured. After she recovered, she went out to look for a way home. She happened to meet the escort team of the Lotus Escort Agency and found her second brother. After that, she followed the escort team back to Pingyang City. However, he didn't mention Shirtai's name, Little Dream's name, and what happened in the cave. Firstly, Shirtai told him not to tell anyone. Secondly, he came across the cave by chance when he was catching rabbits. He didn't treat it as something important. Upon hearing Zhang Xiaohua's encounter, everyone couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Zhang Xiaohua's situation was quite bizarre. He had actually drifted so far away and had even met a familiar relative. Most importantly, Zhang Xiaohua had suffered such heavy internal injuries, yet he had managed to survive while drifting. Furthermore, he had recovered in such a short period of time. Oh Yan and Elder Yu wanted to ask more about Shirtai, but Zhang Xiaohua had already promised not to tell anyone. Moreover, she was his savior, so all the more he couldn't say anything. In the pugilistic world, one's promise was worth 1,000 gold. Everyone understood and didn't ask anymore. However, Elder Yu said, Zhang Xiaohua, can you let me see your sword? Please collect it, thank you. Chapter 144. Zhang Xiaohua hesitated for a moment before taking out his beloved sword and handing it over to Elder Yu. Elder Yu reached out to receive the sword and felt its weight. He couldn't help but frown. He carefully examined the ordinary sword but couldn't find anything special about it. He even injected his internal energy into it in hopes of discovering something. Unfortunately, he didn't have Li Jian's sword aura ability and the sword didn't have any reaction. It was as if the sword was just a toy other than its weight. Elder Yu shook his head and continued to look at it. He didn't return it to Zhang Xiaohua, hoping to discover something from it. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Elder Yu eagerly and couldn't help but ask, Elder Yu, don't tell me you don't want to return it to me? Elder Yu looked at Zhang Xiaohua and smiled, yes, this toy is really not bad. It could even pierce through the black-clothed man's iron shirt. Of course I want to keep it for fun. Zhang Xiaohua shrugged and said helplessly, since Elder Yu likes it, I also want to give it to you. It's a pity that when I was saved, I didn't have anything to thank him with, so I gave this sword away. Now, even if I wanted to give it to you, I can't. Elder Yu glared at Zhang Xiaohua and said, who are you trying to fool? Who would want this thing? Don't play any tricks, I don't plan on taking it from you. At this moment, Oh Yan also walked forward and asked curiously, this is the thing that killed the black-clothed man? He Tianshu also walked forward and said, yes, it's this sword. The wound should be the same as the one on the black-clothed man's throat. It was also given to me when I bought the steel sword. Oh Yan wanted to take it for a closer look, but Elder Yu said, Manor Lord, don't take it yourself. Although this sword looks like a toy, it's not light. I'll take it and you can take a closer look. Oh Yan followed his advice and only frowned as she looked at the sword. She also didn't understand what it meant and said, although my physique is limited and I can't practice martial arts, I've read a lot of books. However, I've never heard of any records of such a divine weapon. Elder Yu stretched out his hand and touched the tip of the small sword a few times. He was even more astonished as he said, this small sword clearly hasn't been sharpened. How did it pierce through the body? He Tianshu also said, yes, when I saw the black-clothed man's wound, I also had the same thought. That sword was given to Zhang Xiaohua by me. I also remember that it wasn't sharpened. Elder Yu thought for a moment before turning to ask Zhang Xiaohua, did you really use this small sword to kill the man in black? Zhang Xiaohua helplessly nodded again and gave an affirmative answer. Elder Yu threw the small sword to Zhang Xiaohua and said, how about this, Zhang Xiaohua, stab me with the sword, just like how you stabbed the black-clothed man. When Zhang Xiaohua and the others heard this, they were shocked and said in unison, this is not appropriate. Yu Lao, O Yen said, why are you so serious? It's enough to know that it was this small sword that did it. There's no need to see its power. Zhang Xiaohua also shook her head and said, Yu Lao, let's not talk about how the atmosphere is different now. I've already forgotten how I used the sword that day. Moreover, if I accidentally hurt you, I really can't bear the responsibility. He Tianshu also dissuaded, Yu Lao, this junior has to say something inappropriate. That black-clothed man's martial arts might not be as good as yours, but his iron shirt skill is indeed top-notch. Even Changa's sword couldn't pierce through it. Do you think that you can let Changa stab you with your bare hands and not be injured? Elder Yu thought for a moment and smiled bitterly, I was the one who taught Zhang Xiaohua this sword move. I'm naturally happy that she succeeded in the rainy night. Alright, go ahead. I'll receive it here. Zhang Xiaohua still wasn't reassured and asked again, Elder Yu, are you really not going to reconsider? Elder Yu scolded with a smile, stinking brat, go ahead. I was the one who taught you that move, so why should I be afraid of you? Bring it on. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua moved her sword to her right hand and shouted, take this. She held the small sword in her right hand and executed the same move she used to assassinate the black-clothed old man. The small sword was like a shooting star as it pierced towards Elder Yu's throat from a mysterious angle. To be honest, this sword technique was very powerful. He Tianshu, who was watching from the side, was a little surprised. He had never seen Zhang Xiaohua practice swordsmanship before, but today, he saw that Zhang Xiaohua's swordsmanship was really skillful. The angle and strength of the sword technique were impeccable. He couldn't help but worry for Elder Yu. However, Elder Yu remained calm. What a joke. He was the one who had taught Zhang Xiaohua this sword technique. He had long since memorized the changes in the sword technique, the angle of the dagger, and the trajectory of the dagger. Before the dagger had even reached him, his body had already reacted naturally. When the dagger was right in front of his eyes, Elder Yu simply stretched out his hand and grabbed Zhang Xiaohua's wrist. If an enemy had grabbed his wrist, Zhang Xiaohua would have definitely struggled with all his might. However, this was a sparring session, so he naturally stopped and looked at Elder Yu, waiting to see what he would do. Elder Yu was also depressed. So this is the assassination move. It's very ordinary. Zhang Xiaohua said, this is the move. I'm sure of it. Elder Yu looked at the others. He Tianshu was far away that night, so he couldn't see it clearly. On the other hand, O Yen and Qiu Tong were in a critical moment, so how could they notice it? Seeing that everyone wasn't sure, Elder Yu let go of his hand. Then try other changes. Zhang Xiaohua was helpless. She could only pick up the small sword and execute all the moves she had learned with her right hand. But the result was that she was caught by Elder Yu's single arm. Elder Yu was still unsatisfied. What if you use your full strength? Everyone still objected when they heard that. However, Zhang Xiaohua thought in her heart, if I use my right hand, I should be able to receive it with my full strength. Elder Yu was depressed. If you don't use your full strength, we won't know how powerful this sword is. He Tianshu smiled. Isn't that easy? Just use the big tree in the courtyard to test it. Elder Yu laughed. Haha, he Tianshu is right. I've been thinking too much. Come, let's try the big tree. In the corner of the courtyard, there was a big tree that needed 2 people to wrap their arms around it. Elder Yu walked to the bottom of the tree and smiled at O Yen. Manor Lord, how about using this tree as an experiment? O Yen smiled. It's fine as long as we don't kill it. Elder Yu turned to Zhang Xiaohua and said, Zhang Xiaohua, use all your strength to stab this tree. Zhang Xiaohua cursed in her heart. This tree is also a life. Why don't you have any love for the environment? When I practice my sword, I don't even bear to harm the flowers and plants. Why are you instructing me to do such a bad thing? Zhang Xiaohua walked to the bottom of the tree and used the same move. She used all her strength to stab the tree. Zhang Xiaohua's arm strength of 500 kilograms wasn't for nothing. With a poochie sound, the small sword was able to pierce 3 to 4 inches into the tree. Although this result was very obvious, Elder Yu wasn't satisfied. The sharp tip of the sword could achieve the same result, but the tip of the sword didn't manage to break the black-robed elder's iron shirt. Therefore, he asked for the small sword in Zhang Xiaohua's hand and used it himself. He held the small sword tightly and stabbed it into the tree with all his strength. With a poo sound, the sword pierced into the tree. It was the length of the small sword tip, no different from an ordinary iron rod. Elder Yu pulled out the small sword and looked at the small hole in the tree. Without saying anything, he turned to Zhang Xiaohua and said, Zhang Xiaohua, your strength isn't small. Even my stab wasn't as deep as yours. Zhang Xiaohua beamed with joy and said, I don't dare. Elder Yu, I'm still young. They tried many times, but they weren't satisfied with the result. Thus, everyone used their superhuman imagination and attributed Zhang Xiaohua's success in assassinating the black-robed elder to carelessness. It must be because the black-robed elder saw Zhang Xiaohua's small sword and didn't pay attention to it. He thought that Zhang Xiaohua didn't know any martial arts, so he didn't use his full strength to block and only used his palm to block. However, when he realized that Zhang Xiaohua's arm had superhuman strength, it was already too late. Furthermore, the black-robed elder's throat might be the weak point of the iron shirt. It was very easy for him to get injured. When Zhang Xiaohua's small sword hit his vital point, the black-robed elder's iron shirt was broken. After everyone thought about it, they came to this conclusion. Everyone felt that this was the truth. Why? Wouldn't it be obvious just by looking at the black-robed elder's expression? Carelessness killed people. Details determine success or failure. Since there was a conclusion, everyone stopped talking about this topic and returned to the hall. Elder Yu returned the small sword to Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua carefully hid it in her arms and deliberately sat quite a distance away from Elder Yu. Everyone chatted for a while. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly thought of something and asked O Yen, Sister O, let me ask you a question. O Yen asked curiously, what's the matter, Xiaohua? Just say it. We go on a long trip. Is there any subsidy or something like that? Zhang Xiaohua asked weakly, or, after I get injured and leave you guys, is there any subsidy for my daily food and lodging? O Yen was shocked. She looked at Xiu Tong and said, Xiaohua, what do you mean by this? Can't you be a little clearer? Zhang Xiaohua blushed and told her about how escort leader Luo of the Lotus Flower Escort Agency asked Zhang Xiaohu for her living expenses. O Yan's face turned white with anger. Just as she was about to speak, Xiu Tong spoke first, Young miss, don't be angry. Let me handle this matter. When I have time, I'll go to the escort agency to find Fourth Master One and explain the matter clearly. O Yen let out a long breath and said, okay, I can rest assured with you handling things. Then, she smiled at Zhang Xiaohua and said, Xiaohua, you don't have to worry about this matter. We'll handle it. Zhang Xiaohua let out a long breath and said, my second brother doesn't have much monthly income. If he also pays for my food and lodging, this escort trip will be for nothing. Damn, did he forget about the pile of money? When Yan heard this, she also remembered something. She said to Zhang Xiaohua, Xiaohua, wait a moment. With that, she went out. Not long after, she came back with a small wooden box. She handed it to Zhang Xiaohua and said, Zhang Xiaohua, this was prepared for you a while ago. Now that you're back, I'll give it to you. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. After hesitating for a moment, she took it and opened it. In an instant, she was like Zhang Xiaohu from last night. She asked in surprise, Sister Oh, so many banknotes. Are they for me? Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's shocked expression, everyone chuckled. Qiu Tong explained, this is the compensation for your death. Our Misty School's boss O personally appointed it. It was originally 300 taels, but boss O felt that it was too little and directly increased it to 5,000 taels. Our mistress also felt that it was too little, so she took out 5,000 taels from the villa to round it up and give it to your family. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the banknotes and blinked. She said, I never thought that I would be worth so much money. This pile of silver is taller than me, and heavier than me. Everyone laughed. That's for sure. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment, then closed the wooden box and returned it to Yan. She said, Sister O, you've been so good to me. In my heart, you're just like my old sister Xianxia. If you're in danger, I'll naturally step forward bravely, just like how I would save my family. Besides, I'm fine. I didn't sacrifice myself, so I can't take this money. Zhang Xiaohua's actions were out of Yan's expectations. She asked in disbelief, Xiaohua, this is 10,000 taels of silver. You really don't want it? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Sister O, to be honest, let alone 10,000 taels of silver, I haven't even seen 100 taels of silver before. But this is the compensation you gave me. If I really died, maybe you could give it to my family. But I'm fine now, so I naturally can't accept it. Yan thought for a moment and said, how about this? No matter what, you saved my life. To be honest, your sister O's life is very precious, far more valuable than this money. How about this banknote be my gift to you? Zhang Xiaohua still refused. She said, Sister O, didn't I just say that I saved you like how I saved my family? Do you think my family will give me money? One wanted to give, the other didn't want to accept. After pushing back and forth for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua had no choice but to open the small wooden box and said, Sister O, how about this? I accept your kindness. After saying that, she took out a banknote of 100 taels of silver from the wooden box and put it in her arms. She then said, the weight of this 100 taels of silver in my heart is the same as the weight of 10,000 taels of silver in Sister O's heart. If I accept this 100 taels of silver, it means that I've accepted the 10,000 taels of silver in Sister O's heart. What do you think? When Yan heard this, her eyes lit up. She pursed her lips and said with a smile, Xiaohua, you really have a lot of ideas. Alright, since that's the case, I won't force you anymore. But you have to remember that you just said that you treat me as your family, then I will also treat you as my family in the future. I hope that you will really treat me as your sister in the future. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she was very happy and said, Sister O, I really can't ask for more than to have you as my manor lord. When Yan heard this, she rolled her eyes and said with a smile, it's good that you know. I won't treat you unfairly in the future. Then she said to Qiu Tong, when you go back, tell the manor's accountant that Xiaohua's monthly allowance is, Yan thought for a while but didn't say a specific number. Qiu Tong knew that Yan didn't know the monthly allowance given by the manor, so she said with a smile, Miss, you don't have to worry about this. Since Xiaohua is in our manor, he won't be short of money in the future. I think we should give him 3 taels of silver a month first. Anyway, his food and clothes are all in the manor, and it's only pocket money for himself. Even if he gives it to his family, it's enough. When Zhang Xiaohua heard that her monthly allowance would be increased by 10 times, she was naturally happy and couldn't close her mouth. When Yen saw that Zhang Xiaohua was happy, she didn't have any objections and expressed her agreement. Then she said to Zhang Xiaohua, what do you want to do in the manor in the future? Let Qiu Tong arrange it for you. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and said, I think it's better if I follow Captain He. First, I can learn fist techniques. Second, I can learn how to plant herbs. Chapter 145. Misty School, Misty Mountain Villa, Meeting Hall. Peng was enjoying a cup of tea. Could it be that he had so much free time to steal half a day of leisure? Peng was extremely busy during this period of time. Luo Shui Gang had recently merged with Misty School. The 6 Misty Tigers and Shui Yupeng had racked their brains to come up with 5 3-year development plans. The hardships involved were not something an outsider could understand. If they developed too quickly, not only would their foundation be unstable, they would also attract the attention of the super sections. If they found any clues, the losses would outweigh the gains. If they remained stagnant, not only would they let down the brothers who had sacrificed their lives for the merger of the 2 sects, they would also disappoint the hearts of the Luo Shui Gang brothers. If the hearts of the people were scattered, it would be difficult to lead a team. Peng knew this very well. Naturally, Shui Yupeng would not agree to this. Therefore, Peng had been signed to the heavens for a period of time. Whether it was Luo Shui Gang's 3-year development plans, or Misty School's revised 5-year plan, the core idea was to raise the status of the gang in Jianghu and increase the influence of the gang in Jianghu. It was to become an important force in Jianghu. The realization of these goals depended on the expansion of Misty School and Luo Shui Gang's influence and proper management. The expansion of influence meant that the martial arts of the disciples would be greatly improved. When it came to the improvement of martial arts, the herbs in the forest was definitely the most direct shortcut for Misty School. It was the most heaven-defying dream. Therefore, Peng had even greater expectations for the herbs in the forest this year. After meticulous planning by the upper echelons of Ethereal Sect, they had sent out countless disciples during the new year, including Lu Yueming, who was in charge of retrieving the herbs from the forest. After sending out all the disciples, Peng could only wait anxiously. This time was different from the first time. Back then, he did not place much importance on this matter. He was happy if there was something, but if there was nothing, it did not matter. He did not hold much hope for it. However, this time, it was related to the development of Ethereal Sect. Peng could not help but worry. But Peng, who had rich experience in fighting in Jianghu, knew that no matter how secretive his whereabouts were, there would be many sects in Jianghu that would pay attention to him, including some super sections. Even if he was able to successfully obtain the herbs in the secret plane, the secret of the secret plane would be known by many sects in Jianghu. The things inside were not something that the 4 sects could share. In comparison, the gains did not make up for the losses. It was better to let the disciples of the sects take care of it. And the price of such a low profile was Peng's daily anxiety and expectation. Waiting for the news of Lu Yueming's success, this kind of psychological pressure could not be shared by others. It was extremely heavy. A month ago, in the middle of the night, Lu Yueming came back alone in a carriage. When Peng received the news, he was so excited that he almost used ethereal steps to welcome him. Thinking about it now, he was somewhat self-deprecating. He had long passed the age of impulsiveness, but under such great temptation, it was inevitable that he would lose his composure. His own excitement and loss of composure, and Shui Yupeng's puzzlement and blankness, was such a sharp contrast. O Peng was touched again. The ignorant were fearless, the ancients did not lie. Lu Yueming's efforts were not in vain. The group of people from the pharmacy hall were not given in vain. Just a few days ago, the pills that could increase one's cultivation were finally refined. This was a considerable amount of pills. If nothing went wrong, it would definitely be able to create a large number of core elite disciples. The strength of the ethereal sect would once again rise to another level. However, O Peng immediately thought of another problem. Shui Yupeng and the other disciples of the Luo Shui gang, should he give them a share? If he gave them the pills, there was no guarantee that they would not leak the news. If they did not take the pills, then there would be hidden dangers in the two-legged policy of the Misty School. Whether or not to take the pills was really a problem, and it needed to be carefully considered. Fortunately, everything had been prepared. They didn't even need to rely on the east wind. They only needed to make a decision. When all the senior and junior brothers were gathered, they could discuss it. It was no big deal. These two matters were official matters of the gang. As the highest decision-maker of the Misty School, O Peng naturally had the obligation to worry about it. And as an elder brother, he was most worried about his own sister. What happened some time ago was the most worrying thing for him. O Yen was attacked on a rainy night, and until now, there was no clue. All the clues were cut off at a certain point, and the disciples of the law enforcement hall were helpless. This made O Peng very angry. Although the Misty School could not be said to be one of the biggest gangs in Jianghu, it was still one of the most famous schools. Being bullied like this, and not being able to fight back, made him sullen. Fortunately, the incident of O Yen being attacked was very tightly controlled, and the people of Jianghu did not know about it. Otherwise, the Misty School would lose a lot of face. O Peng had always paid attention to her safety. Fortunately, O Yen was a lucky person and escaped. Although her body was injured, her life was not in danger. However, when he thought of his sister's willfulness, O Peng shook his head. Not to mention the matter of going to the south, he had persuaded her to bring more people, but she said that she had no value in Jianghu, and that it was fine as long as she left secretly, no one would care. In the end, such a big incident happened. Moreover, although the youth called Zhang something had sacrificed himself to save O Yen, the Misty School's pension was only 300 taels of silver. If his sister felt that it was too little, then fine, he would increase it to 5,000 taels. This was unprecedented. However, who asked him to save the sister of the gang leader of the Misty School? If anyone complained, he would also come to save them. However, when he sent the pension to her brother in the Lotus Escort Agency, O Yen actually doubled it. It was an unprecedented 10,000 taels of silver. With this as an example, how could he pay the pension in the future? O Peng shook his head with a wry smile. This sister of his was a sentimental person who cared about others the most. But then again, in this world, who had he and his sister owed? If this 10,000 taels of silver were to replace O Yan's life, what could he say? It was not a lot at all. Even if he used the whole Jianghu to exchange for his sister, it would not be enough. Thinking of this, O Peng could not help but shake his head. He lowered his head to drink tea and smiled. He did not know which hero in Jianghu was lucky enough to capture his sister's heart. O Yen was not young anymore. As her brother, he should be more concerned about her. While he was thinking, he suddenly felt that there were soft steps coming to the meeting hall. Speak of the devil, and the devil will appear. This person really had to be nagged. When the person turned the door of the hall, it was the owner of Huanxi Mountain Villa, O Yen. Other than O Yen, no one else was allowed to enter the assembly hall without prior notice. Even O Peng's wife was not allowed to enter. Of course, she never came. From this, it could be seen that O Peng's love for his sister had not diminished despite the passage of time. O Yan, who had entered the hall, was also surprised. In the past, when she came to the meeting hall, it was always crowded. This time, it was so quiet. She did not expect. Looking at her brother who was leisurely drinking tea, O Yan could not help but smile. She quickly walked forward and saluted O Peng. O Peng smiled and said, "There are no outsiders here. Sit wherever you want." O Yan sat down with a smile. She was as cute as a little swallow. O Peng looked at his sister lovingly and asked, "Yan, how is your health recently?" O Yan replied, "Big brother, although my body is not easy to practice martial arts, it has been tempered by wind and rain. It is not as weak as you think and cannot withstand setbacks. The last injury was diagnosed by the doctor. I have already recovered. Now, I am very good." O Peng still said, "Yan, seriously, in the future, don't do such a willful thing. When you go out again, you must bring enough outdoor and bodyguards. You were in danger this time. You made me worried to death. If there is such a thing again, I don't know how to live." O Yan smiled and said, "I know, big brother. I will pay attention next time." This time, it was really unexpected. Now, I can't think of any reason. How is your side? Did you find any clues? O Peng said awkwardly, "Alas, not yet. I will urge them to help you vent your anger." O Yan said, "You don't have to be so anxious. It doesn't matter if they target me. Please don't have any conspiracy against our Misty School. Big brother, you must be careful in the future. You must bring bodyguards when you go out." O Peng smiled and said, "I know. I will bring the stone cow with me as a giant bodyguard. By the way, why did Yan, come here today? Are you rushing to find the murderer?" O Yan said, "No, big brother. I will leave the matter of finding the murderer to you. I will not bother about it anymore. Today, I came to discuss something with you." O Peng asked curiously, "What is it?" "There is still a need to discuss." O Yan said, "Big brother, do you still remember the boy who saved me?" O Peng said, "I remember. I think his name was Zhang something. Speaking of this, I have to say a few words. You can't be so willful in the future. Our Misty School has a written rule. The amount of the pension is written in black and white. It may be fine to have a little more, but to think that you increased it so much, it is a little inappropriate. However, this matter is kept secret. Not many people know about it. Otherwise, it will have a bad impact. With your willful temper, how will you find a good husband in the future?" Hearing this, O Yan was unhappy and said, "Big brother, why are you always interrupting? Am I willful? What does this have to do with finding a good husband?" O Peng quickly waved his hand and said, "It doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. Big brother is old and likes to nag. Just listen in one ear and out the other. By the way, has the pension been given to his brother? That will save you from nagging all day long. Even if I don't see you, I know you are very worried." Speaking of this, O Yan's face was full of excitement. She said with a smile, "Big brother, I came here today to talk to you about this matter. You don't have to pay the 10,000 taels of silver. You don't have to worry about the negative impact. In the future, you don't have to worry about people in the sect talking about this matter." O Peng was stunned and said, "What?" Then, he realized, "Oh, that boy was found by you." O Yan said in surprise, "Big brother, you are really amazing. You guessed it so quickly." O Peng shook his head and said with a smile, "How can this kind of child's play stump a big gang leader like me?" O Yan also smiled and said, "We didn't find him. He came back on his own." This time, O Peng was even more surprised. He said, "He was not killed by the black-robed elder. At the very least, he should be seriously injured. Since he can come back on his own, his injuries must have healed. Yan was also surprised and asked, "Big brother, how do you know that his injuries have healed?" Peng said with a smile, "This is very normal. If his injuries are not good, how can he travel thousands of miles to come back to Pingyang City?" Yan thought for a while and nodded slightly to show that it made sense. Then, Yan told Peng everything that Zhang Xiaohua told her in full detail. Peng was also stunned when he heard it. This kind of thing was really rare. At least to be able to escape from death and return to Pingyang City safely was already a miracle. Then, Peng asked, "Since that Zhang, what is it again?" Yan said, "Called Zhang Xiaohua." Peng said with a smile, Zhang Xiaohua. This name is interesting. It seems to be a girl's name. Oh right, since this Zhang Xiaohua is back, you definitely won't take back the 10,000 taels of silver. Just give it to him. Why did you say that you don't need it? Yan said, "Big brother's guess is right. But you guessed the beginning and not the end." Zhang Xiaohua rejected the 10,000 taels of silver. Under my insistence, he only took a 100 taels of silver. He also said, "The weight of this 100 taels of silver in my heart is the same as the weight of 10,000 taels of silver in Sister O's heart. If I accept this 100 taels of silver, it means that I have accepted the 10,000 taels of silver in Sister O's heart. Big brother, don't you think this young man is very interesting?" Peng touched his chin with his hand and said thoughtfully, "Yes, this Zhang Xiaohua is very interesting." "Then what do you mean by coming here today?" Yan said, "It's like this, big brother. In fact, on the way to the south last time, I saw Zhang Xiaohua practicing boxing very hard. Although his aptitude is very ordinary, his hard-working spirit is really comparable to yours when you were young. So, I promised him that when I came back from the south, I would ask you to let He Tianshu of the pharmacy hall teach him some of the internal strength mental cultivation methods of our Misty School." Peng listened and nodded slightly. "It's not impossible for you to think so. Anyway, even you said that his aptitude is ordinary. Let He Tianshu teach him some internal strength mental cultivation methods. It must be enough for him to learn for a lifetime." Yan continued, "But, he refused the 10,000 taels of silver, which made me feel very sorry. Thinking about it, he didn't hesitate to block that fatal blow for me. If it wasn't for him, how could I safely return to the Huanxi Mountain Manor? I must repay this life-saving grace. Since he doesn't want the silver, I think, how about this, big brother, can you let him join the Misty School and become a disciple of the Misty School? This way, he can practice martial arts, which is Zhang Xiaohua's lifelong wish." Peng listened and laughed. "I thought it was something important that was worth us siblings to discuss. The matter of entering the Misty School as a disciple, although the standard is very high, this Zhang Xiaohua is definitely not qualified. But, since Yan has asked, how can I, as a big brother, not agree? Not to mention one, even if it's 10, so what? This is just a small matter, why is there a need to discuss it? Sigh, it's really infuriating to compare oneself to others." Zhang Xiaohua came out from the Guizhuang house and went through untold hardships just to enter the Misty School as a disciple and practice martial arts. But, he couldn't fulfill his wish. Later on, even when he joined the Lotus Escort Agency, they still didn't accept him. Becoming a disciple of the Misty School. In his heart, he had long given up on this idea. But now, with just one sentence from Yan, Peng agreed. Although there are ready-made herbs in the secret plane, it's not as convenient as planting them ourselves. We can only go to the secret plane once a year. The demand for medicinal herbs is far from meeting the needs of our sect. If we do as Big Brother thinks and carry forward the Misty School, we can't not solve this problem." Peng sighed and said, "I know you won't give up, but it must be on the premise of health." Yan smiled and said, "I know, Big Brother. Don't nag anymore. The brother and sister chatted for a while, and Oh Yen said goodbye and returned to the Huanxi mountain villa. You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.